Hey everybody. Good morning. Good morning. This is the final day, I would think, maybe besides verdict watch. We're supposed to do jury charge instructions first thing. We're going to get into closing arguments today, and then the case will be given to the jury, and they'll get to decide how they want to convict, if they want to hang, if they want to acquit, which I think is pretty much off the table, but obviously still an option here. And yeah, as soon as we get through closing arguments and deliberations start, I think we'll stay live for a verdict watch and we'll just run a replay of Juliana's testimony. So that's kind of the game plan for today's stream. Hey to everybody coming in, and happy Friday. Happy Friday, guys. It has been an interesting 2 weeks with this trial. Watching all of the ups and downs, getting through that fun, riveting testimony with the two witnesses that were called to the stand 3 and 4 times each. It's just been a time. It's been a time. We've got HT saying closing arguments are going to be key. If defense can pull off all of the data stuff together in a coherent way, it may sway the jury. Now, here's where I am. I think I could vote to convict, but I would do it going back in the deliberations room, and I'd want to go specifically through that data, and I'd want to see for myself with my own eyes that there weren't patterns where the device just wasn't being used, where maybe it's not unusual for one weekend, no usage. I'd also want to see, is it true that there's all of these occasions where Brendan's not home, but the FetLife account is being used, and then really give a long, hard look at whether or not I think it's possible Juliana could have been running the account herself. I'd really want to think about all possibilities, but I still think that there is a very decent chance I would convict. Again, hinging on this data. I know a lot of people after watching yesterday, after watching Brendan take the stand, that's what makes me confident that 12 people could convict and convict quickly. However, there are still a lot of people that think there's reasonable doubt. So it's anybody's game. Anybody's game.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good.
Good morning.
I don't know how am I guess is the
I
question.
think we're good.
Okay.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth has elected to proceed on one count of aggravated within 3 years and one count of aggravated same transaction. We have presented one instruction for each of those counts. It is the model. We have added to that one instruction that had not been previously provided for child endangerment. We will not be going forward on.
And I'm going to take out the child abuse one.
Abuse and
correct?
neglect, exactly.
Okay.
And then we have withdrawn, and I can tell you which letters,
Okay.
instructions
Right.
that were related to
Sure.
first degree, second degree.
Let me hold on a moment. Just for the record, which counts of the 4 counts of aggravated murder are you going forward on?
One moment.
Either 1 and 3 or 2 and 4. I think those are the options.
Right.
But I just want to make sure for the record. Okay.
And I'm sure you're right, Judge, but we'll open it really quick and just
Okay.
make sure
Sure.
that
Absolutely.
our 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 are the same as yours.
I don't know why, but I thought I thought it was the bailiff writing something. Seeing his hands back here. Yeah, Judge Penney was ahead of this issue. So they're going to keep one each. The single transaction and there were 2 aggravated in a single transaction and 2 aggravated within a 3-year period. The state's opting to keep one of each. And it'd be interesting if they convict on both.
So 1 and 3?
1 and
Which
No.
it'll
No.
just get merged.
1 and 4.
1 and 4.
1 and 4?
1 and 4.
Okay. Absolutely. That's fine. Any objection to that then?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we're going forward on count 1 and 4 of the case number ending in 666. And then for 2 and 3, there's a motion to dismiss those.
Oh, wait,
so you have
okay,
no
hold on, I'm
objection to-
getting
I'm
tapped.
sorry.
No, ma'am.
Wait a minute, hold on.
There
There seems to be a change here.
Sorry, we're gonna
Okay.
read this one more time.
Same after transaction.
Yep,
1.
1.
4. 1 and 4. 1
And then, okay. And then 4.
4. 1 and 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 4 same 3-year period. Christine, yes. 1 and 4. Dismiss
Oh, you-
2 and 3.
Okay.
Yes,
Final answer?
yes.
Okay. 1 and 4, so we're dismissing 2 and 3 with no objection.
No
Okay?
objection.
All right. So 1, 4, and 5 under the case number 666, and then we just have child endangerment on
Which
the one
is,
ending in 873.
that's
Okay?
count 1, Judge?
That is count 1.
Yes.
So count 2 is dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
On that, on 873. Okay, fabulous. So now I have the ones before that we had talked about. Do you just want to go through those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And I will pass up our new stack. They're clean. They have the
Okay,
letters typed
excellent.
in.
all right, so I had instruction A, which I assume is still the same, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we'll withdraw instruction B since he did
Correct.
testify? Okay, withdrawn. And then you still have C,
Yes,
okay. D,
yes,
E,
yes,
F,
yes.
G,
If they stop sticking together, yes.
all right, and then H.
Judge, I have an I next.
Oh, I'm sorry, H is child abuse, so you're throwing
Yep,
that
so
one.
that would be withdrawn.
Okay, fabulous. All right, and then we have I,
Yes.
okay. Q,
So Judge Q would be withdrawn?
Q is withdrawn, I assume without objection.
Without objection.
Okay, Q is withdrawn. Okay, what do you have next? R?
I actually had an L.
Okay, you had L. I switched them around a little bit because.
That's okay, because they didn't make sense in that order. That's fine.
Well, not to me, but.
That,
maybe.
nope, that's A-okay, I can track.
I could,
So
that's fine, I'll just.
if you're on R next, we would withdraw R.
Withdraw R, okay.
We would withdraw S.
I have M
I wish we could see it on
next.
this.
Okay,
M
so
as in Mike.
M is in.
Okay. S as in Sam,
S as in Sam would be withdrawn.
okay. N as in Nancy,
Yes,
O,
yes,
P,
yes,
T as in Tango,
yes.
okay. And then I think, let me see, then I have some of his instructions. I think that's all I had for you. So which ones would you like to add to that?
So I have L, which was willful.
Willful, okay, you have L.
I do.
All right, do you have a copy?
I
Well,
do.
You got the clean copies,
Yep,
that's
I'm
fine.
gonna
Okay,
pass that
so
up to Your Honor.
We'll add L, okay, and what else?
And then I have U, which is the instruction for aggravated murder 3-year period.
Okay,
And then I have V, which is the instruction aggravated murder, same actor transaction.
okay.
And then I have X, which is the crime of child endangerment.
Child endangerment. Okay. And your U and B have the waterfalls also?
They do not, Judge.
You're not doing
We are not
waterfalls.
doing a waterfall.
You are just standing on aggravated murder?
We are.
Wow, they're not
Okay,
going to do
That
lessers?
is your option. Do you want waterfall
right.
instructions, Mr. Carroll?
Wow,
You're on.
chat.
Stand on as well.
Okay, so we're standing on aggravated murder. You've just made life a lot simpler for me on your decisions, but that is your decision. Okay, so no waterfalls, we're standing on aggravated murder.
Yes, and I'm passing
Yeah,
them
that's
up with the
interesting.
previously agreed upon new separate so that you can put them in as you
Okay.
would like them to appear.
All right.
I also understand we've agreed to defense 2, 4, 10, 12, 16, 20, and 36.
I think that's what I have.
No
Let me make
changes.
Sure. That's the only, those are the only ones I had already had, correct?
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have 2, oh, I do have L, okay, sorry. I do have 2, 4, 10, 12, and 16, and
We'll talk about it on a
20,
break.
and 36.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
in which
anything
they
to
were
add to those,
showing
or
us
that's
the
it?
paper.
Oh, you guys get a gold star today.
Thank you.
Oh, we've got
That
final
is
answers.
fabulous.
We've
All
got
right, so you
gold
want to hand me
stars.
up the, you have the clean copies for your, oh, you already gave me.
Yep.
Okay, I got the clean copies. And do those include Mr. Carroll's, or Mr. Carroll, yours were already clean copied, correct?
The ones that I handed up before were clean copies.
Okay, so I can just insert his into
Yes, ma'am.
yours. Perfect.
And
I
at
can
this
do
point,
that.
we owe you a verdict form. Now that you have accepted those
Right,
instructions.
yes, I have those instructions.
We will provide you with a verdict form.
Okay, oh, that's fine. So if you want to provide a verdict form, I can have Shannon do one since it's just aggravated murder now. It's not too
If,
difficult.
if,
I can do that.
that's just fine.
So we'll do 3 verdict forms, 1 for aggravated murder, 1 for firearm, and 1 for child endangerment.
Yes,
We're on
ma'am.
the same sheet, music? Okay, good. 3 verdict forms?
Ms. Frisler's asking, do you think we need 2 aggravated murder forms?
Oh, yes, I'm
Given that there are
sorry.
2
I
separate.
apologize. You're right, because you did go ahead and do both same occurrence and 3
And
years.
3
Yes,
years.
so we need 4 verdict forms. aggravated murder in the same act and transaction, aggravated murder in 3 years, firearm, use of firearm, and child endangerment. Okay, we'll get those together.
Perfect, thank you.
And by the end of closings, we'll be able, you can review them before they go back to the jury.
Great, thank you.
Okay?
Your Honor,
Yes,
is
sir.
there an order that you're going to be calling out the jury instructions?
There is. Let me just put it back into the
Okay.
order, and I will let you know. And I will actually get copies to you as well,
Okay,
in the order that I'm going to give them, and I'll get one for the court reporter too,
Oh,
Carol.
great, thank you.
So I'll do that. We'll have time to do that, okay?
okay.
So that takes care of jury instructions. Do I have Ms. Smith here yet?
So we're gonna have a break, I
Ms. Smith, are you
think.
here? Are you ready for your motion? Yes. Let's go. Is that okay?
Yes,
I'd
absolutely.
rather do that than I can go back and put those instructions all
Yes,
in
ma'am.
order. Ms. Smith, you can just come to the center podium, that's fine.
Thank you.
Apologize, these were all withdrawn.
Just want to make sure I have the right Miss Smith. This is for the access motion?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, great.
Well, you're Ms. Smith, so.
Well, no, I know.
You
I
answered.
there could be multiple Miss Smiths, so I wanted to make
Well,
sure.
the odds were pretty good that that I had the right person. I know it was set for 9:30, but since we were so organized today, if it's okay with you, I'd like to go ahead and do it now.
Absolutely.
All right, I've read your motion.
Thank you.
So you don't need to regurgitate it, but anything you want to add to the record, you're welcome to.
Oh, thank you. No, I mean, I appreciate you reading it. And just for the record, I'm Alia Smith here on behalf of ABC and NBC for access to sealed records. And I won't
Oh.
repeat what's in our papers.
go.
Other than to say, I read the Commonwealth's opposition yesterday.
Right.
And, I don't think that they offered, the compelling reasons that are necessary to seal, in a public criminal trial. The fact that the litigation was concluded in the Daily Press case, which is one of the main authorities that we relied on, I don't think is a distinction because the harm that they're claiming here is not to do with jury tampering or jury impact. And same with they try and distinguish the press enterprises cases because in the press enterprise cases, the Supreme Court was dealing with the sealing of a whole entire trial.
Being closed, correct.
Correct, and that's true, and I appreciate very much that most of this trial has been completely open.
400 exhibits and televised, so.
Exactly, and the exhibits available on the internet. But I think the point of the press enterprise and Globe newspapers and all the Supreme Court cases is that every aspect of a criminal trial needs to be open, and
I
if it's
agree.
not, the sealing has to be justified by on-the-record findings of a compelling interest, and I don't think that's been done here.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. Did you want to respond? I did read your opposition
We
brief.
would submit on our brief.
Spin on your brief. Did you want us to respond, Mr. Carroll? You joined your microphone, just,
Defense joins.
Your Honor, I would join in the Commonwealth's position.
all right, thank you, okay.
Nobody
You can
wants
stay
it
right
out.
there. That's fine. All right,
No
so the
media.
ruling on the media motion, non-parties ABC and Dateline have moved to unseal certain exhibits admitted during this trial. The court fully recognizes and respects the First Amendment and the fundamental principles of transparency in our judicial system. These proceedings have at all times been open to the public and the media has not been denied access to any hearing or trial testimony in this case. At the same time, the court does not take the sealing of documents lightly. When considering sealing or unsealing, the court must balance the public's right of access against other compelling constitutional and statutory interests. Here, the constitutional and statutory rights of crime victims. Article 1, Section 8 of the Virginia Constitution, entitled Rights of Victims of Crimes, and Code 19.2-11.01, entitled Crime Victim and Witness Rights, require that crime victims be treated with dignity, respect, and sensitivity, and that their privacy be protected to the extent permissible under law. Victims are defined in relevant part to include family members of homicide victims, including spouses, parents, children, and siblings. As the Supreme Court recognized in Globe Newspaper Company versus Superior Court, the First Amendment right of access to criminal trials serves the important purpose of protecting the free discussion of governmental affairs.
I think she'll delay.
However, that right is not absolute. It may be limited where there is a compelling governmental interest, and any limitation must be narrowly tailored to serve that interest. The court finds that unsealing these materials would add little, if anything, to the public's understanding of the judicial process, while substantially infringing upon victims' constitutional and statutory rights. Here, the court finds that the protection of victims' rights constitutes a compelling governmental interest. That interest necessarily limits the public dissemination of graphic depictions of deceased victims, nude victims undergoing life-saving measures, and autopsy images particularly where such materials would be available for permanent public distribution, download, and reproduction worldwide. The First Amendment does not require the court to permit the exploitation of crime victims or their families by releasing graphic images of their loved ones' bodies for purposes unrelated to public oversight of the judicial process. The victims in this case were a mother, daughter, sister, and a son, brother, and grandson. Their surviving family members' constitutional rights must be considered and respected. This remains a public trial. Of the exhibits admitted into evidence, approximately 400 exhibits are unsealed and publicly accessible on the court's website 24 hours a day. 74 exhibits were placed under seal. The court has reviewed each sealed exhibit admitted in this case to ensure that sealing was narrowly tailored and justified. I will note initially that one category of material referenced in the motion, the co-defendant's interviews with the Commonwealth, were never admitted into evidence and are not part of the court's record in this trial or any pretrial proceeding, okay? Those materials remain in the possession of the parties and are not subject to unsealing by the court. Additionally, the minor child's interview was sealed pursuant to a pretrial motion due to the presence of a minor victim, and that sealing remains appropriate. With respect to the sealed body-worn camera recordings, the moving parties requested that the court redact or excise portions depicting victims' bodies and release the remainder. The court received these exhibits in their entirety as evidence. It is not within the court's role or technical ability to edit, splice, or alter admitted evidence, and the exhibits must be considered as they are entered into the record. All sealed exhibits were sealed pursuant to motions agreed to by the parties at the time of admission. For the record, the court will now go through each sealed exhibit and state the basis for sealing. In doing so, the court does find that certain sealed exhibits do not implicate victims' rights and therefore will be unsealed. Okay? So I'm going to go through it and I'll give you a copy of this.
No, and I appreciate that. And can I just be heard on for one moment on the body-worn camera footage?
You can, but I'm not going to change my mind. Okay. All right. So would you not rather
Only body cam.
Good. Okay. So let's go through the sealed exhibits. All right. Number 4 is a body cam of Officer Hugh. Both victims are shown. One is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. A recently sealed number 5 is a picture in the far right corner. You can see Mr. Ryan's body. Number 6 of the Commonwealth's evidence body cam of Officer Beckner. Both victims are shown. One is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. Number 8 is a photo from the still body cam, and it's of the victim's body. Number 9 is also a photo from the body cam of the victim's body. Number 10, the body cam of Officer Gibbons. Both victims are shown. One is deceased and one is nude, and life-saving measures are being taken. Commonwealth's Exhibit 11, the autopsy report, will be unsealed. Commonwealth's Exhibit 12, the autopsy report of Mr. Ryan, will be unsealed. Number 11 was Ms. Banfield. Number 13 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's deceased. Number 15 is a photo of Joseph Ryan deceased. Number 20 is a photo of Joseph Ryan deceased. 22 is a photo of an autopsy of Ms. Banfield. 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33, and 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 are all photos of the autopsy of Ms. Banfield. Number 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, and 71, and 72 are all FetLife conversations which will be unsealed.
Oh, we're getting all the
Number
FetLife
98
conversations.
is a photo aerial view of the house, but Mr. Ryan's body is in the photo. Number 9, a photo of Mr. Ryan's body on the floor. 100 is a photo of closer up of Mr. Ryan's body on the floor. 101 is also Mr. Ryan's body. 101A is that same photo with annotations. 101B is the same photo with annotations. 123 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 123A is the same picture with annotations. 123B is the same picture with
Heck yeah.
annotations. 124 is also a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 170A is a photo of 171 with annotations, which is a picture of Joseph Ryan on the floor, deceased. 172 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's as well on the floor. 174A is that same photo with annotations. 181 is a photo of Joseph Ryan's body. 221 photo is of Joseph Ryan's body. 221A is the same photo with annotations. 241 is a photo of the body-worn camera, a still photo with the victim, Mr. Ryan, on the carpet at the crime scene. As far as defense sealed exhibits, the body cam video of Officer Palmer has the body of both Joseph Ryan and life-saving measures being taken from Ms. Banfield at the crime scene. And number 87 is a body cam video of Officer Casanova without audio, and the minor child victim is present for a significant portion of the video.
Aw, thank you for the reminder to hit that like
119
button.
is a Gmail
and
log
the
for FetLife, which I
2HG.
will unseal. So I will
Oh,
give you
we're getting more
a
FetLife,
copy of
the login
those, and I'll
info.
highlight the ones that I'm unsealing. They're already highlighted.
I appreciate that very much. And just for the record, I'd like to add that in the Noor case that we cited,
Sure.
the court did order the availability of redacted video and documentary records.
Yeah, redact
And
the
in the AP case from the Fourth Circuit, the court held that administrative burdens are not a sufficient compelling reason to keep things. And so I really feel like, there's a way that public can have access to some of this, even if they don't have the specific, very graphic
And
images.
the exhibit is the exhibit, and I take the exhibit as it is. All right? Thank you very
Understood.
much for
Thank
your
you, Your
motion,
Honor.
and have a good day, Ms. Smith.
She said,
All
get
right,
out of
Do you have
here.
anything then until 10 o'clock?
No, ma'am.
All right, I will go
All right, they're gonna
ahead
be on
and
break.
get the instructions put together in the order I'm going to do them, get a copy of them, and if you want to stay here, I'll get you the copies so you can be prepared for your opening statements, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, chat. So let's do a quick recap on all of that. I mean, the FetLife stuff is going to be unsealed, but it seems like anything that might have any indication of, they're not going to release something where Christine is present in the footage or Joseph Ryan's present in the footage, even despite a request. What about if there were redactions to the video? And I think this is a more conservative approach to access to certain documents. One example I'm thinking of is in the Courtney Clenny case. I have released body cam footage that I obtained in full. I put in the request because the media only put out a small portion of it. The way they delivered it to me, they didn't redact anything. Like, I had to go and blur out, like, a witness came by and provided their address and phone number. None of that stuff was blurred out. They didn't bleep it out. You could see the officer writing it on his paper. Additionally, the victim, the decedent, he was visible in the body cam. And at first he's not all that visible, right? You can just kind of like see his shoulder. But then his penis is showing. Like, I'm not kidding. This is how they, like, in a response, a very quick response, I didn't have to fight to get it. They just, whoop, here you go. So when you watch that on my channel, usually if I have an exhibit, I just share it as it is. But those I had to go through, and I had to put a little disclaimer that, I added some censorship. I added some censors. It was a lot. It was a lot. So it's just different to see different states, different judges, how things play out differently. That even if we have a request like, hey, can you release portions of the body cam? Maybe the body cam's an hour long, and the first 10 minutes, the cop is standing with the two individuals who were stabbed and or shot. Can we get the portion after that? But this is kind of like more of a wholesale, nope, we're not even going to bother doing any redactions and releasing in part. So I think that's a very conservative approach. It's against my philosophy of transparency. I would be more receptive to it. Yes, we can release with redactions. So there's me. Yes, very much a Florida, the Sunshine State. So let's see. Who appoints that person, or is an automatic part of that process? So are you talking about Miss Smith that did the arguments? LZ? Just wanted to check. Also, thank you again for the super here. Big appreciation you guys for hitting that like button. Everything is fine over here, says he looks worried, and he should be. Let's do a quick recap here. So let me pull up the docket for you guys. The dockets for both cases. And yes, the one case number is legitimately case ending in 666. So, let's see. All right, so here we are. These are the two criminal cases. And we just heard the state made a decision here that they're only going to proceed in, as far as the case ending in 666, we're just going to call it the murder trial, the murders trial. They're going to proceed with 1, with 4, and with 5. So they're keeping this firearm, use of a firearm in a felony, the felony being 1 or 2 of these. And the jury is going to be asked to consider the aggravated murder of multiple persons within a single transaction is the indictment language. We'll read what it says in the statute in a second. And then aggravated murder of multiple people in a 3-year period. Now, I would imagine that if the jury comes back and just convicts on both of these, that they would merge for the purpose of sentencing, which practically isn't going to make much of a difference, because I imagine it's going to be 2 life sentences. But you know, as a matter of law, they'd end up merging those sentences if the jury came back on both. The language there, let's look at the language. So for one of the counts, it's going to be worded in the jury instructions as something like the willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of more than one person. So both of these aggravated counts have to be, you find the defendant guilty of the willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of 2 people. 2 people. So to me, the only option on the table is you think this was planned. This was not a heat of passion. This was not a, you know, someone else set this up, or Joseph Ryan and Christine were actually having consensual relations, but things went haywire when you walked in and Joseph Ryan realized you weren't just part of the role play and things just went crazy. That's all, those possibilities are off the table. This is strictly Brendan Banfield planned to kill these 2 individuals. That's what the jury's got left as far as the murder counts. And then the use of the firearm for that action. And then the other language is pretty much the same, but instead of being within a single transaction, it's the willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of more than one person within a 3-year period. So the jury could go, hey, this is kind of confusing. Why are we looking at these 2 choices? They're kind of the same. Let's just pick one of them. So that's how the Virginia statutes for aggravated murder as applicable to this case are worded. And then if we look over at the second case, which is part of what the jury's hearing here, the state is not moving forward with count 2. That was abuse, child abuse, and I guess disregard for life. They're speaking about it in layman's terms in court, it seems like, but just using the term neglect. But they are moving forward with what they're calling endangerment. So, and that falls under cruelty, injury to a child. And that's going to be the concept of bringing Valerie into the home when all of this was going down. Again, the theory here is people might do weird things, unexpected things in an emergency, and maybe not think twice about where exactly a person's standing while they're trying to render aid to somebody else. But if this was a plan, those types of explanation are off the table. Your plan would involve, hey, just put Valerie in the house while we go do bad things. So that's what we've got. Anything else? I think we didn't really have, we just had media. They're going to take out some of the model jury instruction, the charges, the individual charges of like, hey, this is how this is defined. Like, we're not going to see the waterfall for the lesser includeds. We're not going to see a definition of heat of passion. But unfortunately, while they were going through what they were going to remove and not include in the instructions they read to the jury, they were kind of like, what about S? What about M? And we couldn't actually see what they were talking about. So for some of it, we're just going to hear it as it's delivered when it's delivered to the jury. Do you guys want to do a poll? Do you guys want to do a poll now that we have it narrowed down to it's either this was premeditated, this is a plan, or that's it? And for the sake of the poll, I mean, maybe we'll do a goofier poll later where we can pick between 3-year period or single transaction. But for the sake of this poll, let's just do, would you convict on aggravated murder, either of them, or not? And this is going to be, would you convict? We'll do a separate poll on reasonable doubt. So would you personally convict? If you were to take this case back into the jury room right now, what would you tell your fellow jurors? A yay or a nay? And I'll put an option where you think you could be swayed. Okay. Would you? All right, so the poll is live. So Max, I think slightly different. Like, would you as an individual person versus the next poll we're going to do is, do you think the jury is going to come back with that verdict, which would mean 12 people? Because I think there might be people that, heck yeah, I'm convicting, but I don't know if all 12 will, and people that are like, I wouldn't convict, but I think 12 other people might. So that's going to be the distinction between the two polls. Do you guys want to start watching a bit of Juliana's testimony for the next 30 minutes? We'll sprinkle that throughout the day, I guess. Let's see, that was what? Day 2? Day 1? Yeah, day 1, like 5 hours in. Oh, oop. Okay. I think I've got her queued up. And we'll let this vote go for like 5 minutes, and then I'll swap it. We'll swap it. Oh, wait, you guys want to see the walk-in? Hold on, let's watch the walk-in. This was a very critical part of my Titanic video. That's where the screenshot of his face comes from. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Nope, they're not doing lesser charges. It's a state's decision. So they don't want the opportunity to split the baby. The eyes. Like a lady.
Have a seat. All right, are we ready for the jury? Ready for the jury, Mr. Carroll? Okay.
Let me put up a banner. Amanda thought she was called back. She's in the white shirt again. They unsegregated her yesterday, so she can go back to her cell with her inmate that's teaching her about trauma.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Commonwealth, your next witness.
Is Juliana Peres Magalhães.
All right, ma'am, if you could
I forgot about this pronunciation. There's been so many pronunciations of her name. Let's run that back.
Is
Gentlemen, Commonwealth, your next witness.
Is Juliana Peres Magalhães.
All right, ma'am, if you could stand and face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under
I
penalty
agree,
of law?
Jenny, that if you were
Now
worried,
you can have a seat.
you'd look worried if your life was in the hands of 12 people. I totally agree.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Yes, Juliana, Juliana Perez, Beres, Magalhães, Magalhaes.
And how old are you now, Juliana?
25.
And do you know the defendant?
Yes.
What's his name?
Brendan Banfield,
When did you meet him?
back in October 2021, 22.
When did you meet him? When did you meet him?
Well, can you specify? Sorry.
When did you first meet him?
In person when I first came to the States, and before that, through a video call with the family.
Okay. Do you recall what month or year that was?
When I came to the States,
Yes.
it was October
Do you know what year?
2021.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Banfield, what was your relationship to him?
It's professional. He was my boss.
And you said he was your boss.
Yeah.
What was your job?
I was their au pair.
And so you said you worked as an au pair. What does that mean?
Au pair is like a nanny position, but somebody comes from another country providing care for their kids, and in exchange they live with their family, and yeah.
Okay.
basically.
Do you get paid to be an au pair?
Yes,
How much?
The old $200.
$200 a week.
And how long of a stay did you have as an au pair?
We can have from a year to 2 years, but as an au pair, I stayed for a year.
Okay. And did you, so you arrived, you said you arrived in October of 2021, and you said you stayed for a year?
Yeah,
And then did you extend that stay?
yes.
And how long did you extend the stay for?
I think I might have extended for another year.
Let's talk about when you lived with the Banfield family and worked for them as their au pair. Where did you live?
I lived in their house, in their home.
Okay. And who lived there with you?
It was Brendan, his wife Christine, and their daughter.
And we know who Brendan is.
Yeah.
Who's Christine?
Christine was Brendan's wife.
And you said their daughter?
Yeah,
What was their daughter's name?
Valerie.
What was your life like with them?
With the family,
Yeah, when you first got there, what was it like?
it was kind of a period for me to adapt to the family, to my job, to the country. But I was very welcome, I guess.
And what was Brendan like when you first came to live with the family and be their au pair?
We barely spoke, like, my relationship was mostly with Christine and Valerie. Brendan and I barely spoke at all. It was just,
Okay. What was Christine like?
Christine was very friendly, very welcoming, very fair. Yeah,
Did you spend time with her and spend time with Valerie together?
yes,
And did you spend time on your own with Christine?
maybe a couple times going to a store or, yeah.
Do you recall if Christine had a blood disorder?
I heard about it, yes.
And do you know the name of it?
I do not know.
Do you know if she took any medication for it?
As far as I know, no.
What was Valerie like?
Valerie is very loving, very caring. She's just,
How old was Valerie when you met her in 2021?
she was 3.5, I guess.
I'm sorry, say that again?
3.5.
And were there any other children that were living in the Banfields' home while you lived there too?
No,
Do you know if they had an au pair before you were their au pair?
yeah,
Who was that?
it was Amanda.
And when you began working for the Banfields, do you need a minute? When you began working for the Banfields, do you remember what their jobs were?
Yeah,
Do you know what their jobs were?
yeah. Christina was RN, and Brenda was working, I guess, as an investigator for the IRS.
At some point, while you were working for the Banfield family, did your relationship with the defendant change?
Yes,
How did it change?
it became sexual, physical relationship.
And do you recall when the relationship changed?
It was August 2022.
And did you keep the relationship, this new relationship with the defendant, did you keep this a secret?
For my part, some of my friends, they knew because I told them, and I used to post on my Instagram. But for his part, yeah, it was a secret.
Okay. You said you told some friends about it.
Yeah,
Do you remember which friends you told?
I told Beatrice about it and Pamela.
And did you take any photos of you and the defendant after you began a romantic or physical relationship?
Yes,
And you said you had posted some things to social media?
yes.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of photos. And if I could have this view be to the witness and counsel only, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54. This is 51, 52, 53, and 54. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
It's me and Brendan.
And are these social media posts that you made?
Yes,
Judge, at this time, what I would ask the court to do is admit these as Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54.
All right, any objection? Okay, 51, 52, 53, and 54 in evidence.
And we can publish the first one to the jury.
Shout out to Moses. I'm like
Can you tell
slowly
us who's under the
perusing through the
emoji here?
chat. Big thank you to Moses Dupree, gifting 10 green memberships. That means you guys can use the Judge Penney. We also have Elaine Bredehoft in there. And no, this channel didn't exist when the Johnny Depp trial was happening. But there's been so many what if anythings and Judge Penney moments that we brought back those two iconic faces. So thanks to Moses, you can now use those emojis and others. Big thank you for showing some love, some support, and giving 10 people the memberships here. And thanks for hanging out with us. It's nice to see you pop in these last few days.
it's Brendan.
And then a couple of these have noise. And then this one, Commonwealth's 53, can you describe who this is?
It's Brendan's hand,
And whose leg is that?
my legs.
And the date on the photo that is posted, is that the date that the photo was taken?
Yes,
And this photo here, Commonwealth's 54, who's under the emoji?
it's Brendan.
Do you know when this photo was taken
It's from the same day as the previous picture.
as the previous one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I want to go back to 52.
Oh, I wish we could see his face when this is playing.
And in that post, who is present in that post?
His person behind the emoji,
And who is behind the emoji?
Brendan.
And is it you and Brendan singing in that post?
Yes,
So you began a sexual relationship with the defendant in August of 2022 when you were how old?
I was
Amanda was the previous
21.
au pair.
And when this relationship began, did you ever think about how it might end?
No, I didn't really think it was serious, a relationship.
And did the defendant ever talk with you about any long-term plans for the two of you?
Not initially.
Not initially. Did he ever, though?
Yes,
When did that talk start?
I think it started after he talked about his plan.
Okay. And did he ever talk about the two of you getting married or the two of you having children?
Yes,
And do you recall when that talk began?
also after he mentioned his plan.
Did he ever talk about his relationship with his wife, Christine Banfield?
Sometimes it would come up in our conversation and he would talk about it.
And what did he say?
He used to say that she didn't seem to care about what he was doing. She didn't seem to care about him at all. And that she was helpless and just lazy.
Do you recall when he said those things?
When?
Yes.
Well, many times during our conversation when she came up.
And did he ever talk to you about anything else about his relationship? Did he ever talk about getting a divorce with her?
No, he basically said divorce was not an option.
Did he say why?
Money was involved.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Money.
Okay. Anything else?
Money was involved in Valerie's custody too.
And what about those things? Did he say anything specifically about money or Valerie's custody?
Yeah, he said that he didn't want to have to share Valerie with Christine, that she wasn't good for Valerie. So he wanted to have Valerie full time. And money, because she should have more money than he would if they ever split.
And so he didn't want to get divorced. Did he tell you what he wanted to do?
All right, I'm
Yes.
ending the poll chat.
What did he
Final minute
say?
for the poll.
He mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
And you said he mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
Yeah.
When did he talk about that first?
I would say it was in October 2022.
And what specifically was his plan to get rid of her?
Initially, he didn't really know what he would do. He just mentioned that he was thinking about it, and he would think better and let me know when he thought about it. Yeah,
Where were the two of you when this first conversation took place?
New York.
And were you on a trip to New York with only him?
It was him and Valerie.
What did you think when he told you that?
At first, I thought he was joking. for me, it was a joke.
And you said that
I don't get why they didn't pull up like the Discord messages or letters. One of the things I think is the most interesting about this case is watching the way other people versus how I myself on a first thought, right? You know, but your gut instinct reaction to hearing things like what we heard yesterday when Brendan was confronted on cross-examination with these Discord messages where, oh, one of the letters from jail too, she's breaking up with you, isn't she? She's saying she's gonna go date other people. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's toast. Like, he was fighting for her. And I'm like, okay, that actually could be true now that you say it. But my gut instinct hearing that is that's someone hanging out the bait saying, well, if you don't come get it, you're going to lose it. And I just think it's like, I think it's important to see how people react to certain things that way. That being said, I think it's very interesting the state didn't have her speak about some of these pieces of correspondence that do come in as evidence through Juliana. Like, I don't think there's something barring the state asking Juliana about some of these things. So, also, we ended the poll. So our poll ended, would you convict on ag murder? And again, this is, of course, before we've watched closing arguments. So when we get to closing arguments, feel free to say, hey, you know, this closing argument's really doing it for me. I didn't think of that. And express if you change your mind. But pre-closing arguments, we have, would you convict? Yes for 46%, 33% say no, and 21% say I could be swayed to convict. And I want to be clear, that's just a short way to fit that into a poll. But being swayed to convict doesn't just mean somebody's going to peer pressure you into something, although I wonder and imagine that that does happen in some jury verdicts. It's just a shorthand way to say, hey, if you go back in deliberations and you're stuck on an issue and you can go through the evidence and you can process it and think about it and consider what everybody else is thinking and then come to a certain conclusion. That's what that answer can encompass. I just can't fit that all in a YouTube option. So thank you guys for participating in the poll. We'll play this for the next 8 minutes. Remember, we're going to have court picking back up at the hour, so we've got 8 minutes.
you were in New York when that conversation happened.
Yeah.
Did the three of you return to Virginia after that trip?
Yes, we did.
And did he talk about this plan again after you returned?
Yeah.
And did he give you more information or more detail about what he intended to have happen?
Yeah, he said he wasn't going to hire anybody because that is something that throughout investigation can be discovered easily. And that he had heard of a website called Fat Life. He's never done anything on the website, but he heard about it, and that's what he was going to do.
And did he tell you anything more about the plan at this point?
At that point, not really. He was still thinking about it.
And at the end of October of 2022, did you visit a shooting range?
Yes.
And did anyone come with you?
Brendan?
The first time that you went to the shooting range, do you recall signing any paperwork?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to display a photograph. I would ask for the display to be to the witness and counsel only.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to look at the screen in front of you. Do you have, is there a document on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna scroll through this document for you slowly.
Just for the record, could you, the exhibit number of the
Oh,
document?
it is exhibit number 56.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the waiver you have to sign when you first go to the shooting range.
And did you sign this?
Yeah,
Is that your signature there on page 6?
yes,
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 56 and allow for it to be published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, 56 in evidence and published.
And I'm going to just bring it back up to the top so that the jury can see it. Do you recall the date on the form?
yeah, October 29, 2022.
All right, the poll is live. To simplify it, it's verdict prediction on murder. I didn't want to add in all the options of like, well, split or like one of the ag murders, or they're going to vote both ag murders. So it's just, do you think he's going to be found guilty of murder by whichever way? Do you think the jury's going to hang? Do you think it's going to be not guilty? So again, this is what you think the verdict is going to be, not what you personally would decide.
And on that date, do you recall shooting a firearm?
Yes,
Do you remember if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it was a handgun.
And was the defendant with you while you were firing the handgun on that day?
Yes,
Did you ever go back to the firing range again?
eventually we did.
Do you remember when you went back to the firing range?
I'd say back in December.
And did you practice firing a firearm on that December visit?
Yes,
And again, what kind of firearm? Do you recall if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it's a handgun.
And was anyone with you when you returned to the firing range in December?
It's Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask for the view of Commonwealth 56 to be terminated to the gallery. And I am going to move to Commonwealth's 57 for the view of the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you see a photograph on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's me at the shooting range.
And do you know who took this picture?
Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I am going to ask to have this admitted as Commonwealth's 57.
All right, any objection to 57? All right, 57 evidence and published.
Did the defendant tell you why he wanted to return to the firing range for that second visit?
Yes,
And why was that?
that's in case I need to use it if something goes wrong.
And what would go wrong? What was he concerned about going wrong? Had he told you more of his plan at this point?
At that point specifically, I can't really recall.
But he told you that he wanted you at the firing range because you needed, in case something went wrong.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
After the December visit to the shooting range, what, if any, additional steps did the defendant take to move his plan forward?
It was in January when I created the account on the website.
Okay. So were you present when he created the FetLife account?
Yes,
And did he use his own email address to create the account?
no, he did not.
What email address did he use?
He created a new email account for Christine, and Christine's name.
And were you there when he created that email address?
Yeah, yeah.
And do you recall what device he used to create the email address?
To her laptop,
And when you say her laptop, whose laptop are you talking about?
Christine's laptop.
And do you recall what device he used to create the FetLife account?
That was the laptop.
And when you say the laptop, are you talking about Christine's laptop?
Yes,
And do you recall the name of the profile that the defendant created for the FetLife account?
Anastasia Knight.
And was there a photograph added to that profile?
Yes,
Who is the photograph of?
it's Christine's body in a bathing suit.
And who added the photograph to the profile?
Brendan did.
And who typed the words for the profile?
He did.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Brendan did.
Okay. If I could have the view terminated to the gallery at this point. And I am going to ask for exhibits 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65, all photographs, to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. I'm going to show you a series of screenshots, and then I'm going to ask you about them. So this is 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65. Do you recognize these photos, these screenshots?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
As the FetLife account.
And Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth's 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 to be admitted under seal and published to the jury only.
All right. No objection. All right, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, admitted under seal.
Okay, well, I'm going to run back through them.
58.
Okay. So Commonwealth's 58, is this the FetLife profile that was posted?
Yes.
And the about section here that we can see, who wrote the words in that? Who composed that?
Brendan.
And then in 59, Commonwealth's 59, is this also a part of the FetLife profile?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 60, is this the photograph that was used as the profile photo for the FetLife
Yes.
profile? And then Commonwealth's 61 here, is this the group, for lack of a better word, that this profile was posted in?
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat it again, please?
Sure. This photograph here, Commonwealth 61, is this the group within FetLife that you use to communicate with other users?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 62, is this the post that you and Brendan used on FetLife?
Is there an object? What's your objection, Mr. Leading? Okay,
Okay, understood.
all right. I'll
Take-
sustain the objection.
Take a look at Commonwealth 62. Can you describe for us what it is?
It's a post made on the profile
And what website was this posted on?
of FetLife.
And what was the reason for posting it?
It was what the account was first created, I guess, and to tell people what she was looking for.
And whose idea was it to post this?
Hmm?
Whose idea was it to?
All right, let's check court, you guys, because I hear some rustling.
All right. So there was a little
Little blip, Judge.
blip, but
blip?
we seems to have taken care of it. We got your clean parts now, and then you had the 20 that you wanted to put the two together, which, if you want to take a look at it,
Yes.
if you want to approach.
Yes, ma'am.
just- You wanted to add 20, but you had two 20s. So we combined them, Shannon combined them for you. Does that
Yeah,
And there's no objection to 20?
no, ma'am.
All right. So what we'll do, no problem. So what we'll do, this is the order I'm going to read them in for the
Davis.
record, and we have copies for the attorneys and for the court reporter for right now. Then we'll get copies for the jurors as well. All right, so the jury instructions will be read. Instruction A, C, D, E, U, V as in Victor, L, I, M, F, G, X, N, O, P, T, 2, 4, 10, 12, 16, 36, and 20. Okay? All right. Is there anything else before we bring the jury out?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I think this one's on.
All right, so jury's coming in. We got to play I Spy and see if we can get this bailiff's name. Don't stare them down.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I swear, juror number 2, I'm going to have to put you on the payroll. You keep that door open every time you come back. I really appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in this case. All right, before the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will give you the instructions of the law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in their closing arguments, the lawyers will refer to the testimony and other evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 12 jurors of what the evidence in this case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, remember your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence, and you should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, a reminder that the court has sealed the names of the jurors for a year. Just wanted to make sure I remind you of that. Okay, as far as the jury instructions are involved, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the jury room with you, and we'll make copies for all 12 jurors, okay? So you don't need to take notes on them right now, but I would ask for your attention when I read them, okay? With respect to the instructions I'm about to give, you might notice that at the top of them, some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered. You don't have to concern yourself with that. You're just looking at the body of the instruction themselves, okay? Some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the Commonwealth's case and the defendant's theory of the case, okay?
I like that explanation.
Brendan Banfield is presumed to be innocent. You should not assume that he is guilty because he has been charged and is on trial. This presumption of innocence remains with him throughout the trial and is enough to require you to find him not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth proves each and every element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. This does not require proof beyond all possible doubt, nor is the Commonwealth required to disprove every conceivable circumstance of innocence. However, suspicion or probability of guilt is not enough for a conviction. There is no burden on Brendan Banfield to produce any evidence. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based on your sound judgment after a full and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. Any fact that may be proved by direct evidence may also be proved by circumstantial evidence. That is, you may draw all reasonable conclusions from the evidence. You may convict Brendan Banfield on circumstantial evidence alone, or on circumstantial evidence combined with other evidence if you believe from all the evidence that he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. When the Commonwealth relies upon circumstantial evidence, the circumstances proved must be consistent with guilt and inconsistent with innocence. It is not sufficient that the circumstances proved create a suspicion of guilt, however strong, or even a probability of guilt. The evidence as a whole must exclude every reasonable theory of innocence. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified. their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any has been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you've considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may decide which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. If you believe from the evidence that a witness other than Brendan Banfield previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, the only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is for its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said is true. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number two, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number three, that the killings occurred within a 3-year period. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime is charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with the crime of aggravated murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that the defendant killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. And number two, that the killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And number three, that the killings occurred as part of the same act or transaction. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find the defendant guilty of the aggravated murder of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements of the crime, then you shall find the defendant not guilty. Willful, deliberate, and premeditated means a specific intent to kill adopted at some time before the killing, but which need not exist for any particular length of time. A willful act is one done with a bad purpose or without justifiable excuse, or without ground for believing it is lawful. A willful act is intentional or knowing or voluntary as distinguished from accidental. The terms bad purpose or without justifiable excuse require knowledge that the particular conduct will likely result in injury or illegality. To prove the charge of murder, the Commonwealth does not have to prove a motive for the killing. The presence or absence of a motive may be considered in arriving at your verdict. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of using a firearm while committing or attempting to commit murder. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield used a firearm. And number two, that the use occurred while Brendan Banfield was committing or attempting to commit murder. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt each of the above elements of the crime is charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. A firearm is any instrument that is capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder. A firearm is also an object that is not capable of expelling a projectile by force or gunpowder, but gives the appearance of being able to do so. The existence of a firearm may be proved by circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, or both. Brendan Banfield is charged with the crime of child endangerment. The Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the following elements of that crime. Number one, that Brendan Banfield had custody of Valerie Banfield, who was a child under the age of 18. And number two, that he willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. If you find from the evidence that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt both of the above elements of the crime as charged, then you shall find Brendan Banfield guilty of child endangerment. If you find that the Commonwealth has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt either or both of the elements of the crime, then you shall find Brendan Banfield not guilty. The fact that Brendan Banfield has been indicted by a grand jury is not evidence against him, and you should not consider it. If there is concert of action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participated in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. You may infer that every person intends the natural and probable consequences of his acts. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of the defendant as the person who committed the crimes charged. If the Commonwealth has not met this burden, you must find the defendant not guilty. You may consider the character of the defendant when proven by the evidence, whether good or bad, along with the other factors and circumstances in the case in determining his guilt or innocence. The statements presented to you as having been made by the defendant are submitted for your consideration along with all the other evidence. The weight, value, credibility, and reliability of those statements are questions for your determination. If you believe from the evidence that the defendant previously made a statement inconsistent with his testimony at this trial, that previous statement may be considered by you as proof that what the defendant previously said is true. Juliana Peres Magalhães has testified that she was an accomplice in the commission of the crime charged in the indictment. While you may find your verdict upon her uncorroborated testimony, you should consider such testimony with great care, and you are cautioned as to the danger of convicting the defendant upon the uncorroborated testimony of an accomplice. Nevertheless, if you are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, the defendant may be convicted upon the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice. If you believe that the defendant was without fault in provoking or bringing on the killing of Joseph Ryan, and if you further believe that the defendant reasonably feared under the circumstances that they appeared to him, that he or others were in danger of being killed or that he or others were in danger of great bodily harm, then the killing was in self-defense and you should find the defendant not guilty. The defendant contends that he acted in defense of another person. Under Virginia law, this defense is governed by the same principles that apply to self-defense. Number one, burden of proof. If the evidence raises a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant acted in lawful defense of another, the jury must find him not guilty. Number two, reasonable belief of imminent danger. The defendant must have had a reasonable belief that the person he sought to protect was in imminent danger of bodily harm. All right, closing arguments.
All right, closing, guys. That was quick. She got right through that.
And if we can have the display for the jury activated from our table, and it does include sealed exhibits, so we'd ask it not be displayed to the gallery.
All right.
To the jury and not
Yes,
to the
please.
gallery.
Thank
All
you.
right, so keep in mind, as we go through this, when they're talking about something, keep reminding yourself that the jury is likely seeing things, even if we're not. Like, just keep that top of mind.
You good? Okay. Good morning. Thank you so much, not just for what you're going to do today, but for all of the time that you have spent carefully considering the evidence that we've been able to put before you, for the attention that you've paid, for the notes that you've taken, for the time that you've given up away from your daily lives, your jobs, and your families. Without your work here, Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan would not be able to find justice. So thank you. The judge has read the instructions to you. They'll go back to the jury room with you, and you're going to have those as your guide in making your decision. I would draw your attention to the fact that you've been given 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of use of a firearm in commission of murder, and 1 count of child endangerment. Talking first about the aggravated murder instructions. They have 3 parts. You'll first need to find that Brendan Banfield killed Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. You'll need to find that those killings were willful, deliberate, and premeditated. You'll need to find for one of the counts that those 2 murders occurred within a 3-year period, and for the other count that those 2 murders occurred within the same transaction or occurrence. We know that they were killed during the same event within the Banfield residence, so that should knock that one out for you. 3 years, pretty simple as well. We know that they occurred on the same day. It's the first element that we're going to talk about, that Brendan Banfield killed both Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. We know that on February 24th, 2023, he executed his plan to murder his wife and an innocent stranger. He was in love with Juliana. He can pretend that this was a fling, an affair, he'd had them before, no big deal. He was in love with Juliana. He was afraid of losing her. He needed to get rid of his wife so that they could be together, so that they could marry, so that they could have those babies that he was picking out names for. Juliana told us how the plan was crafted and how it played out that morning in the Banfield house. But you've heard directly from our detectives and our experts the uncontradicted evidence of Brendan Banfield's culpability. You needn't rely only on Juliana's story. There has been a plethora of evidence to help you meet your burden in this case. Let's walk through just the highlights. Our digital evidence. While the digital evidence cannot tell us definitively who was behind the screen, we heard that a bunch. We know that to be true. What it can tell us is that Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães are more likely to be the ones to have set up Joe Ryan to come into the house to fake rape Christine on February 24th. There is no digital history, none, of Christine Banfield using dating sites, fetish sites, searching for pornography, talking to other men prior to the January inception of this scheme. Brendan told you that more than 10 years ago, there were incidents of affairs involving rough sex. But you have zero evidence to corroborate that self-serving statement. Think about the 2 days of Mr. Litsky's testimony for the defense and the 3 times that Detective Miller was called to this stand. If there was one scintilla of evidence that supported these claims of infidelity, of interest in sexual violence, don't you think you might have heard about it? The FetLife and Telegram contacts all occur on Christine's laptop, frequently while her phone is in use with something completely innocuous. You remember the frozen tickets, the Lululemon shopping, the family vacations the day before the murder? 2 devices, 2 different people. The FetLife and Telegram usage only ever occurred when Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães are in the home.
And?
Is it at all plausible
An or,
that this
not an
woman
and.
wouldn't take advantage of an empty house to engage in her plans for adultery? That on the 2 weekends that her husband and the nanny are out of the house, those are the 2 weekends where we see 0 FetLife activity, 0 Telegram activity? Let's look at the chats themselves. Slide 1. How many potential targets were turned down by Juliana and Brendan because they wanted to meet in person first? Because they wanted to talk on the phone? Because they wanted pictures that included Christine's face? Does this make any sense for someone seeking a new relationship in an area of sexual exploration that would be new to them? Why would the real Christine Banfield have been concerned about taking these safety precautions? For that matter, why would the real Christine Banfield have been searching for someone who was willing to engage in knife play when she had a blood clotting disorder? Why would Christine use a phone from a gym bathroom, a photo from a phone taken in a gym bathroom when she has all of these far better pictures available? That one keeps stumping us. There are so many more whys, and I'm sure you have plenty of them in your own heads, but the answer is the same to all of these whys, because it wasn't Christine. It was Brendan Banfield with the help of Juliana. Let's talk about our physical evidence. You heard from Detective Leach, Dr. Kessler, Ms. McCarthy, Dr. Greenspoon, Ms. Colombo. She was up there forever with all those lab sheets. They gave us a million things to think about. Slide 4. Christine Banfield died as a result of 7 stab wounds to her neck. She suffered massive blood loss. Next, the knife Brendan used to kill her was a kitchen knife with an approximately 4-inch blade, the kind you use for chopping up vegetables. This was the knife that Joe Ryan brought because Anastasia asked him to. This was not the killing knife that Brendan Banfield had envisioned for his scheme. Next, Joe Ryan was shot twice. Once in the head by Brendan Banfield, incapacitating him. A second time by Juliana in the chest, tearing a large hole through his heart and lodging in his spine. His wounds were rapidly fatal, according to Dr. Kessler, and we saw that there was little to no blood from the chest wound. Iris Daly-Graf told you that he would have been incapable of movement following that second shot. Next. We saw evidentiary confirmation of the affair. The semen stains on Juliana's bed sheets, We also saw the photos of Juliana's clothing moved into the primary bedroom when the search warrant was executed in October following the murders. We saw the photos of Brendan and Juliana together, both before and after the murders. Her photos from her Instagram, their family photos in the bedroom after the murder. We saw the records from the shooting range for the purchase of the gun and the training of Juliana to shoot it. Slide 8. We saw the deactivation of the automatic locking feature on the front door at 5:47 a.m. the morning of the murders, done from Christine's phone by the person who knew how the locking system operated, Brendan Banfield. We saw Christine's phone turned off at 6:46 a.m. and hidden in a drawer in a bar table in the kitchen. This is just not where you keep your phone. This is not where we heard that this woman kept her phone. This is not where a person who's about to engage in potentially risky behavior puts her source of help. A floor away, turned off, in a drawer, off to the side of the kitchen. Just doesn't make sense. We saw Brendan Banfield drive to McDonald's and hang out, waiting for the call from Juliana. We see their call records, 10 and 11, between Juliana, Christine's phone, which is turned off, Brendan, Christine's phone, which is turned off. They're creating a record. It's a plan. It is premeditated. We see this false attempt to check in on Christine so that they can tell the story to the police when they arrive, that they did everything they possibly could. Next, we see the lock at the top of the basement door that Brendan Banfield did not think to engage to protect his daughter. Even under his own version of this event, he agrees he didn't think about it. He left his 4-year-old child in the basement with guns out, stranger in the house, and something happening that caused him to be concerned. We heard the 911 calls. We have a hang-up at 7:47 with Joe moaning in the background, and then a 15-minute gap before anyone calls 911 back. 8:02, 15 minutes between when someone in that house thought the police should be there and when they finally asked for help. We saw the body-worn camera and the photos from the scene. Blankets piled near the bodies. Brendan Banfield kneeling on this blue towel. The towel that has very little staining, completely inconsistent with having been used to stop the flow of blood coming from Christine's neck. We heard that the carpet was soaked through to the subfloor. We saw Brendan Banfield's handcuffs that he didn't use. Magazines full of bullets he didn't shoot, collected from him after the murders. And finally, the blood evidence. You heard from Lieutenant Giacchio and former Deputy Chief Bruce that it was Iris Dallygraph's report that finally pushed this case over the edge and brought the charges against Mr. Banfield months before Juliana decided to flip. That's how strong this evidence is. That's how reliable this evidence is. Ms. Dallygraph walked us through so many inconsistencies in this scene, proving that it had been manipulated. And you heard absolutely nothing from the defense about this evidence. Mr. Banfield gave you zero explanation for any of this evidence. Slide 15. They have provided no explanation for Christine's blood smeared on the right hand of Joe Ryan, leaving voids between the fingers. They have no explanation for the blood smeared across the top of the right onto the left, leaving that void on Joe Ryan's hand where they had been overlapping.
I think that can be explained by somebody holding a knife.
For that matter,
So-
you have no explanation from defense for how his hands came to be in that position, neatly folded on his chest, covering the bullet wound that penetrated his spine, immobilizing him. How could that have happened if you are to believe Mr. Banfield? There's been no explanation for the bloody hand-like smears on Joseph Ryan's jeans containing Christine Banfield's DNA. There's been no explanation from defense for how his jeans ended up bunched under his rear. Next slide. There's been nothing to tell us why a mixture of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield's blood, a mixture, could possibly have been on the inside of his waistband at the buttonhole, on the button, and on the zipper. Nothing from the defense to explain how Joe Ryan could possibly have manipulated his pants after being shot in the head, given that no other bleeding wounds were present. If his blood is on those pants, on that button, on that zipper, he was bleeding when they were touched. How could he, Joseph Ryan, have been the one to touch his button, his zipper, the waistband of his pants, to pull them down in that fashion? Brendan told you he never touched Joseph Ryan. And yet we have distinctive finger-shaped parallel lines on Joseph Ryan's arm and small circular stains consistent with blood having been dropped from above while Joseph Ryan lay on his back. Next. And then there's the blood on Joe's hip. Blood that traveled onto his body and then ran down to the floor with the assistance of gravity while he lay prone. It couldn't have come from his chest. That wound barely bled. He was laying down when blood was shed. Makes it pretty impossible that he stabbed Christine Banfield.
Did she? What?
Christine was shed. Makes it pretty impossible that he stabbed Christine Banfield.
Oh, chat.
Next. On the other hand, Brendan Banfield has cast off on his jeans. He has blood all over his hands. The blood stains on the backpack don't line up with the position of its contents. The blood on Joe's face is not consistent with his final position. And I'm sorry, I'm back to Joe's hands. This scene was manipulated. And it wasn't by Joe. It wasn't by Christine. And according to him, Juliana didn't do it. You have zero explanation from the defense as to how all of this blood evidence can be as it is. The Commonwealth gave you an explanation. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães colluded to kill Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That makes sense. They created accounts, they chatted up potential victims, they got Joe Ryan into the house, and then they shot him. Brendan stabbed Christine, let her bleed out on the floor, and then dripped, smeared, and wiped her blood on Joseph Ryan's body to make it look like he had attacked Christine. Then they called the police. Brendan let Juliana take the fall, and it took a little bit of doing, but here we are, and it's his turn to be held accountable. All of this evidence can leave you with no doubt that Brendan Banfield killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. That is the first element of the aggravated homicide statute. The hard work is done. Element 2, that the killing was willful, done with a bad purpose, intentional, and deliberate. There can be no question in your minds as to the intentionality of this act, the deliberateness of this act. You must also find that it was premeditated, that at some point before the killing, he decided to kill Christine and Joe. I believe that we presented you with that evidence as well. For one of the offenses, you find that he killed 2 people within 3 years, as we've identified, same day, definitely within 3 years. For the other offense, you find that it was 2 people killed during the same transaction or occurrence. They were both killed in the room as part of the same plot, by the same person, same transaction or occurrence. The second offense is for the use of a firearm in the commission of the murders. We know from our experts that Joe Ryan died of his multiple gunshot wounds, one of which came from Brendan. If you have any question about whether or not Brendan can be held responsible when Juliana also shot Joseph Ryan, you'll have instruction O, that is concerted action. So I'm going to read to you what it says. If there is concerted action with the resulting crime, one of its incidental probable consequences, then whether such crime was originally contemplated or not, all who participate in any way in bringing it about are equally answerable and bound by the acts of every other person connected with the consummation of such resulting crime. Virginia makes it easy. Translate. If you think that Juliana Peres Magalhães and Brendan Banfield were working together to kill Christine and Joseph Ryan, then Brendan can be responsible for Joseph Ryan's death, regardless of which bullet did the most damage. It's not a test of either or. They were working together. That makes him equally responsible. The last charge is the endangerment to Valerie. So while in his custody, that the defendant willfully or negligently caused or permitted the life of such child to be endangered. He made it out to be Juliana's idea, but he brought Valerie into that home. He left her in the basement, knowing that Joe Ryan was upstairs. He left her in the basement while he shot and killed Joe Ryan. He left her in the basement while he stabbed his wife. He could have locked the door. He could have done this on a day she wasn't home. He could have made arrangements for someone else to have her overnight. But that didn't work with his plan. So he's guilty of this offense as well. I appreciate, again, all of the attention that you've given. I appreciate, again, all of the hard work you're about to face. Please be thoughtful in your deliberations. But at the end of the day, I don't think that there can be any reasonable doubt that Mr. Banfield has committed each and every one of the offenses that we have put before you today. Thank you.
All right, rate that closing out of 1 through 10, 0 through 10, 1 through 10.
You can. You just need to get the microphone.
10 being strong, of course.
Yeah.
That was about 22 minutes, her closing argument. I also dropped a Google Drive folder with the 2 Luigi Mangione docs in the chat. If you guys want to read those, I obviously can't really do a deep read, but they're there.
That's been a little bit of a problem, but I have it right on me at this point. I join in the Commonwealth's thanks for your attention, for the time that you've put into this. I intend to present to you with highlights of many of the things that we went through, but I can assure you I'm not going to be going through the evidence that's already been moved in. And it took a long time, and you were very patient, and everyone was very patient. Is that better, Your Honor?
Just a little further up.
Can everyone hear that? Okay. I'll try to speak a little louder. Ladies and gentlemen, I join in thanking you for your time, for your attention. You could see over the nearly 3 weeks that everybody was attentive, and that's something that is something that's crucial to this process, and so I thank you. When my children were younger, I used to walk out of the house and tell them, I'm going to defend the Constitution. They didn't have any idea what that was, and oftentimes that became, okay, whatever, Dad. I was a prosecutor then. I was a prosecutor in Fairfax County. And what that meant to me was you presented a case, no matter who it was, you presented a case where you looked at all possibilities and you looked at all evidence to determine and to make sure that you were pursuing someone that the evidence would support. In this case, this was quite unusual. When we first met for the initial opening, I talked to you about some things that I thought you should look into. I thought that you should have an ear towards what is it that they're going to present as evidence. And even I was surprised that the evidence that ultimately was presented by the Commonwealth was actually from my case. The only people that were called to testify from the Commonwealth's case in chief were for body cam video, police officers, a couple of those, and Detective Terry Leach. And he was the one who identified all of the scene photos. He identified many of the pieces of evidence that were brought in. And he was able to talk a little bit about things such as the blood stains on the gun, the blood stains next to the bed. And what he told you, ladies and gentlemen, and this was the extent of, I think, their testimony in their case, was that there are numerous things within this scene that we can see in pictures, but they were never tested. There are numerous things that became the centerpiece of the fantastic story that the Commonwealth tells, yet they were never tested. For example, if I were to have the opportunity to cross-examine, say, the chief detective of this case, I might ask, why wasn't there fingerprints done, or even DNA, of this gun safe that we hear about? We hear Juliana goes into the back bathroom and talks about getting a gun. It changes a little bit over time, but if someone had said they went to the gun safe, because we're talking about guns, we're talking about shooting, why wouldn't there be some sort of evidence to either corroborate or preclude that possibility? I asked Detective Leach, he says, well, it's really up to the forensic examiners. They make the decision. In looking at the scene, you'll notice in the body cam video that you're going to be reviewing, there's a point when first responders come in and you see Brendan kneeling down next to his wife, rendering aid. He just shot Joe Ryan. He testified yesterday, he puts the gun down to his right, which is where his holster is. And he also indicates to you in his testimony yesterday that he moves the knife away from Joe Ryan. The staining on the bed where my client put the gun for the first responders, because whenever there's any sort of a shooting, you have to make sure that you are nowhere near the gun in the event that you're perceived as someone who's hostile. He puts it to the corner of the bed, and the questions that remain were, did anybody ever test the blood on that gun? And you hear from Detective Leach, you can't do that. It was already test fired, and now would be potential for contaminant. Now, we didn't test the stains down on the floor where the gun was lying in before it went up on the bed. And we didn't test the gun, which appeared to be something that a serologist could just take a swab of. Yet there's some significance placed on the fact that there was a blood stain where the gun was when it had been sitting in a puddle. And so that actually was tested. In terms of the blood stain pattern analysis, which appears to be the Commonwealth's main focus of the case now, there are questions about many of the things that Ms. Sands says were never tested. And so the conclusions that are being reached in terms of Brendan Banfield did this, he did this, he did this, based upon whatever blood analysis, is oftentimes not considering the fact that it was never tested. We don't even know whose blood it was. Those kind of things are important. And so let's go back to defending the Constitution. When you are charged with presenting a case, and I chuckle a little bit when Ms. Sands says, we haven't proved anything, we haven't shown any evidence. All we've done is show evidence. All we've done is try to get the truth out there. My client doesn't have to testify, yet he gets up there and he tells a story.
Don't remind them. Don't
He's a
remind them.
philanderer.
No.
We can conclude that. It's horrible. It's a horrible situation to be in. He had affairs. He accepted that. He told you, ladies and gentlemen, exactly what was going on and exactly how it went. On cross-examination, he admitted to communications that were provided, which were letters between he and Juliana when she was in jail. This is about the truth.
Quote
In
the
the
letters.
beginning, you
Quote the
heard
FetLife messages.
our duty is about fairness, our duty is about being just, all those sorts of things. Yet you don't put on any of your detectives. She's referring to the expert that they have that I called. I called 3 times. And you saw his demeanor. He was very uncomfortable. Why would he be uncomfortable? Why would he have been uncomfortable talking about his work? And we dug for it, and he ultimately said, the executive summary and the data remain the same. The only thing that changed is Juliana Peres Magalhães' statement. Excuse me 1 second.
The water. Thank you, Moses, for being a member for 9 months.
So there, number 1, that's the first time that anyone in this case, which was when I called him, conclusively said the entire catfishing theory changed upon her plea deal. So let's talk a little bit about confirmation bias, or I think we referred to it when we were talking in closing, or when I was talking in closing, about a rush to judgment. You've heard from detectives from Fairfax County. Detective Smith came up and she told you the catfish theory started within weeks of the event. She says, that's not how we do it. We look to the evidence and we follow the evidence. Seems like a pretty reasonable way to go. And that was something that I asked of pretty much everyone that was in some sort of investigatory capacity. That is the way cases go, is the evidence leads you where you're going to go. But lo and behold, what we find out is that that theory is being peddled by the the two people in command staff, actually the three people in command staff that you also heard from. You heard from from Mr. Bruch, formerly Deputy Chief Bruch, that when Brendan Miller presented his findings, well, first of all, he said, I didn't agree with his report. And I said, well, what, if any, analysis of the raw data did you do in order to make that statement, I don't agree with this report? He said, well, it wasn't that. I don't know about the data, though he said he was a computer forensic PhD. He didn't take the time to do that. So I said, okay, well, did you ever have Detective Miller come in and walk you through it? Like, show your work? Well, we talked about it quite often, but did you, in fact, have him go through everything that he did to arrive at his work? No, we didn't do that. He speaks to Lieutenant Giaccio at the time, who appears to have a direct line to him, obviating anybody else within the command staff. And what you'll see, and you'll see it in the evidence, there are emails where soon after Juliana Peres Magalhães changes her story, there are emails to Sergeant Ames. And you remember Sergeant Ames, he came to the stand based upon my subpoena and my calling him. And Sergeant Ames was not comfortable. And you could see any of these police witnesses are just not comfortable coming to the stand on my subpoenas and answering my questions. But he did answer them. And what you saw were emails. Those emails were essentially they were just kind of forwarding it up the chain so that his supervisors knew. And he was very candid about it. I was new. I wasn't sure how to deal with a situation like this. I'd never dealt with a situation like this. But what the situation was Detective Miller's executive summary being sent up the chain to Sergeant Ames, who was in a different division than Lieutenant Giaccio, saying there's different ways, there's three different emails that you'll see. Brendan Miller has got to look over this, and he's got to go line by line and explain how he got it wrong, things such as that. The final one is to Sergeant Ames. I can tell you that every single conclusion in his report was wrong. He's going to have to do something in order to, and it's kind of, essentially, he's going to have to change this report because it needs to conform with the proffer of Juliana Peres Magalhães. So that's twice now. Two different people that I called to the stand that essentially confirms that everything changes when she comes in and testifies. Let's get back to confirmation bias, rush to judgment. When you have people in a supervisory nature, you have a command staff chain of command, and the highest people are pushing you on your work product, that's why you look like the people that are up here testifying, because they're sitting on the fence. They're sitting on a razor, and neither side is good for them. But they came before us and they testified, and they testified as to the truth. Detective Miller spoke the truth, and you could see it. Detective Miller, his work was concurred by Mr. Litsky, who you heard for quite often during this period of time. And it was peer reviewed, and it was concurred by someone, a third party. You heard Detective Miller say that's never been done in Fairfax County. You heard him say, I didn't ask for that peer review. He didn't know who asked for that peer review. Why would you want a peer review of something if it wasn't for it to change? So once again, not happy with that, not happy with the work product. There's nothing to indicate in Detective Miller's background anything but stellar expertise. But he wasn't introduced as an expert for the Commonwealth. Now, this is where this whole theory went wrong. They discredited him. They disregarded him. And they didn't listen to him. And that's a problem. That's a problem for their case. Because there are things in digital forensics that had he been involved with the group that was talking to Juliana Peres Magalhães, he would have been able to guide them in terms of this is where the digital forensics is in conflict with you. And you heard me testify, or I'm sorry, you heard me ask questions of many of these detectives who might have been involved. Did anybody ever challenge her? Were you present when she recanted for the first time? Well, we couldn't ask that of anyone because the detectives that were in the room have not been called. The detectives that were in the room, I didn't call. And so we don't know anything, but we heard Detective Miller, and he had viewed it, and he said, when I asked him, were there challenges to what was said? He said, no, it was pretty free-flowing. To me, that tells you whatever the story you're telling us is great, because we're getting Brendan Banfield based upon that. Once again, confirmation bias. The first few weeks after the death of Christine Banfield becomes this theory of catfishing, which is what Juliana Peres Magalhães provides to this. Now let's talk a little bit about digital forensics.
What we all wanted to see.
And I'm not going to try to use the computer to show these to you because that was excruciating at times.
Oh boy.
But I think we've gone through it with significant enough detail that when you go back to look at the exhibits, and I'll tell you which exhibits if you wish to write them down.
Do it. Tell them and tell them
You're
what to
going to
look
be able
for.
to see exactly what Mr. Litsky was saying. It's complicated. It's been complicated for me since the beginning, but it's not necessarily an easy grasp. But I would ask that you take the opportunity. You're going to have all this evidence to review this particular area. So some of you may have been asking about January, or may wonder about January 9th. That's a significant date in this investigation because that's the day when the Gmail account, called the suspect Gmail account, was started. Let's just look at how Juliana Peres Magalhães managed this. Regarding the Gmail setup on January 9, 2023, Juliana told the Commonwealth that she was at the house with Brendan when she witnessed him create the Gmail account that was used to kick off the entire catfishing scheme. The Commonwealth took her at her word. The police didn't make any effort to corroborate her story. The one detective who stood up and said the evidence contradicted her story was transferred off the case. I think the words were from then Deputy Chief Bruce. That guy will never work on another digital forensics case in major crimes as long as I'm here.
Oh,
He admitted it. There was no dancing around. He admitted it. So you have something that's in opposition to whatever the theory is that you're trying to peddle, and you're in the command staff, you're high up in the police department, you can just transfer them. And so it was from that point on, Detective Miller was of no benefit to the police because no one would utilize him once the stamp of disapproval had hit him. He was moved over to child sex.
yeah, like everybody got rehomed to these child exploitation
Juliana
and
told the
special
same
victims
story to you.
units, which I think is just something despicable that we heard throughout this trial, no matter what the outcome is or should be for Brendan Banfield as an individual. It is bizarre to me that all of these transfers end up going to other departments where you would think we should put greater care on the performance of our detectives and the analysis and the work that they do and the conclusions that they draw from the work that they do. But they all get put over to like special victims departments. Okay.
You're in court, and it's a lie.
Yeah, there can
The
be
account
rebuttal
wasn't
closing if they
created
want
with
it.
Christine's phone. I'm sorry, the account was created with Christine's phone, not her laptop, which was the story that Juliana had told. Juliana wasn't even home. She hadn't witnessed anything. And you saw the presentation, and that would be, the evidence would be Exhibit 297, Exhibit 294, and Exhibit 295. They're all in relation. You'd be looking at the Google records, the T-Mobile records, and the subsequent map of where the location was. You heard from Mr. Litsky that the Gmail account is crucial. They all interact. The Gmail account is necessary to get the messages relating to the FetLife, and then the Telegram was created as part of this, whatever we want to call it at this point. Juliana made it up. She told the Commonwealth what they wanted to hear, and without question, they just took it as their story. She told this lie to secure herself a deal that benefited her. This one event relating to digital forensics is reasonable doubt, because every other event going forward requires Brendan, based upon her statement that she didn't have anything to do it, she didn't know how to do the Gmail account, she didn't know anything about the setup, requires Brendan to be involved, or Christine. So let's look at this. There was a period of time, and you heard evidence of it, Brendan wasn't at home. January 23rd, there was a Gmail login at 11:22. That's Defense Exhibit 245. FetLife was accessed. In the communications, you heard Mr. Litsky opine as an expert that catfishing is not a scheme where one talks about their husband or talks about how's your experience on this site. The catfishing in the truest form of the government's theory is we just want to get someone on the hook, and then person's gonna come, and then we're gonna do what we did in there in the house. It's not consistent with catfishing. And you'll see based upon the records relating to January 23rd, there was only one adult in the home at that time. And that adult was Christine Banfield. January 30th, there are 2 Gmail logins. 10:36 and 11:03. Exhibits Brendan Banfield 251 and Brendan Banfield 252. Brendan wasn't home. That can be shown. So there are 2 adults in the house. Christine Banfield and Juliana Peres Magalhães. Juliana testified to all of you. She doesn't know anything about the Gmail. She doesn't know how to activate it. Well, somebody activated it that day. Somebody logged in twice. And there are 2 adults in the house. Either Juliana's lying again, and she did figure out how to do Gmail, or this was Christine Banfield. Digital forensics, oftentimes, for people who don't understand it, will say things like, well, isn't it possible this? Well, you see what happens when an investigator is looking into, trying to get attribution. They're looking at all sorts of different data facts in order to make a determination, make an opinion. It's not as easy as saying, well, isn't it possible this? There's more to it. And once again, digital forensics is not being given the strength that it is due. February 7th, 2023, Gmail login at 10:02 p.m. There's only 2 adults in the house. Brendan Banfield can be identified as being out of the house, and one of whom says she never did anything with Gmail. That's BB 257. It's been presented to you. You can recollect what it was that was said, but what we know is that Brendan was out of the house. What we know is that Juliana was there, and we know that Christine was there. February 13th, 2023. There are logins in the morning in the 7 a.m. hour. Well, what we know from digital forensics is that Brendan left at 6:05. And at 6:12, he was at Tyson's Corner, based upon his E-ZPass records. At 6:17, he was already to Alexandria. And soon thereafter, he was in Cheltenham, which is the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. They call it FLETC. Well, while he's on the road, while he's at the FLETC Training Center doing his training, there are 2 logins. And there are 2 possible adults there. Juliana Peres Magalhães, who has said she doesn't know how to do that, and Christine Banfield. 2:17, you'll see Gmail logins at 11:19, 11:23, Exhibit 262, 263, same thing.
Where's the
2 possible adults. Brendan Banfield was out of the house. One said she never did anything with Gmail. A fact that I think is very important in the discovery that was provided both to Juliana Peres Magalhães as well as my client in preparation for her trial. FetLife was in the discovery, but Gmail was never in focus. Never in focus. So her testimony, there's a comfort level with FetLife because she saw it in discovery. She didn't see the Gmail. And isn't that a coincidence that when asked any details, she says, I don't know. When she says, I don't know, for 5 or 6 questions, I hope you recall it, I recall it vividly. She said, if you keep asking these questions, I'm just going to say, I don't know. And she continued to do that. Were my questions challenging, like the kind of questions that a detective might do? No. We were just looking for details. We were looking for details because we wanted to try to iron out what are these situations here. She was unwilling. She didn't know, but she knew I was digging for something. But if you look at the way she testified to all of you in direct, she was led to a certain statement or a certain fact, and she stated it. In cross-examination, I asked anything about that. Do you know who was in the house? Do you know where you were? Were you on the phone on WhatsApp with Christine prior to that? Where were you located at the time that this call took place? I don't know. I don't know. If that's what it says, I don't know. You know, there were a series of similar answers. Once again, her role has grown in importance for this case. It's, along with Deputy Chief Bruce and Lieutenant Giacchio, she's pushing it on through her deal. Now, one of the things that I talked to you all about, and one of the lengthy cross-examinations was relating to a group of exhibits which were number 1 through number 69. And you'll see it. It was highlighted. I think you've seen it for a brief period of time, but we were moving along. Look at that. You'll see these are the personal letters that she would write to my client. And those personal letters, I believe, is the closest to the truth that you will have heard from Juliana Peres Magalhães. She was in a situation which really was affecting her. And it would affect anyone. And she was telling you how she was feeling. She was telling you what she thought. There were things that were relevant to this case. They're trying to make me turn on you. I'm not going to do it. I don't have anything to say. There's nothing that I can do to help them with. And then you'd see letters as the time went on. I don't know if I can live like this anymore. I think it's better for me to end. And then as she gets closer to a preliminary hearing in April of 2024, you start to see real angst and real worry. And they're coming to her and asking her if she'll testify against my client, because that's what they wanted from the beginning. She was a pawn in trying to get to my client. You'll see this timeline in these letters. It goes toward July. July was the date of her first trial. And you'll see, and I'm not suggesting what she's saying about her lawyer is correct, but it was obviously something that was on her mind, and she didn't feel like she had the support. At that point, if you think about it, the only support that she was having was from Brendan. Brendan was not arrested. Brendan was there communicating with her. Brendan's mom was actually supporting her lifestyle in the jail in terms of commissary, things like that, and also supporting her by having paid for a lawyer. Around August, you'll see in these letters, it gets to be real despair. And then you can almost see hope just drop right away from her when she hears that Brendan's arrested. And then she testified. She went into the hospital from October 13th to October 23rd. And as soon as she's released and back to the jail, the deal is done. She's told, if
All
you
you gotta do
testify
is
against
testify.
him, we'll recommend time served disposition. She can go back to Brazil, be with her mom, create her new life. And we know a little bit about the new life that she's planning on creating. And you have it in the documents that are before you. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Netflix. She's been negotiating with people who are connected to Hulu. She's been talking to every other news media, at first to try to see if they just put $50 into her commissary. But then she realized, hey, there may be something here. She's invented, she's going to try to write letters. She's going to try to write a book. She wants to have a documentary. She wants to have a series. And she's about to sign or about to agree when her lawyer steps in and says, don't sign that. And so around March of 2025, you see negotiations essentially end. The number was in the area of $25,000, and it was going to be sent to her mother in Brazil. It's a lot of money in Brazil. And so, where's the downside for her? Where's the downside for her? I mean, there are plenty of people who would make that decision, given the circumstances, given you're 2 weeks from the trial, when your attorney asks for a continuance. And oddly enough, he was asking to find a digital forensic examiner. If they'd done that, maybe that wouldn't have happened. Maybe they would have realized how strong the digital forensics examinations are. Her entire story has been bought and paid for. First, with her freedom, and then now a little bit on the back end. There's a jury instruction here that says something about corroborated, uncorroborated testimony, and you should be careful of it. Now, how did they try to corroborate her? So isn't this funny? They're trying to bolster the witness who's the centerpiece of their entire case. Well, they found something when my client was arrested on his laptop that said they'd just gotten vinyl light windows in December. So, sitting in the meeting with whomever, they say, can you tell us anything about these vinyl light windows? They're triple paned, probably really good. I wasn't there, I don't know. But the story she gave was that, fantastic. we got the triple pane windows because Brendan wanted to make sure you couldn't hear a gunshot in the bedroom. And and she says, he asked me to go outside and scream to see if the windows, and she says, I'm not going to do that. So she ended up staying inside and saying Brendan went out and screamed. Well, you heard the test. I mean, this gentleman from Vinylite Windows came in. They trotted him up there, and he said, "Yeah, you know, we met in January. That was when we first talked about this, and it wasn't just the windows for the bedroom, which is what Juliana said. It was the full windows, and then you saw an artifact on Facebook that is Christine Banfield actually talking to her neighbors about the numerous vendors that they had been working with to try to get a quote from December 2021.
Keeping up with the
So
Joneses.
this is well before Juliana came on the scene, but it's an opportunity to try to make her appear in the know, to corroborate her. Well, that was a disaster, and that didn't work. And you heard the gentleman, you know, what the life cycle of order to quotes to all those things, they were all done well before any sort of relationship started with Brendan. Confirmation bias. Rush to judgment. It continues on. Detective Leah Smith tells us the catfish theory was told to them within 2 weeks. She goes on to talk about the theory and investigation and the direction it was going in. During a period of time soon thereafter, Detective Miller tells of his transfer against his will because he was advised he'd never work on major crimes cases again. Sergeant Ames, after receiving communications from Lieutenant Giacchio, immediately sends it up the chain. Could be just the way he does things, or it could be read those emails. Hey, I'm being asked to do this. I need some support here. When you have a theory that gets pushed from non-investigative command staff, and you have a theory that the investigators look at, then you create something called tunnel vision. And that tunnel vision, if you're following what essentially are orders, is to the exclusion of any other evidence, any other theory, such as maybe this is a rekindling of previous fantasies, and the guy who brought the knife to the house is the stabber. You can see how that theory is going to be pushed aside. And you can see how that's not very noteworthy for purposes of media or other attention. Once again, rush to judgment. Catfishing. If you're catfishing, meaning you're trying to get the one guy, Joe Ryan, to come to the house so that you can do this gruesome act. Why are you saying anything about, I can't have marks on my face or my body? If you're catfishing, why would that matter? It doesn't make sense. It's inconsistent. However, if you're interested in dabbling in this lifestyle or getting back into it, however you want to say, then that makes perfect sense. There's 9 different conversations on FetLife with different people. And you have all of the FetLife communications. And you can see, why would you have discussions where you're bringing things like no marks, anything like that? All you need is one if you're going to carry out what the government's theory is. Why would you give anyone details about your work or your home or your husband if you were catfishing? I mean, if it's truly catfishing, you're looking for the biggest pile of people that might be considered. If you're telling someone that you have a husband and you want them to come over to the house, why would anybody come? You're losing the potential people that you might want to have there who are violent or, love to do all the things that Juliana has said. Why would you do that if you're catfishing? It doesn't make sense. On February 13th, 2023, why would there be generic research on secure apps for communications? In fact, why was there even a need to transition to Telegram? Because if you're on FetLife, it's clear there are FetLife communications. And so in the world of catfishing, if you think about it, you want to do as few things that can get you caught.
I think
So
that's a good point.
what was the leap to Telegram? It doesn't make any sense. In fact, this whole theory doesn't make any sense. And the only way the government can make any sense of it is if Juliana Peres Magalhães adopts their story once again. As late as February 19th, which would be 5 days before Christine Banfield's death. Under the government's theory, there were dates that were being explored with 5 different FetLife users.
Interesting.
Why? If Joe's already coming, why?
That's
It doesn't
interesting.
make sense. It doesn't make sense. Juliana Peres Magalhães is doing what probably anyone would do who's from another country, who comes here for an adventure, which is what au pair exchange is. It's essentially a cultural exchange. And the idea is you get to live in the country and you get to live like people in the United States. And then you go back at the end of your time. She knew at the point when she was hospitalized to the point of sickness as a result of what was going on in her life that she had to do something. And the Commonwealth and the police broke her. She turned down a misdemeanor, according to her, in January, on January 1st, and you'll see it in the communications. She turned down a misdemeanor, and all she had to do was testify against Brendan. In July, you hear her recounting her meeting with her lawyer, where her lawyer floats the idea, what about a manslaughter, time served, and you don't have to testify against Brendan. She agreed to that. That was never what they were talking about. That was never what they wanted to do. You heard from Sergeant Matt Nilsson, who briefly came in, and he was one of the homicide people during the time of the killing of Christine Banfield. He's since rotated out to another division. But he came in and he said the whole goal of arresting Juliana was to flip her against Brendan. Once again, further corroboration. We knew it, we saw it from her letters, and now you have someone who was involved saying, yeah, that was what we wanted to do. That's why we did it. They broke her. In talking about the blood work and the blood testimony, it was suggested by the Commonwealth that we hadn't proven anything. The Commonwealth had not shown anything. Well, I beg to differ. You heard from Leanne Singley. Leanne Singley is an expert. She's an expert with tremendous credentials, and she's an expert in truth in terms of what she's allowed to say, what she can say, what she can't say. And she speaks to you in the language of bloodstain pattern analysis. She's not talking about possibilities, she's talking about facts. She's a scientist. Her counterpart from the Commonwealth was willing to entertain any possibilities. In fact, questioning of her was, well, isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? Isn't it possible this? And oftentimes you would hear her respond, well, that wouldn't be something that I would have expected to see, which is a very interesting statement if you think about it. What is it that she's expecting to see? Which makes you wonder, who's telling her what she should be seeing? And does it fit the narrative? So let's go to Leanne Singley. She tells you of the account of the events. Ryan stabbed Christine in the neck. Brendan shot Ryan in self-defense. Brendan rendering aid to Christine. Ryan moved toward Brendan and grabbed Brendan's arm. You see that in the videos. And Juliana shot Ryan to end the threat. What Leanne Singley tells you is all of the blood evidence supports this. Ryan brought the knife. That'll be Commonwealth's Exhibit 10. The knife has blood on it with Christine's DNA on the blade and Ryan's DNA on the handle. Ryan has Christine's blood on his hand as well as a puncture wound, which the medical examiner says is consistent with the knife.
Self-inflicted.
And if you look at the knife,
I think this is
it's
big for the
described in
defense.
the certificates of analysis as testing underneath the handle by the edge of the blade. And if you look at the marks on Joseph Ryan's hand, the medical examiner states that these wounds are consistent with that knife. Which reminds me, the medical examiner also said that Joe Ryan was capable of movement.
Hey, Gloria.
And you can recall your own notes on that. That was very clear, which is in absolute conflict with Ms. Groff and is in absolute conflict with the Commonwealth's theory. She further goes on to say Ryan has Christine's, the blood on his hand shows his hand was closed when the blood was deposited. That's that closed fingers we were talking about. That's what the Commonwealth was talking about in terms of having nothing going in between the fingers. That's holding a knife. That's how that happens, because you're holding it very rigid in order to do that. The bloody handprint on Ryan's thigh is consistent with him touching his own leg with his bloody hands. That's Ms. Groff. The stains on Brendan's jeans and shirt are what you expect he would get while giving aid to Christine. And we see it. We see it on the body-worn camera. We see it on the still shots. He's leaning down. He's down there on his knees. Interestingly, Ms. Groff says, all I saw was his hands around Christine's neck. I don't know that that's not accurate, but that's probably not what was really going on there, because everyone else said he was rendering aid. The police witnesses, who are more objective than the expert witness for the Commonwealth, all say that he was rendering aid.
Do you guys feel like this has almost been an hour
Testimony
already?
by
I think it's pretty
Ms.
quick
Groff
for his
and the
pace.
ME indicated that Ryan could move after the gunshot. And what's most important is that there's a DNA mixture of Christine and Ryan on the arm of the jacket where Brendan said he was grabbed. 3 times. 3 times when he was being told by the first responders, go into the bathroom. He said, they're asking, is he okay? He hit me on the right side, under the shoulder blade, by the arm. He said that. Then in the ambulance, you'll hear that. He says, when they're asking, are you okay? Are you okay? I don't think I'm injured. But he did hit me on the backside of my jacket. In the ambulance, they grabbed the jacket. And then when he was in the hospital, the doctor asks, and he says, he hit me on the back, but I'm not injured. The critical part of that is that the DNA mixture of Christine's blood and Joe Ryan's blood on the jacket was, if you were listening to my client yesterday, he tells you that that was Joe Ryan after he shot him. That mixture of blood with Christine and Joe Ryan himself had to be after Joe Ryan had stabbed Christine in the neck. And that's the way her blood would get on him in order to be able to get the back of my client's jacket. That's what Ms. Singley says. And that's why the Commonwealth is so intent on saying this had to have been on the floor, this had to have been on the bed. But there's no evidence to support that. There's a story to support it, but there's no evidence to support that. The evidence in terms of what happened in that room, and the crucial evidence is spot A on the back of the jacket, and you have it in evidence, and you also have it under Commonwealth's Exhibit 160, 161, and 167. Now, let's just talk a little bit about the prosecution's evidence. Brendan's DNA is not on the knife. That's also supported by those same forensics reports. He doesn't have any injuries to his hands. That was confirmed by EMTs. In fact, poor officer, I'm sorry, the young man who was 1 year on, I forget his name now, he was brought up to introduce his video and then was asked, well, why'd you let him wash his hands? And you can see my client, for a period of probably 40 minutes, is literally walking around, you know, in a trance from what he was just involved with, and he was walking around with blood all over his hands. And it was only after he was told that his wife had died, and the emotions that come from that, where he was blowing his nose and wiping his eyes and doing all those things, it was offered for him to wash his hands. But that appears to be some sort of a horrible thing that this officer allowed him to do. And it was even an insinuation that my client was trying to cover something up. This was 45 minutes later. It wasn't as though he went into the bathroom and did it right there after being removed from rendering aid. Brendan's DNA does not show up anywhere on Joe Ryan, which is consistent with what he told you, which is that he never touched Joe Ryan. There's no indication that there was any sort of movement, and frankly, what's the possibility, I guess I'll use the same word, that a 185-pound man would have been moved if he was otherwise dead? It's not an easy task. And Brendan Banfield's an athletic guy, but I don't think he's up to moving 200 pounds in that sort of way. So that's an absolute red herring in this.
Mr. Carroll, do you have quite a bit more? I just want to give you a chance to take a
Probably
break.
about another half hour.
Yes, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case at this time and do not do any outside research.
All right. This is super interesting. I think the defense is speaking from evidence, telling the jury, go look at the evidence. The jury might be so far gone that this will fall flat. But if they're not, and they go look at the evidence and what he's telling them to look at is there, I don't know. I think I'm back towards the gray area, reasonable doubt for me. So,
All right, just come back at 11:55. All right, 11:55. All right.
Thank you.
All rise.
yeah, in the middle of closing is a time. Maybe someone had to pee and she didn't announce that out loud. I don't know. But at the same time, take the break, come back, and then you get to say a little bit more before the state's rebuttal. That way, it's not just like you finish, there's a break, and then with a fresh slate post-break, all the jury gets to hear is the state. So I have a question. Yesterday, I was confused yesterday. I said I was going to go and look, and I forgot to. Oh, and I have this open in Chrome. Let me pull a video over. And we're going to hear about it with Juliana when we watch her testimony. We continue watching her testimony later. Yesterday, the prosecutor made it seem like there was a message instructing to bring a knife. And I was like, I don't remember hearing about a message instructing us to bring a knife specifically. And I went and looked, and what we actually have is a photo exhibit. And again, maybe there was something that wasn't displayed on screen. But what was displayed on screen, even though we did get messages, let's see. Let me pull it up in this browser and swap the screen share. They jump from, and it's catception. It's just easier to find with my own timestamps. They jump from showing this exhibit with messages. It's like, I'm looking forward to Friday, and then same, and then I'm looking forward to Friday. And then the next exhibit they pop up is an attachment with no message. And it's an attachment showing like the rope, the chain with the padlocks, and the knife. And nothing here is indicative of somebody saying like, go show me the knife, go get a knife, show me what you're going to bring. And Juliana ends up in her testimony, we'll watch it later, but I'll read the transcript. Do you see it in front of you? Yes. Did Brendan see that photograph? He did. And did he make any comments on that photograph? Yeah. What did he say? That was not the knife he was expecting the person to bring. When he asked about the knife, he was expecting a porny knife. That would be easier. And then it's me saying, interesting, I'm in the transcript. So what were the questions about a second knife later? That's me talking. Because the knife that we see looks like the knife they showed in court. And remember, like the knife that we see from the crime scene photos, it doesn't seem to be in dispute by anybody that it matches this knife. And the testing shows that even though Christine and Joseph Ryan could not be excluded from the knife handle, that Juliana and Brendan could be excluded from the knife handle. And then they move on. They're talking about they have a dog. She's very nice, but she will be in the basement. There's no messages shown that Joseph Ryan was told to bring a knife. But yesterday, the prosecution, in her question to Brendan Banfield, came with the inference, something that really wasn't in evidence. You requested, why else would you request him to bring a knife? And I don't know, I just think those little moves, it's a credibility hit. I think the window story is a credibility hit. Or, maybe the window story could still be meaningful, but the state should have said, look, you had this long, they should have put all of the details out there. If that makes sense. If they put all of the details out there, then it wouldn't be so weird, like, this happened right before the thing, right? You guys started planning this plan after you got sexual in August of 2022. And it's like, but wait a minute. This has been going on since 2001. And it's like the whole house being replaced. You could still make an argument that somebody wanted to get soundproofing under the guise of just doing a regular window replacement. And so their wife knew no better. But why not just present that? Because it looks weird that you don't present it. And it looks extra weird that you present it in a much more concrete way, just to be like, oh wait, there's all this other context. And I think that's really a disservice. In this case, maybe it won't matter because the jury will convict anyway. But I think that same type of approach could be the same reason an innocent person gets convicted, and could be the same reason why jurors might feel reasonable doubt in a case where, if that type of sleight of hand wasn't happening, they might otherwise convict an actually guilty person. So, we've got, let's see, let me make sure we're actually rolling this, they said 15 minutes, but we were like 4 or 5 minutes behind, so they should be back in a little bit. What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking? Hey, Aaron, good to see ya. SD says, if he stabbed her, why isn't any DNA there for Brendan Banfield? And what I think is interesting is, this is, through days 1 through 6, before we got into like the slog of the data, a lot of my conversation was like, if this, but then wait, how do you explain that? But that's actually kind of weird. That's kind of sus. But wait, then that opens this rabbit hole. And, that kind of fell off the radar for me trying to watch all the presentation of the data for days 6 through 8. But with details like this, why isn't any DNA there? I'm like, well, maybe they were wearing gloves and they didn't search the house. The police didn't search the house because they're like, oh, this is one of us. Even though I don't know if that's really applicable for like an officer and an IRS guy. I don't really know if that like loyalty, brother in blue, extends 100% across those departmental lines. But maybe they didn't really search the house because they looked at it as an intruder situation. And the intruder is dead. So why go through the trouble of doing an extensive investigation? But what causes a problem with that line of thinking for me, as I think about it, is, well, they went through the kitchen drawers that day. So they were in fact looking through the house. So I don't think we can just say, well, they committed this crime maybe even before Brendan goes to the McDonald's, but they cleaned everything up. Because I think that it's really difficult for me to reconcile how, if they're looking around and finding things in kitchen drawers, bar drawers, that they don't find evidence of a different knife. They don't see that there was an attempt at cleanup. They don't find like gloves washed and thrown somewhere. Like, we don't really see Brendan walking into the McDonald's with a bag and then not coming out carrying a bag. So, I don't know. If he stabbed her, why isn't any DNA there for Brendan Banfield? And it's almost like that got lost in the sauce of Brendan taking the stand. This evidence, these questions were much further at the forefront of my mind before we started slogging through the defense's case in chief. And I think it's critical. I think it's critical. I've gone through that law, Kong, and I think there's also gaps there. I think there's gaps with that. Like, the closest thing we have is one officer saying it seems like the pool of blood started to coagulate as if it had been sitting there for a long time. But then it doesn't make sense to me that Joseph Ryan would pull up and be in the house for so long and not think something was weird when he walked into somebody stabbed to death. Or somebody not being there if somehow Christine was in another room and they didn't have to clean up evidence of blood for wherever they were keeping her when Joseph first got there. It doesn't make sense to me how Joseph Ryan would have been just upstairs hanging out for these 10 minutes while Brendan Banfield drove home from the McDonald's. And I think that could be overcome, but I raise my eyebrow at why the state didn't tell us anything about the time of arrival for Joseph Ryan. You know, maybe they could have said, well, he got there, but he actually sat in his car for 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes before going inside. But all we have at the trial, presented on the record, is that he shows up and he goes right in. I think that's really, really, really difficult to imagine someone going up there and hanging around with somebody that's just, they think they're going to have a hookup, and then they walk into something that, oh shit, if I don't get out of here or call somebody right away, it's going to look like I did this. So, and I've gone through, like, this is just, you know, me ranting. This is me going through my stream of consciousness thought. As soon as I get another way, I think there's another problem. But there's only one knife presented. There's only one knife presented. So for me to think otherwise, I'd have to come up with my own idea outside of the record that there's a missing knife. And it still wouldn't explain why we have a puncture on Joseph Ryan's hand. That's why I said I think that's a critical detail. And I think it was important for the defense to bring that back up. Martina says, I think it's possible that Christine yelling he had a knife and the under arrest, police under arrest with a gun made Joe flip because he realized he was screwed. And, you know, to me, there's a scenario where Joseph might not have realized, like, I don't know what was running through anybody's head, but it could be possible where Joseph didn't realize that it was somebody seriously thinking he was an intruder at first. I don't know. And I also think it's weird, you know, the state was really concerned about the idea that blood spatter was present on the inside of Joseph Ryan's backpack. The state really didn't like the zipper and button. And it was very apparent, you know, jumping up to object to lines of questions about those two specific things signals to me that they're extremely important. All right, we're coming back in. Also want to give a thank you here to Nika for being a member for 15 months. Says, I'm not 100% sure he's guilty. We've got also Moses. Thank you again for being here for 9 months. I feel like it's been longer than that, but thank you, of course, always. And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube has the counter messed up. But Moses had also said, so the state didn't do any forensic testing, didn't do any digital, and they did do some, but it was incomplete. It was incomplete in my opinion. They didn't fingerprint the electronics. They didn't fingerprint the safe. You know, with digital forensics, it's like they didn't even try to figure out if people had other accounts, other Gmails, other iCloud accounts. We heard a mention that they got rid of their devices, but, you know, nobody presented like bills that showed, hey, this device number suddenly changed for these two individuals and what date, that seems to me like something you could go and get. So why didn't we just go get those business records? And then, so yes, they did do some forensic testing. They did do some digital forensics to play semantics here. They gave a plea deal to a co-conspirator who changed their story and then concluded, well, they scooped blood on Joe. And remember, the scooping of blood is Juliana's testimony. So that's not, I saw a lot of people saying that was ridiculous. That comes from Juliana. That comes from Juliana. So thank you for the food for thought here. Moses also says, now I'm wondering if the police coerced Juliana, maybe instead of place commerce. If the police coerced Juliana, something like, tell us what happened because you're facing the death penalty. So I don't think death penalty was on the table here. We're over in Virginia, but certainly I think second degree. She was originally charged with second degree murder. Was she charged with aggravated? I actually forget her initial charge. Let me search. Juliana Peres Magalhães. And then we know that she's gonna, they're dropping the firearm charge, and the plea is for manslaughter, which carries the max of 10. So the state's gonna recommend time served, and even though a judge might not accept that, the max, the ceiling there, would be the 10 years for the remaining charge. But she was initially charged with second degree murder. Second degree murder. So, but yeah, so similar elements, but just wanted to make sure, you know, it wasn't that she was facing the death penalty. She was initially charged with second degree murder. We've got, let's see. Yeah, Sabata says, does the chat have a cogent theory of what happened? I mean, I am not disagreeing with the prosecution that it's more likely than not that this could have been a setup. But I don't think that's the burden here. And I don't know if I think a jury will hold the state to their burden if they think the defendant is gross, heartless, unsympathetic, if that makes sense. Yeah, Mary says Brendan could have made, I mean, she thinks that Brendan made a puncture mark on Joe's hands, and that could be. No, she said not possible doubt. It's not just any possible doubt. It's reasonable, if you have a reasonable doubt. So think of Karen retrial. Is it possible to kick something to space? Like, that's not the standard here. That's not the standard. Yeah, so KLF, I mean, I think the conspiracy, the premeditation, that is sort of baked into like an aggravated murder charge. But again, if we're thinking about what Juliana was arrested and charged with, it's just second
All right, thank
degree
you.
murder.
Mr. Carroll, you can continue. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
what about a conspiracy?
Ladies and gentlemen, we left off in the discussion of the bloodstain pattern analysis. And what was an interesting moment in terms of the experts was when there was talk of bloodstain inside the zipper and around that area. But if you look at the DLI report, which is number 169, you'll see in that report they were looking actually for touch DNA. They weren't actually looking for blood staining. They identified blood staining, but the whole point of it was to find Brendan Banfield's touch DNA on the inside of Joe's pants based upon some theory that he was either pulling the pants off or moving them or something like that. And that was one of the reasons why they went to a private lab to try to do that, and it didn't pan out. And you'll see the report. Now, in terms of the evidence on the bloodstain pattern analysis, let me just do a rundown. With regard to the knife, it was identified as being bloodstained. Leanne Singley said that. She negated the possibility of anything being wiped off, which might be one of the things that you might find in a situation of the nature of the government's theory, but she's negated that. That it contained DNA of Christine and Ryan, and Brendan was excluded. That Joe Ryan's DNA at the base of the blade, handle juncture, that was the testimony of Leanne Singley and also confirmed by the Division of Forensic Science. That Ryan had a puncture to the left thumb, that was Leanne Singley's testimony, as well as the medical examiner, Dr. Kessler, confirmed that. It was consistent with the knife, Dr. Kessler said, and it was consistent with the self-wounding that happens in situations involving stabbings. And you heard Leanne Singley touch on that, and she was able to kind of give you a more circumspect view of what self-wounding was. I think Ms. Groff talked about slicing, fingers or sliding or something like that. What we were looking for, and what I think Leanne Singley was able to tell you, is that there are a wide variety of injuries that occur, but oftentimes the stabber is someone that's injured. And I think there were significant statistics that she talked about, which I won't try. You'll have to rely on your recollections regarding that. You saw on the body cam footage, as well as through Ms. Singley's testimony, that Brendan does not have any injuries on his hands. And Ms. Dolly's testimony indicates Ryan's right hand closed when blood was deposited on it. That's consistent with Ryan holding the knife when stabbing, causing blood stains. Joe Ryan, there's a lot to be said, and I think you've already seen pictures of it in this closing, of the 4 stains on Ryan's forearm. What hasn't been said is that they were not tested. Leanne Singley says they're not able to be classified. Ms. Groff disagrees, saying that they are drip stains. She needs to say they're drip stains, which Leanne Singley says you can't say because you don't know the position of the arm, you don't know where it was at the time the blood came out. It could have been something from a significant bleeder as he's standing up. It could have been from numerous other possibilities. But Ms. Groff classifies something that Ms. Singley says you can't classify without certain factors, suggesting that it's falling from above and has Ryan on the floor. One might think you'd find the source of whatever that blood is if you're to have tested the blood that's in question. That might give you a little more guidance. And I think that's one of the reasons Leanne Singley was unable to identify that. If it was from Joe, then she'd probably have some explanation for that as an expert. If it was from anyone else, that perhaps could be a different explanation. But now all we deal with are possibilities. And that seems to be the crux of how the Commonwealth is pursuing this case. They're not putting on any evidence in terms of their own investigators. They're not providing any concrete evidence as to what happened that day. And interestingly enough, the shift in the last closing argument was that I hadn't been doing that. And the defense hadn't been doing that. But I think we can all agree that we've called significantly greater number of police witnesses because we had to. Because we want the truth out here. I called my client though he has the absolute right not to come up and testify. And he testified. And the relationship issues with Juliana Peres Magalhães are touchy, and they're an awful story. But he sat there and he answered the questions. He was cross-examined. He answered those questions. We're bringing you the truth. We're trying in every way to get the truth. And many of the Fairfax County detectives have provided that, and that goes to their integrity. The genes, the touch DNA from the waistband zipper indicate Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield are the contributors. Brendan Banfield is excluded. All samples collected and tested on Ryan were from Joe Ryan or Christine. Brendan not identified as a contributor in any of them. Nothing in the materials reviewed gave any indication that Ryan was not the stabber. That was Leanne Singley's testimony. Brendan's jacket, blood on the rear of the right sleeve, DNA on exterior of right sleeve, mix of Ryan and Christine. Brendan indicates that Ryan grabbed his arm on Officer Beckner's video, Officer Baumler's video, in the ambulance, and also in the hospital. Brendan's jeans, the small stains on the thigh is consistent with cast off from the hands. That's Miss Dolly, Miss Groff.
Miss Dolly
Brendan
Talk.
sat in the bathroom, if you look on the video, and the first responders arrived. He was basically told to sit on the tub, and you see him when you look at that video, and he's sitting there, and he's just, hands down, not sure where his hands go, and he was watching as his wife was being tended to. The stains on Brendan's jeans are consistent with him kneeling at Christine giving aid. That's what the body cam video shows. Back to the digital forensics for a moment. February 19th was a critical day because that was the beginning of the Telegram account. Juliana says she watched Brendan. They stole the laptop and the phone. They deleted the two-factor authentication code, but the two-factor authentication code remains on the phone to this day. And this is Defense Exhibit 156. Is it possible that Brendan and Juliana did this without Christine knowing that a Telegram account was opened in her name? It's not, based upon this exhibit. Because if you look at it, and you can look at the message from Telegram, shows up right underneath a message from Brad of Inova PICU, and right above a message from Nicole at Inova PICU. It was done early in the morning. If it had been done by someone other than herself, as soon as she looks at that message from Nicole, she'd realize something's going on. I should check this out. inconsistent with catfishing and consistent with someone pursuing a fantasy. February 23rd, we saw digital forensics evidence from the evening of February 23rd. We saw use of Christine's laptop for 90 minutes for resort searches, with a couple of minutes of Telegram use interspersed. The Commonwealth in cross-examination opined, well, wouldn't it be possible that even if you were sitting in the same room, that she could have gone away to go to the bathroom for 2 minutes? And I guess, you know, in this world, anything's possible. Is it probable, however? And that's really the more germane point to this. The Commonwealth's, I guess, concern in cross-examination was confirmed, at least in terms of the room, when Brendan testified. And if you recall his discussion, we were talking about, we were already going on a cruise and we were talking about going to the Dominican Republic. We saw the calendar that showed the place, Royalton Resorts. We showed the searches that showed kid-friendly vacations. So we knew who was behind the keyboard, and Brendan knew who was behind the keyboard because he was there with Christine. And they were collaborating on the vacation research. Brendan was playing with Valerie, and Christine was on the couch with her laptop and her phone. That's the testimony. The device's symmetry and connectivity you heard about has the context to complete the entire picture. Juliana was not in the room, and this is supported by the analysis on her phone, showing a steady stream of messaging, social media use, and Netflix at the same time that Telegram, FetLife, and the suspect Gmail account were being used by Christine. And finally, February 24th, Juliana was not awake and not out of bed based on her devices at the time she claimed to be watching Brendan Banfield sending messages in the kitchen. You heard Mr. Litsky talk about her Apple Watch. You heard him talk about her phone. We're showing when steps were showing, which would be an indication of someone moving. She had not moved for some time after the laptop was accessed.
Thank you, Sheriff Chuck, for the 5 gifted.
What we know from the testimony yesterday was that Christine Banfield had the laptop and the phone in her bedroom and was awake when he went up to retrieve Valerie. That is an artifact in the world of digital forensic analysis. And you'll see this entire exchange, Defense Exhibit 348, 349, 350. You'll see Juliana Peres Magalhães' first steps at 626, Defense Exhibit 351, 352, and 353. Juliana Peres starts her day after the telegram message is already sent, in conflict with what she's told, in conflict with the story that she's adopted on behalf of the Commonwealth. Brendan's at McDonald's. Exhibit 354, 355, 356. Those are time-stamped screenshots from the McDonald's videos. Juliana is on the phone telling us her phone tells us that her activity stops at 7:24 under Defense Exhibit 357. At the exact same time, her watch steps are stopping at 7:24. Defense exhibit number 358. Defense exhibit 359, Juliana steps resuming on the phone at 7:41. Exhibit 360, Juliana, car is parked at 7:41. Exhibit 361, Juliana's watch resuming steps at 7:42. We know that Brendan was out of the house. We know that Juliana was in her car. And if you look at Exhibit 362, there's someone who's logging into Christine's laptop at 7:33. There are no other humans in the house. And Juliana and Brendan were not there. In conflict with the government's theory, Christine logs into her laptop and places her devices in a drawer. She puts the devices away. She gets Lily down into the basement, brings her food to the basement, and gates her in. And she meets Joe Ryan. And they walk up to the master bedroom. Why? Why would Joe Ryan stab Christine? If you take away the consensual part of this, if he were found in a bedroom of someone by someone who's a police officer, he'd be looking at a life sentence. In this instance, he was confronted by an armed law enforcement officer saying police. That officer was standing in the only way to get out of that room, other than jumping through the window and falling down 3 flights. He had a gun trained on him, and he was telling him and was told that he was going to be arrested. He had marijuana in his system, and he was angry. Who was he angry at? Could he have been angry at Christine, thinking that she set him up? Could he have been angry at his situation for deciding to go into a house that he didn't know and put himself in this situation? Could he be angry at my client, who was there to try to figure out what was going on and ultimately try to protect his wife? Those are the whys. And if we'd had any investigators that were actually involved in the case coming to the stand, those would be questions that I would want to know, and they would be questions that you would want to know. Because you have a decision before you, and that decision requires a review of all of the evidence. Now, is it reasonable after a 6 to 8 week affair that someone's going to try to get rid of their companion of 19 years, wife of 12 years? Is that reasonable?
I mean, most crimes aren't exactly
You heard from
reasonable.
my client, he thinks it's absurd. In pursuing this case, the Commonwealth has presented absolutely no forensics evidence that supports that Brendan Banfield had anything to do with this, yet the story continues. This isn't how justice works, and you can't just come up with a theory and make it fit. They're trying to sell you a story without any facts. And we have the facts, and those facts are in evidence. Those jury instructions, when you see them, you'll realize they're very clear. If you have doubts about the investigation, if you have doubts about how they've conducted this investigation, if you believe that there's something that's been held back in this investigation,
Land the
that's
plane.
reasonable doubt. That's reasonable doubt before you even get into the things that negate the possibilities of their case. And these are hard decisions. There's a lot on the line. But know this, if they fell short in what you expect should be the investigation, if they fell short, that's not on you. The jury instructions say you must acquit. And it's not on you.
I'd adopt that if I was a defense attorney, that last line. That burden's not on you.
I don't have another opportunity to talk to you. It's their burden to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, so they get the opportunity to speak. So I apologize if I've gone too long, but I wanted to make sure that these important issues came before you. And might leave you with these words. When they lie and manipulate to get someone to make a statement, that's not discovering the truth. That's planting the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your patience. And at the end of your deliberations, I ask that you find my client not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right. Rebuttal argument.
All right. She's much higher energy,
Mike
so
again, Mr. Carroll.
we can wake up. All right, guys. Scale 1 through 10. How do you rate John Carroll's closing? And that's the only closing he gets. So state, since they have the burden of proof here, they get to do like an opening close and then a rebuttal close, which we're about to watch. So.
All right, just a couple of last words. Mr. Carroll has a really interesting recollection of the evidence. It certainly doesn't match ours, and I'm guessing it doesn't match yours. FYI, the lab for the coat was 165, not 167. And the DLI lab, it doesn't say anywhere on it that it was touch DNA. It was blood that they tested. Juliana did not repeatedly say that she didn't know how to work Gmail. She said that she did not create the Gmail account, that was Brendan. Giaccio and Bruce had the catfish plan and they peddled it and pushed it to everyone. I don't think that's at all what came out. I think that Mr. Carroll is trying to focus on the HR woes of the Fairfax County Police Department to distract you from the fact that the evidence actually supported that theory and that he has provided you, and his client has provided you with absolutely nothing to refute that theory. Why was there so much discussion and disagreement over the digital evidence? Because it could never be that smoking gun. You all heard it from their expert. You can't put someone behind that screen unless you're sitting next to them. So as much as we want it to tell the story here, as much as we want it to be the perfect evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that this thing had to happen, the digital evidence just isn't that. We wished it were, but it's not. And Detective Miller did nothing wrong, and Mr. Lidsky did nothing wrong. They just told you the truth. And the truth is that they can tell you what a device was doing, but they can't tell you who was using the device. Juliana Peres Magalhães' testimony was bought and paid for. Yes, she pled guilty to a lesser offense in exchange for her testimony. Ms. Frissler made sure you knew that from the get-go. Juliana talked about that. She explained for her reasons why. Nothing was hidden. After her sentence, it sounds like she might have the opportunity to make, 10 grand off of selling her story. She said that she would use that to support her family. And then what? Is she gonna work as a nanny? I mean, she's a convicted murderer. Do we really think that it is so reasonable that she made up this complete lie for 10 grand? Really? If this version is correct, coming from Mr. Banfield, then she would be set free. She would be as not guilty as he would be. So she's going to give up that shot for 10 grand? I just don't buy it. Whose story is more credible here? Juliana's or Mr. Banfield's? Whose version does the rest of the evidence support? The defendant took the stand and he lied. And he lied about collateral matters. He told you that he had a big career-defining work meeting the morning of the murder. And then you heard from his boss who said, no, he didn't. He lied. He said that he and Juliana did not have a plan to kill Christine at the time that they went to the shooting range. Well, he said, not at that time. If he's lying about the things that don't matter, how can you believe a single word he said? And ladies and gentlemen, you have to do that in this case, because without some alternate theory, the Commonwealth's evidence is uncontroverted. So you got to pick one. Juliana, Mr. Banfield. Whose story does the evidence support? All of that blood, the DNA, to some extent, the digital forensics, the physical evidence collected at the scene. That's what you can rely on. Don't rely on his narrative and his recollection of the evidence. For that reason, don't rely on mine or on Ms. Frissler's. Rely on yours. It is your collective recollection of the evidence that you have heard that is controlling. You know what was said here. You know what the evidence is. We trust you to make the decision. Thank you.
Oh, nice and quick.
Members of the jury, this is an important
That's
case
it.
to both the Commonwealth and the defendant.
Let's
In
do
order
it
to reach
all.
a verdict, each of you must agree on that verdict. In other words, the verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you get back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly and businesslike manner, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first entering the jury room to take a straw vote, or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case, or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and exchange views and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent you from retreating from an announced position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement, if it can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his or her own views and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits that were entered into evidence. You will have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. Much of the evidence in this case was in electronic files, so you're going to have a clean laptop that's going to have those files on there for you, and that you will be able to access, and you also have the big TV in the jury room that you can plug in the laptop to that so everybody can view the evidence at the same time, okay? As far as the firearms and knife, the Sheriff's Department has control of those items. If and when you want to see those items, you just have to let the deputy know, and those items will be brought to you. Only the deputy will handle them, but you can ask her to manipulate them however you wish to have them manipulated. But please do not have any deliberations while the deputy is in the room with you, okay? Wait till the deputy leaves before you do that, okay? All right, so during your deliberations, until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, or the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries or reference materials, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tool to obtain information about this case to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside the testimony and the exhibits received as evidence during the trial. You will have, again, you will also have with you the verdict forms. There's 4 charges in front of you, okay? So you're going to have 4 separate verdict forms, all right? Once you have decided, have made a decision, each of the verdict forms should have the 4-person signature at the appropriate place. There's places for guilty and not guilty for each count that you've heard, 2 aggravated murder counts, 1 firearm count, and 1 child endangerment count, okay? So each form is separately. So each form, upon the finishing of your deliberation, should have the signature of the 4-person just on 1 space on each form, okay? If you sign both places on the form, it gets confused. If we're confused, then that's not the way it works, okay? So just make sure you do that. Okay, now for the last part before you deliberate, the fun part. You remember that in the beginning of this case, I told you we had randomly selected 4 people to be alternates, okay? We still have 4 alternates. Thank you all for your service and being so professional, and even during the snowstorm, making it here on time, and we do appreciate that. And let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for you all and have taken you away from your lives for 3 weeks now. I know I speak for all of us associated with this case that I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know it is hard to have come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. As an alternate, you will not deliberate, but you will still be under the order of the court, okay? And so you cannot do any outside research at this time in the case, or you can't talk to anybody about this case at this time because you're still under oath as a juror. That is because if something happens to a juror during deliberations, I will call you back to service and deliberations would start again as you would be part of the jury as well. So that's why you're still under the order of the court. You are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. Once a verdict is reached, we will reach out to you and contact you and let you know this has occurred, and then you are free from all your obligations, okay? So again, thank you for your service. At this time, I'll call the alternate jurors, and if you could go with the deputy, we have to collect your items, and we'll get you on your way, okay? So the alternate jurors I have are number 26, number 24, and number 38.
I appreciate
So if
Judge
you could
Penney
follow
only reading the
Deputy
numbers.
Johnson out at this time. (26, 17, 24, and 38). 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, these are the 12 jurors that are going to be deliberating in this case, okay? You can take as long as you need to deliberate, and at this point, you can take breaks whenever you wish to, and you can let the court know. If you're still deliberating next week, you can let the court know if you want to come in at 9, you can come in at 9, or if you want to come in at 10, that's fine. When you're done for the evening, I know there's one juror that has to be done by 4:30 today, so make sure we respect that timing for that juror. But you can take breaks whenever you wish. You can take your lunch breaks, and you can make them an hour, you can make them a half hour, you can do what you like. It's just important that you do not deliberate at any time unless all jurors are in that jury room at the same time, okay? So during breaks, we don't deliberate, okay? We make sure we take care of that. All right, do we have another deputy that can? All right, I can excuse you now to deliberate at this time if I have a deputy.
Just while we're waiting on them, can we approach on one?
Sure, sure.
All right. So I don't know. Usually they'll throw up a verdict counter clock because they know exactly when like the door has closed for the deliberation room. But we're starting around 12:34 local time. So,
Gentlemen, just one more item before you deliver. If for some reason you have any issues with the laptop, please let the deputy know. And if you're having trouble with any of the exhibits, let us know because we can print out anything and everything that you need, okay? So if it gets frustrating at any point, just let me know and I'll make the parties print anything out that you need, okay? All right, thank you.
If you feel like John Carroll, let us know. We'll print everything on paper. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we have a verdict today. I wouldn't be surprised if especially if they can't stay late. I wouldn't be surprised if they want more time to look over the data. I don't know. I think a major difference between this and the Casotis case is with the Nick Casotis case, there really wasn't like data records,
If you want to
spreadsheets.
review the verdict forms
to go
before they
through.
go back as well. The laptop is coming from IT, so if you want to wait for that too for me, so just so you can make sure the laptop is clean and everything, all your exhibits are on there, and then that will go back to the jurors, okay? All right, we'll be in recess then.
All rise.
They do that Winslow meme from Cat Dog where he like walks out the little door and then comes right back in. The verdict is in. Yeah, so guys, I would say, one thing I could do if you want to be able to get an alert, I mean, if you guys have Discord, I know not everybody uses it, but I'll make sure to put a message in the chat in our Discord for people that like to use Discord for notifications. Or, if you're like anybody in this trial and think Discord is where we go to do sneaky conversations. Here's the chat Discord. Obviously, I'll put a post on X. This will be live because we're just going to watch Juliana's testimony while we are on verdict watch. But maybe, I don't know if this would work, but maybe there's a way that I could do like a second live where I fire up a live so you guys get the YouTube alert, but then I just redirect that live right back here. I don't know if that would work with YouTube's. I feel like it'd work for the people that are already here watching, but it wouldn't work for the people that are looking for an alert from YouTube, if that makes sense, because that's just what YouTube does. Just a good time. Let's see. SD says, should I feel so bad for being so hard on Miss Sands? I mean, I do think it's everybody should give the consideration. This isn't to steer your opinion one way or another on any of the counsel in this case, but one, always give consideration that, the delivery, the presentation, the charisma or lack of charisma by counsel, even though...
It's a case of sex lies.
Sex lies. Even though the jury really, that shouldn't be what they base stuff on. I can't imagine that doesn't have an impact, if that makes sense. So I think expressing your own thoughts is important to hear. I think it's valuable feedback. And then additionally, don't forget the context here in this particular case where Sands did get brought on to this case after it was already in front of a different prosecutor. Eric Klingon was initially on this case. After some point in time, he was no longer on this case. So she wasn't on this case from the start. So there's also additional context here that I think is worth mentioning again. Yes, Discord is for affairs and for gamers. And obviously a delineation between the two, no overlap. We've got, let's see. It's some juries, I think it's usually up to the jury if they want to eat during deliberations, but it's their choice to decide, and they can't choose to, hey, one person wants to go pick up lunch from somewhere, but the rest of the 11 of us want to sit here and deliberate. It has to be a unanimous choice to, we'll all eat our lunch here and continue to deliberate. So... Slim and Bones is the guy that drinks beer for breakfast. Would have been interesting to watch as well. And Tio Toys said that he's the one that pointed out that he is now a defense attorney. So Eric Klingon is now a defense attorney. opened up his law firm, I think last week, his domain name was purchased. So there's that. Yeah, drinking the old dogfish. I also want to give a proper thank you here and make sure I read out these thoughts. I thought this was super kind from Justice for All. I always love the 5 for the S. Says, thank you, Kat, for your awesome trial coverage and insight. Thank you for the kind words, because I think a lot of people hate my commentary on this case. You make watching these horrible crimes more enjoyable. Well, on the plus side, we didn't really have to see much gore and like the grotesque type of images in this case. So that kind of, in a way, I think that was probably good for our health, even though it could have maybe answered some additional questions, filled some gaps that maybe we had from not being able to see what the scene looked like. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the super here. Bittersweet, who has been on, Bittersweet has shared her thought process on this case. I think she was busy the last couple of days, but especially in the early, like last week and the beginning of this week. And I wish I had 100 to give you for all your time. Don't do that. Thank you so much for the super. Saying thank you here, and you are truly amazing. Bittersweets, again, thank you for... Bittersweets went through this journey of, no, I don't know, I think there's something funny going on here, and then shifted to, I see guilty. And I like being able to see that progression. And I always appreciate that you guys not only take the time to come hang out, but it can be kind of weird to say you think somebody's guilty or you think somebody's not guilty in a room where people might be saying the opposite. So I appreciate everybody who's willing to express and share their thoughts and insights. We've got, let's see, questions here. I don't know the exact timeline, that guy Nick. I don't know exactly what happened, but from my understanding is he was taken off this case, this particular case, but was still working as a Commonwealth attorney for some time. And then I don't know what happened from there. So, Curious Coco, in the same vein, we've got a theme going on here. We are all bonded through the struggles, the times. Curious Coco says, so appreciative of Kat's insights and analysis on these cases. While we are trauma bonded on the hot mess lawyering. Yeah, just something that was, it's like, I feel like I'm getting yelled at when the prosecution had somebody up. And then when John Carroll would be up, feel like I want to take a nap, and it would just be like the wavelength of polar opposite energy levels. So very interesting to get through that together. And again, it wasn't just John Carroll that struggled with getting exhibits admitted. He had a lot more that I think he had to try to get admitted, and a lot more resistance from the other side. But for the first 2 days of trial, Judge Penney was like, are you going to admit that? Like, it's this number. Can you mark it for identification? Like, neither of them were on the ball in that regard. Of course, I think John Carroll was all the way off the court. And then Curious Coco also says, it's always a good time with Slat and the best chat. Thank you so much. And the mods. Shout out to the mods. We've got Sheriff Chuck in here, throwing 5 gifted subs out there. Thank you, Party Chuck. Party Chuck is sponsoring our rewatch of Juliana. We're here to see if she can be saved. So as we rewatch the testimony of Juliana Peres Magalhães, or what did the one Magalhães? What did we hear this morning? That was a funky bunch pronunciation. We're gonna see if she can be saved. So big thank you here, Sheriff Chuck. We've got a gifted sub here from Brianne, who's like, hold on. Got to turn more people green in here. Thank you so much, Brianne. And thank you to Brianne as well for, sharing thoughts. Like, it's very specifically like, hey, I do that too. I don't think that that's anything weird, or that seems weird. So always good. Another major contributor of the insights here in the chat. Yeah, KLF likes the mega lies. Magalhães. We're going Harry Potter. We're going to say Mugglehouse. Dizzy, so closings. I do think closings are worth replaying. And that will take about like an hour and 40 minutes if you don't speed it up, but I do think it was worth it. But you can jump about an hour and 15 minutes in. Basically, look for when you see the prosecutor at the lectern. Because all that happened this morning is we have, the state's only proceeding with the ag murder. They're not going to do any lesser includeds, right? So that means it's either a plot to kill both of these two individuals, like this was premeditated for the murder of the two, or not. And I don't know, my thought on that is perhaps they don't want the jury to have the option to play the law of averages and think, Juliana got all these benefits, we think she's equally guilty, so you know what, let's go with like second degree murder. Let's consider, I don't know, I think they just wanted to take that option to compromise or split the baby or balance out what they think Juliana's getting in compared to what Brendan is getting completely off the table. So that was really it. Media fought for some access, but pretty much denied for any sealed exhibits that weren't FetLife messages. And then the autopsy report is going to be unsealed. So there was that. Yeah, and Mafka says the facts don't support lessers. I mean, I think there was a small avenue if they wanted to go there. They could have challenged, if they thought it was a justifiable shoot on Joseph Ryan in case they thought the theory was even still on the jurors' minds that Brendan Banfield could have walked in that moment and thought, this is actually an intruder. It looks like a romp, but now that I think about it, there's something shiny and I think this is an intruder, so I'm going to shoot when I get a clear shot. I think there was evidence that could have gone to, is it a justified shooting or not? But again, I think that's eliminated by the consideration that we have with the aggravated murders, where it's for the two of them. So premeditated for both of them or not. So yeah, and that guy Nick, let me say this out loud. Juries are not supposed to consider punishment, but I don't think it's true that they just put that off completely. I don't know. And I like to say, I think that the jury follows the instructions for the most part. But I think it's kind of, when it's a serious charge, you know that a conviction is going to be serious time. And when you hear that the co-conspirator gets an offer of time served, it might be hard to sit in that deliberation room and not think about that. So let's see. Pull up this testimony. Let me rewind to like a question so we know what we're talking about. Talking about the FetLife account here, going back over to Juliana. So let me get up a banner so anyone joining in now knows that jury is deliberating. We're going to rewatch Juliana's testimony. Kind of a free-for-all in the chat. Don't say anything that'll violate YouTube's terms of service. But whatever you want to chat about, it doesn't need to be about what we're watching. If you want to talk about other testimony, if you want to talk about the law in Virginia, I don't care if you get off topic. So here we go.
Was first created, I guess, and to tell people what she was looking for.
And whose idea was it to post this? Whose idea was it to post this?
Brendan.
Okay. We can terminate this view at this point. How did you and Brendan, how did you use the laptop? How did the two of you use her laptop without her knowing about it?
It was because every time she used to get home from work, she used to throw her backpack by the door, and in the backpack was her laptop and her work stuff.
And once the FetLife account was created, what, if anything, did the two of you do with it?
Texting other people, other guys.
All right. Audible. Thank you, Mavka. I didn't see these uploaded when I looked at the, right now the Fairfax courthouse, their website has high profile cases. But I'd only seen that they put up the media order, so I didn't know that they put all these exhibits up. So we're going to call an audible. We're going to look at some of these exhibits. These are Telegram messages. So let's look through these Telegram messages. Let's see where we go. All right. So as we know, we have Anastasia as the name and Joe. And remember, these extractions are from Joseph Ryan's device. So we've got hey from Joe. So Joe is going to be green. We've got blue is going to be the suspect user, Anastasia. Hey, how are you? So this is February. Oh, wait, are these? So they really, this is kind of weird to see, now that I'm thinking about it, that this really was just like a 4-day window, and we just show up and break the golden rule. Anyway, so this is February 20th at 3:30 in the morning. We've got, it's like 30 minutes between Joseph responding to this message. I'm good, how are you? Good, glad to talk to you. 12 minutes in delay. Quick response says same. I'm looking forward to Friday. So by the time they're starting these Telegram conversations, Friday is already locked in. I was just going to ask if you're excited for Friday. We're going to have an interesting size disparity. I'm semi-erect right now. Oh God, chat, don't clip me. It's been difficult to not jack off. And there's no like exclamations or emojis with this, you guys. I'll let you know when there's emojis. It's just a flat period. And then, okay, so this is all within a few minutes. And then we have, because I am super excited and looking forward to meet your aggressive dom side. And then she replies directly, Anastasia, whoever it is. We are going to have an interesting size disparity is quoted. And Anastasia replies, yes, I am really short, wink face. And then Anastasia says, why and what are you most excited about, with like the dot and D for a smiley face? Well, you like that facial abuse clip and the rough one before, so that is an interesting start. And that's at 4:22 a.m. When you asked about tiny cuts, can you tell me about that? That's coming from Anastasia at 4:22 in the morning. Knowing that you want to explore some rough/raunchy things that deeply satisfy me. That's from Joe. Joe also says, and they will do the same for you. Anastasia says, I really liked that. Maybe there's just a double word here. Or maybe the thought. I really like that she was being forced into the ground while he was fucking her. The ads are gonna be crazy on this. So yeah, so in my limited blood play experience. Your mom said you weren't into this. Okay. All right. So next message from Wait, can you guys hear me? That was weird. My StreamYard had the mute thing activated. Did it hear me like cursing and just like muted me out? What was the last thing you guys heard? What was the last thing you heard? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah, muted myself. No, they muted me. They muted me. All right, so I don't know what the blue chat. Oh man, so you guys didn't hear me react to these? Okay, so Anastasia said, I really liked that she was being forced into the ground while he was fucking her. And then Joe, these are all Joe, says, yeah, so my limited blood play experience. But his mom says he didn't do this. He didn't do this. And then it says, I did it once 9 years ago. My ex was poly. We were getting back together. And one of her roommates cut her too deeply and put her into the ER because he's a fucking moron. If you went into the deliberations room and you read these, would this have an impact on your way of thinking about what could have happened in that room? Just odd. It's just odd. Yeah, right after I cursed, it muted. Interesting. I wonder if StreamYard, but it was like StreamYard that muted. It wasn't YouTube or anything, so. So, yeah, just this is to change my vision of this a little bit. And what I was talking about when I was muted, I was saying, when I was stuck on the screen, I was saying this is not me trying to say something specific about Joseph Ryan's mom, but my general, you hear me opine every once in a while about, and I try not to speak on what victims are saying. I don't really even, especially before a conviction, I don't put much weight into what I hear victims say about the case before and after. It can be valuable sometimes, I think, if there's like things that go to facts of the case. I saw her that day, so there's sign of life. She was still alive then. Like, obviously that's important. But when a victim says they weren't into something like that, or they never did XYZ, they didn't play kickball, or they were fine because they did play kickball, I don't put weight into stuff like that because people don't always know everybody's day-to-day lives, especially the things that they'd be more inclined to keep private. So, yeah, and right here, this contradicts mom's impression of her son. She said in an interview that he's not into knife play. So yeah. Oh, maybe I hit something? I don't know, but I'd have to hit my keyboard. It's like there's nothing, I don't know. I don't think I hit my keyboard. If you see me, it would mute me, like the hardware muted. I'm going to change my shirt. I have a You're on Mute shirt. I'm going to go put that on as my own version of a dunce hat. So anyway, we're here at this part where roommate gets cut too deeply. And this is apparently something his ex did. It wasn't him. He's just retelling a story that somebody else had happen. And he's going on. He says, so we discussed a scene. I used a razor blade to do long, shallow cuts along her back and down her legs. What is happening? What? We discussed a scene? Sounds intense. So this is now at 4:29 in the morning on, oh, this is UTC time, don't forget. So what, we'd be at 11:29? So this is 11:29 on the 19th. So we're still in the same hour period. It's like 30-minute period here. But I forgot it was UTC. My bad. And then how long did it take for her to heal? Is the next question. Chat! I'm disavowing these messages. What? So then Joseph, how long did it take her to heal? He says, she masturbated while I did it. Oh no, Chad. What are we doing? Began to. While I began to. So he says while I did it and then corrects himself to say began to. And then says, I don't know, a few days max, question mark. Isn't part of this like being sure of recovery and how things might present a few days later. This is crazy. Oh, let me put up a banner. Let me put up a banner. Reading Telegram messages between Anastasia and Joe. I'm just going to use the names that are on the device. Oh, this is really big. Let me make this scroll. Oh, Chad. The jury better deliberate long enough for us to get through all these messages. Why isn't it scrolling? Let me gather my wits. Okay, so back to these messages. Were you still planning to cut off my clothes? Ah, so now we have an explanation. It muted me again. It just muted me again. So, you know what it might be? Do you guys remember when I did that collaboration stream with Dana McClendon? And then there was another stream I did before that just by myself where we were showing, I was toggling screens. It might be because of the reader that I'm in that's cutting off my audio. So let me download this and put it in a Google Drive and we'll read it that way. But sometimes a certain tab share seems like it cuts the audio off in StreamYard. I think it's that same type of error. New cases, new folder. I'll also drop a link in case you want to read it on your own. All right. Do you guys think that it could be Brendan writing these? Who do you think is writing these? Yeah, my mic is giving up. Of course, Dolly's here. Wait, Dolly, do you want to do some reading? Are you at work? Are you at work still? All right, so here's going to be a link in the chat in case you want this specific document. Okay, chat thinks Juliana's writing it, maybe Christine. Got another Juliana. Yeah, be careful, chat. Be careful, chat. All right, so let me pull this up in a viewer. Hopefully the sound will stop cutting out. I'm going to close the other window. All right, and we were... Oh, geez. All right, so they're discussing doing the scene. I used a razor blade to do long, shallow cuts along her back and down her legs. Sounds intense. How long did it... Oh, wait, we read this. Okay. Were you still planning to cut off my clothes? I may rip them. I haven't put a ton of thought into it because I don't know what you'll be wearing. As long as... as long as your holes are exposed and your tits are out. I have lost some weight recently. Was going to let you destroy one of my pajamas. Oh, the weight loss drug in the system. Uh-oh. I don't know. Could that just be because Brendan knew she was taking weight loss? Or going to the gym even? Maybe just going to the gym? Ha. Good job on the weight loss. Working on it still. My husband hasn't even noticed. Oh, over 20 pounds now. Right on. You have a nice figure in your main picture. Thank you. You are very handsome. Thanks. I like imagining you towering over me. I don't think I've mentioned it. You can tell I'm taller from the pictures. I'm 6'2". I weirdly have extra practice wrestling short people, so I'm an accomplished bully. Aside from being pinned down, what are you looking forward to? Another time we can just wrestle. Pin me, fuck me a little, let me go, pin me in another position, repeat. And then she replies, or Anastasia replies to the aside from being pinned down, what are you looking forward to? And says, I'm looking forward to my long hair being pulled and dragging me into position. The different types of spankings you will give me. So, but this seems like what Brendan was describing, but is he describing it because he knows there's going to be like a paper trail if the jury looks at this and says, hey, that weird wild hair thing, it kind of makes sense with this? Is he just like tracking back to something that either he and Juliana are putting in here? What are we doing? What are we doing? There's no dispute that Joe wrote the green stuff. So the stuff that's purportedly coming from this device is attributed to Joe. No one was really disputing that. But what's in dispute is who's typing from this account. Who's typing from this account? All right, wait. So we also have the plastic wrap and the squeeze it gives is also, and the squeeze it gives is also thrilling. They didn't bring plastic wrap though, right? And then yes to all of that. Looking forward to sticking, oh, chat. Looking forward to sticking my fingers in both your holes while I spank you too. Well, I'm glad that you were just as excited just like I am. Excitement leads to passion and aggression. With the like colon and D smiley face. Now this is all the way until 11:50 p.m. on February 19th. So this has been a long conversation back and forth. What will you do to my tits? And we have the pee face. I'll be slapping them, pinching your nipples, and putting cum on them. Well, you didn't get to that part. You didn't get to that part. You didn't get to that part. He says, tits bruise super easily, so. Today I learned. I'm kind of hesitant. Unless you're trying to have... Unless that's what you want. Unless that's what you want. And then he corrects himself. He says he's gonna put clothespins on them. So what is he correcting? Like 4 messages ago? So there's no way you're correcting that from... Is this what he's trying to correct for real? 4 messages later. And then he clarifies. He says, "Come was my reptile brain speaking." Jesus Christ. Oh, we've got we do have a typo, but it's one that I would make. So I can't say. We did read that one thing where it didn't seem like it would be native English speaker writing. Maybe in the FetLife messages and not the Telegram messages. It says, "Come is usually the right answer. Some marks are okay. I said as long as they are covered by my clothes, I have a few days to heal up." I mean, this is good to include. If you're trying to pretend to be somebody else and be believable, I think that this is a good performance. This is a good Christian chat. Oh, man. And remember, this is UTC. I made that mistake. So this is, like, we're approaching midnight on February 19th. So... And then he says, Joseph says, "I've inadvertently caused massive bruises from relatively light breast slapping. It was shocking." The shock and horror. Butts are obviously much tougher. Yeah, it's pretty hard to get masochists to tap via hand to butt slaps. Do you want to have a phone call tomorrow or Tuesday to go over everything? We can chat tomorrow. I was thinking pretty early on Friday, like 7:15 to 7:30. Be done by 11. I have something to do in the afternoon. I need to clean up, shower, relax a bit after. Right on. I was thinking about setting some timers to make sure I manage time correctly, weirdly enough. I'll let you handle that. Right. All right, and then we just move on to the next subject line. Have you been face fucked before? Yes. You don't want any pictures taken, I assume? No pictures. I won't see you again if you take any. I'm not interested in violating boundaries. Thank you, with a, like, smiley face thing. Oh, okay. I thought he was asking if he could take very specific pictures here. But it's two different questions, or two different, notes. Forced anal is a yes. Pictures are a no. And then LOL in all caps. Pretty reasonable. It's part of the scenario with the tongue face. I hate to go, but I have work early in the morning. I need to lay down and touch myself a bit before I go to sleep. All right, well, do you. Helps me to relax. By all means. I'm curious. About. Are you looking forward more to being fisted, fucked, or fucked in your ass? Oh my god, YouTube's gonna be like, this is inappropriate to read on YouTube. These are David's messages. These are David's messages. Wait, did it not update my banner? I didn't have the banner on. Well, here we are. Here we are. Well, to be fair, if anyone's paid attention at all to this trial, they should be able to figure out joining late the context. Yeah, my ears need a shower. Boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. All right, so she's looking forward to being fisted and fucked the most and having you. I see, but the thing is, like, if I like censored a little bit, the context would be lost. So I can't even hodgepodge this unless we came up with an entire, like, legend. Like, everything needs a translation. But that'd be hard to keep track of. I haven't had anal in a while. I think it will be fun and a part of the surrender. And then he says, go masturbate. Good night. And then this is still the same conversation. I'm about to and thinking about you and picturing us on Friday. Good night. And then he sends a picture. What is he wearing? You want to see what shirt he's wearing? I can't. I don't know what that shirt is. But he sends a picture. And then, okay, now it looks like this would be the next night. So they talked for like an hour and almost an hour and a half in this conversation. Then we have another message. This would be the 20th around 10:01 p.m. 10:01 p.m. So he says, hey. And then 40 minutes later says, hey. And then says, oops. And then, okay, let's see. Let's do the math here. So at 11:17, is this the weird gym timing? No, it's not that day. Sorry it's late that I'm getting on. It's good. You look great. Can't wait to meet you. Thanks. I felt weirdly overdressed for someone staying in. Wearing pants. Do you still want to talk a little bit, or are you going to bed soon? I'm a bit nervous to talk, but we can still talk. Uh-oh. Why nervous? I guess just how I am. I'm excited but nervous. Give me a moment. I'm going to make a cup of coffee and then I'll call. We got to get the caffeine. We got to get the caffeine. We've got, let me know when you are ready. I would rather call so it doesn't make a call noise. Sure. Oh. See, this could go either way, I think. I think this could go either way. I pocket dialed 911 today. What a weird coincidence. What a weird coincidence. LOL. I'm ready. And then they have this 41-minute call. So, and now we would be after midnight. So now this would be the 21st at about 12:42 a.m. And I think it seems like the call would have started at midnight. And then it ends, because the timing seems to match up. And then it ends at 12:42. And then at 12:43 we have, it was great talking to you. I loved hearing your sexy voice. I'm so excited. Have a wonderful night. Joe says, same. Then we have... Wait, what? Okay, so then after she says after Anastasia says it was great talking to you, then we have a jump in time. So this would then be almost 9 o'clock. It'd be like 8:58 on the 21st still. But like, this would have been way early in the morning, and now this is at night, 8 at night, 8:58 at night. He says same, and then says, how are you? Or actually, this is a little bit later. He says same, there's no response. Then, like 2 hours pass, he says, how are you? And then in less than 10 minutes, Anastasia says, I'm pretty good and excited for Friday. How are you? And this is around that same time frame. Like, this would be 11:02 p.m. on the 21st. How was your day? My day was all right. I need to work still. Fucked up an art project. I've had an erection half the day. It's been awful. Nope, no mention of the accent after talking. Doesn't say anything about it. But remember, Juliana's testimony was that it was when they got on the phone together. So there's plausibility there that it wouldn't be in a message. So, but the way he harps on details, I kind of would expect to see it in the messages. So let's see if he mentions that. And then he said, okay, wait. He fucked up an art project and then says, I've had an erection half the day. It's been awful. In that regard, you have nice tits. This is all without a response. This is all just riffing. So, I just saw you loved my picture. That's why you're saying this, huh? Thank you. Where did the picture get loved? Where did the picture get loved? On FetLife? Or maybe he went back in the conversation, but she got the Anastasia got the notification. Yeah, what is the art project? What is the art project? Mary, yes, so the judge can't go outside the maximum for the second-degree manslaughter charge, so that's why earlier I was saying it could be up to the 10 years, because that's the allowable maximum for that count, that charge in Virginia. So, but I've also heard, and this is something that Sean over at Potentially Criminal mentioned, and it's been stuck in my mind. I think it's a great point, and he's a practicing criminal defense attorney, so put more weight into what he says than I say. But I didn't think about it until I heard him say it. For a judge to deviate from a prosecutor's recommended sentence, it could cause like a ripple effect where the next time we're trying to disposition and a defendant's ready to take a plea, they're trying to do these negotiations, but now the defendant is panicking that whatever they think the state is recommending, they can't trust this judge to likely stick to the recommendation. And that even though a judge might feel compelled, like, hey, this is messed up, for the sake of keeping the consistency and not deterring future negotiations, a judge might just stick with the recommendation. I thought that was really, really insightful there from Potentially Criminal. I hate shouting out another content creator in the middle of what we're reading here, but I think Potentially Criminal might be the perfect one because he'd probably have a fun time reading these. So, with that being said, you guys, if you don't already know Potentially Criminal, you might hear me call him Sean sometimes. I think he said yesterday was the last day for the Brendan Banfield trial, but I imagine he's going to watch closings today. So he'll be doing that. I'm going to drop a link real quick, and he should also be in the Creator Friends playlist that's linked in the chat. So, I'm going to be like, I shouted you out in the middle of reading these messages today. And there is his channel link in the chat there. Usually goes live like 6:30 Eastern time. So, all right, so we've got more messages to get through. We just saw that you loved my picture. Why are you saying this, huh? That's why you're saying this, huh? Thank you. Well, I hope you enjoy them, squeeze them, pinch them. You can slap them, use them however you want, with 2 exclamations and a wink face. And these are all like not emojis. It's like, I don't think we've had a single actual emoji, but maybe that's not how it translates. But this one specifically, like the text wink face with the semicolon and parenthesis. And then, but yes, they are big and really nice to play with. Has anyone ever put clamps or clips on your nipples? Never, but I looked through some pictures where the tits are with clamps/clips, And I find this exciting. I mean, I have nice nipples. I think it would feel good. Do you have anything around your house that you could pinch them with? You can bring whatever you would like to use with a wink face. And then at 4:24, all right, so how long has this been going? Because Anastasia is going to sign off. All right, so this has been like 25 minutes. And we have I have to go to bed now soon. I'm sorry. I'll text you tomorrow. Good night. And that would be at 11:25 p.m. on the 21st. And then, is this like night-night? And then she leaves another message that says, I can't wait for Friday. He says, same, Anna. And is this the picture of what he... So it's unsolicited. It's completely unsolicited. Unless they had a phone call. Because the next thing we get is an attachment with... And this is what we see Juliana when she's on the stand. This gets pulled up, this attachment, this image. Where we saw like the chain with the 2 padlocks and a key. A rope, or like maybe that's the elastic band, and then the knife. But there's no messages before this. So, and then this is a few hours later. This is like 3 hours after this conversation ends. So this is at 2:36 on the 22nd. Now we're on the 22nd, early morning. And then at 12:52 on the morning of the 23rd, so just after midnight, so the day before the meetup, we've got what's your address? And then, sorry I couldn't get online yesterday. This is, okay, brain, stream math, right? 9:35? Yeah, okay, 9:35 the night of the 23rd. Sorry I couldn't get online yesterday. Gives the address. Looks like you're ready. I'm ready. This just says status read. I don't see anything there. But then we have a message saying I'm back. Hey, I just saw your message. How are you tonight? Have to say that seeing your address made my heart beat faster. How long does it take for you to get to my place? 25 minutes. And then Anastasia replies to the have to say that your address made my heart beat faster by saying it was pretty exciting sending to you. Hopefully that means we're all set. No long at all. Oh no. No long at all. Not. Pretty close. I'm very ready. How ready? I've gathered everything together tonight. I may not be able to sleep now. Cock may keep me awake. I'm really excited too. And then I had a long day at work, so I hope I get a little rest at least. You said park in the driveway or prefer down the street. Do we know, did she work on the 23rd? When did they go get Korean barbecue? Did Christine work? I shouldn't just say she. Did Christine work on the 23rd? Although not for nothing, but, you know, sometimes I think people, like if this was Christine or anybody talking as themselves, someone might say that they had a long day at work as an excuse for not answering. And then you said park in the driveway or prefer down the street. Anastasia replies to the fun comment and says it must be huge. You can park in the driveway next to my car. I have a Volkswagen ID4. So if this is the car that, this is great performance if this is catfishing. And this is Christine's car, because you're like remembering, you're like really putting yourself in the shoes. So we've got, are you going to message me to come through or just wait until 7:30? And then, or 7:15, question mark. And then says, I'll talk to you in the morning. So Anastasia, this is now 11:09 at night on the 23rd. Then says, my bed is kind of a storage bed that had drawers under it. It sort of has legs, but that isn't easy. And then he says, have you touched yourself at all tonight or too tired? And then, not yet, I'm kind of hiding. I'll message you in the morning when you can come in. And then remember, I think around the same time is when we have like the toilet paper message. Can you bring toilet paper upstairs? Through Facebook Messenger to Brendan. And he's like, I'll be up in a couple. And then we've discussed some things. Stomping repeatedly or kicking repeatedly erratically will get me to get you out. I don't want to do this if you're having a panic attack or injured or something, right? I probably will be a bit panicked. Oh, that's sauce. I think that is a part of the fun of it. Are my hands going to be free that I can snap? If you're plastic wrapped well, maybe not. Makes sense. I can just restrain you with chains if you prefer. But if you want to be completely immobile, I want to fully experience the scene. I don't want the scene/mood to be broken. Well, we're using the word scene again. You'd like to be untied at 10:30, 11, because remember the earlier messages said, like, come over around like 7 early, and then I have something to do at 12. We need to be done by 12. So we've got, let's say 10:30. Is a digital clock. There is a digital clock next to the bed. We will have some time to talk about the scene and other things we may want to do. Sounds good. Send me a message when you leave in the morning and your ETA. I'll double check that we are all set for that time. Oh, interesting. Aim for 7:20. If there's anything you need more at the end, you can let me know. I'll be in the area a little early, i.e. by the Walmart. And we know that he ends up stopping at the Walmart. And then sounds good. And then this is still together. I'm so wet thinking about all of this. The anticipation, it out of this world. Yeah, we've been talking about this a few weeks. 7.5 hours from now. I think we should rest and relax a bit before the big event. Ooh, that's ominous. That's ominous to read now. See? This is what I said earlier. Is this like hour-long story of what happened in that room that we heard from direct testimony yesterday? Is this like made to match and reflect the details that if the jury reads this, Brendan knows that they're going to see and hear, and they'll be like, oh my gosh, that sounds exactly like what Brendan said Joseph Ryan was saying? Or is it consistent because that's what Joseph Ryan was actually saying? But he says here, I'm looking forward to making your holes mine. And the response is, do we need to discuss anything else? Oh, no, wait, never mind. There's a direct reply to it that says, they are already yours. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Is this catfish or is this Christine? So Joseph says, you just made me smile. Yeah, unless you need to ask anything. And this is the dog message. So, I forgot to tell you, I do have a dog. She's very nice, but she will be in the basement. She will have snacks and stuff down there. Just let her be. And Joseph says, I'm a dog person. Sure. And then Anastasia says, I'll show you her when we are done. And then, won't bother your lovely dogo. I want to have the scene to completion. Everything we spoke about. Right. I'll, quote, meet you at 10:30. What? Oh, so they're not going to actually, I get it now. We're not going to talk until 10:30. Call me when you want from the start until 10:30. And then hard use for you until 10:30. And this is another message that it just says status is read. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, man, this one. A cock in your ass, a fist in your pussy, and a well-beaten ass. You'll probably cry a little. And then we have the reply, I expect it. Good. Great. I don't know. Yeah. Trikisha says Juliana because it's immature. We've got, let's see, catfish from Mary. Lauren says, I wish I had more context on, how Christine was or who Christine was. SD just says, this is crazy. This is crazy. Mostly Pleasant says, Christine wrote this. Giveaway was the weight loss and hubby not noticing. Or is it good acting? Is it just great role play? Alyssa's, I knew it was Juliana writing some of these because of the grammar that was used. We've got, let's see. Yeah, I was thinking that to myself, Mavka, reading the, whatever that no message was, or not, or no. Lauren says some of it's a little sus. We've got, yeah, I gotta go off screen for that one. Gotta go off screen for that one. And then Sabata says, nah, I think it was a FetLife date gone wrong. Danny says it's very odd that he would make it a point to say he's not interested in crossing boundaries, but then he goes and stabs her to death. I'm not buying it. Brendan definitely set this up. And can you imagine being, all right, you're planning on this. You want to find a mark on FetLife who will just look plausible. And then you find this guy who's not only willing to come over and meet you, but he's like, hee, hoo, ha, we took it too far in accident, or at least, you know what my friend did. It was a deep cut. Someone had to go to the ER. Ha ha, ha ha, hee hoo. Like, would you just be like, gold mine, just dropped in my lap? This is the perfect guy. This is the perfect person. Because he could make these same mistakes. Regardless of him saying, I'm interested in not crossing boundaries. It just seems like this is the mark that you'd want to find. Yeah, and Sheriff Chuck says, well, I don't think he would say up front that he's going to stab you. So, we've got, let's see. What time was this all happening? This was like about 40 minutes again, right? Yeah, they chatted a lot this time. Yeah, this was like 40 minutes. Just a lot of messages back and forth. Yeah, and I mean, maybe we can include this gap, but it was only one message. So if we include this and don't think much of this gap because it was Joseph not responding, right? So we have these messages from Anastasia at, 9, yeah, right? Yeah, 9:36 p.m. on the 23rd. And then we have a gap in time, but she's the last one. Anastasia is the last one to send a message. It's Joseph that takes an hour and change to respond. And then within 14 minutes, we have a reply from Anastasia again. So there is a gap there, and then we have a continued conversation where if I was an analyst, my opinion would be, hey, I don't think they lost control over the device at this time, whoever had it, through all of these messages. Imagine having to delete all of these, like, from the other device. All right, so, wait, let's see. Okay, this is about the Walmart. Okay, so, can't wait. This is now, we are in the morning of, so this would be what, 6? Yeah, so 6:10 a.m. 6:10 a.m. We have the day of. So 6:10, we have Joseph saying, good, you'll be bent over my knee in about an hour. At 6:11, there's a reply, ooh, can't wait. Let me know when you leave, and ETA. And then at 6:14, Joseph says, I'm going to the Walmart first to pick up lube and a second pack of saran wrap. We need 2 packs? Oh, man. I'll be leaving shortly. The drive with the detour is 30 minutes, unless you have extra lube and saran wrap. I keep both of those things right here all the time. That's fine. My lube needs to be replaced. I don't love it. Okay, I'll grab some. Why doesn't he ask, like, why don't you love it? Or is there, like, a specific kind? Must be too eager. Must be too eager. Hey, Jaso. Good to see you. We've got, let's see, everything else is sorted. I made a spreader bar last night. Oh, geez. Knife packed, zip ties, locks, chains, etc. And then, and again, this is just this is, he's the one talking about it. And then at 6:19, you're the best. 6:24, leaving in 10ish. Won't show up until around 7:20 to 7:30. See you soon at 6:25. Do some stretching. That's 10 minutes later at 6:34, 35. And then at the same time, almost leaving now, 7:30 ETA, traffic. And then at 6:48, we have, okay, I'll be waiting for you. And that's it. That is it, you guys. We made it through. We made it through the wilderness. We made it through. Oh, chat. So, did that shift anybody's opinion? Does anyone have like a significant takeaway from that? Like, put all of the the content itself, and like we're reading weird things that are probably meant to be private, whether there's a plot here or not, right? But this is out here. Was this significant to you guys? All right, do you know which, let me look for those. And let's see if I pull up that Fairfax thing again. If I start having the audio. So, yeah, Dizzy says, "Yay, Kat, you did it." Yeah, and this is why, like, we've got people saying it did mine. I think that's Christine and Joe. And then on the opposite, definitely catfish. And Dizzy says, I'm not sure Brendan wrote any of those messages. And what I think is interesting is, there's a possibility that these two people could plan this. And it's only Juliana sending the messages. It doesn't matter if Brendan's at home because Juliana's still at home, maybe. I want to look through the data because that seems really convoluted to me. It's not clear to me if, in fact, Juliana is there when all of these messages are being sent. And we know that there's a known discrepancy with this travel back home from the gym and when Juliana's device connects to the home Wi-Fi, where it seems like there's already activity engaged on the devices belonging to Christine, which how quickly can you make that happen? Is there a delay in jumping between the tower? Did Juliana set her phone to not connect to Wi-Fi and then turned Wi-Fi on? Would you be able to see that? Like, I don't know. Yeah, we've got Justice for All says, I feel like Juliana or Christine wrote the messages, not Brendan. We've got Reasonable Doubt. We've got, oh, good to see you, Cash. I think you got here right after the chaotic readings. We've got Anastasia writes, too much like a woman to be role-played by a straight man, in my opinion. This is a good question. They only communicate during the evening. If it was Christine, would she chat at lunch or on the way to work? Danny says, I think Christine was asleep and Brendan had her phone. Once he was unable to continue to chat with Joe, he turned off the phone and took it to the kitchen. No way to call for help when she woke up. Sheriff Chuck says, no guy wrote, I lost 20 pounds and my husband didn't even notice. That's a female for sure. Or it could be good pretend. What would my wife say? I don't know. All right, so I think this was initially on... Did we get any... Did they label anything as FetLife? Oh, these are just mugshots. Right? What are we going through? Well, let's just go through from the beginning, chat. I should probably... You guys will start yelling at me if there's a verdict, right? Because I don't have that stream playing right now. Okay, so let's go through these one by one. We'll just see if anything's interesting. All right, I think the first thing is a 911 call, maybe?
February 4732.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency? Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24, 2023.
Hello, Fairfax.
Viol, is it a dog? Is it a human? All right, next up they have the Backstreet Boys shirt. Backstreet Boys shirt. And a close-up of the Backstreet Boys shirt with the defect. A well-loved Backstreet Boys shirt. Oh, and an even closer up. Oh my god, I'm gonna have so many tabs open by the time we go through these. All right, then we have another audio.
2023, 7:47, 49.
And then no one answers, right? All right, there's that. Okay, and this is a picture of the Nest application. So is this just showing that the front door is unlocked? When was this taken? Did we see this pulled up on the screen? Okay, wait. All right, next thing looks like another audio. This is the answered
23.
This is the answered 911 call where they were on the call for 8 minutes. Next we've got the glasses. Got the glasses. Oh, and now we have the Instagram pictures. So the emoji over Brendan's face. And then this is the 30th of December, 2022. Oh, this is this is the Vanessa Carlton video, guys.
I don't really know this.
You do. You don't see.
I know the chorus.
I need you. I miss you. And now I want you.
Okay, and then there were 2 more Instagram stories. Oh, this is the hand and the leg picture. This is December 31st. So it looks like probably New Year's party. There you go. With the sultry song.
I could do this.
I'm gonna pause that because they're gonna get me. Sorry, let me close tabs. Every 4 exhibits, I gotta close my tabs. We've got the Silver Eagle group. So this is when they went to the range on October 29th, 2022. The 2 of them. The photo from the range. And they do have the photo. This is really close up. Oh boy. We've got okay, this is one of the still frames from Beckner's body cam that they entered. Probably, maybe, was it to show the entryway or was it to show the balloons? Huh? I don't remember when that one came in. All right, next was the Telegram conversations that we will not be reading twice. Photos of Juliana. And then I think this is probably the most informative. You can just see that spot down here. Is anything on our hands? No. All right, and then more of the shoes and socks. Okay, so now you can see a little bit there's on both socks here, and a little bit more detail on the shoes. And then this is what they recovered from Brendan. All right, and that was it from day 1. All right, let me close all these tabs. Hold on. Okay, and then we have the plea form. Yeah, we've got the Commonwealth has amended count 1 of the indictment and will null pros count 2. The Commonwealth will recommend, so they modified it down to manslaughter from murder, and then they null pros the firearm charge. The Commonwealth will recommend the defendant be sentenced to a period of active incarceration capped at time served at the time of sentencing, which I think is March 21st is when that's scheduled, provided she remains incarcerated until such time and conditioned upon the defendant's continued cooperation with the Commonwealth. All terms and conditions of the sentence shall be in the discretion of the court. No one connected with my arrest and prosecution, such as the police, Commonwealth's attorney, sheriff, not Sheriff Chuck though, or any other person, has threatened me or forced me to plead guilty or made any promises concerning my plea of guilty, other than stated in paragraph 8. So we've got, I understand that the court may accept or reject the agreement and may defer its decision as to the acceptance of rejection until there's been an opportunity to consider the pre-sentence report and other evidence. I understand that if I'm not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty may result in deportation, the exclusion from admission to this country, and denial of naturalization under federal law, or adverse immigration consequences. After having discussing this matter with my attorneys, I do freely and voluntarily enter this plea of guilty to the offense of involuntary manslaughter, and waive my right to trial by jury and request the court to hear all matters of law and fact. And then there you go. That is the 28th day of October. Did we not even put a last name? What is this? What kind of signature are we doing? Looks like it says Juliana. But all right. And then Ryan Campbell signs for her attorney. And then I think this is Eric Klingen's signature here, which at least we get the E and the C going. And then Judge Penney signed on the 29th. All right, so next set of evidence. All right, guys, so the bed. There's going to be a little bit of blood stain on the carpet, so if you're grossed out by that, this is your warning. It's coming up. So we've got the bed. Remember, like the top blankets were pulled off. There's some stuff going on here. There's a chip here. I think we heard talk about this chip, but I thought it was at the foot of the bed, but who knows. And then some staining here. There's no way to like... All right, that's a little bit easier to see. There we go. And And then there's some blankets like over here, and then evidence bags already. So next up, they've got this measure with the bed. And then some of the blood spatter on the side of the bed frame. All right, so I think this might be of interest to a lot of people. You know, there's no blood on the towel. I mean, I kind of think there's some blood. There's what looks like clotting. Got some of the clothing. You got some blood all the way up here. And then the clothing. And you know what? People are like, hey, EMS could cut the clothes to render service. But whether staged or part of a genuine meetup that went wrong, I think the cutting of the clothes could be explained before EMS would have gotten there. So, let's see. Is there more over on this side? Let's scroll a little. And then you can see the hip of Joseph Ryan and the arm, right? Or no, that's like the torso, and then there's the elbow, and there's the forearm down here. So then, oh, this is where we get to, like when the guy told us he did some examinations on the covers. So there's like a larger stain here with some other marks. And then this is the same, but it's like the other side of it. So it's like kind of like rotated around. So from here. And then just another angle. Okay, hold on. Let me close some tabs. I've got a lot of tabs. Okay, and then the next one is of a... Well, let me not guess on the color, because I was going to say it's like light blue, but maybe it's just the lighting in this picture. It looks like a full-size towel, though, like a bath towel. All right, next up, this is one of the exhibits from Dallygraph, Iris Dallygraph, or it's labeled under her name. So I don't know if they admitted this because she was drawing on it at the trial, because I don't see any demarcations on it. But we do see the dog bed. I think this is a better look at the larger size stains. And then I think this is just medical equipment, or is this Ryan's? Yeah, so this is the blood spatter inside the backpack that Joseph Ryan brought, with some of the objects visible. All right, next is also labeled as, it has Dollygraph's name. This is the laundry basket picture. And all right, so to orient us, let's look at this for a second. So this is like the end of the bed. And then you've got the dog bed in the corner, and you got the laundry basket over here. So then if we hop over here, it's almost like we walk into that corner and we like rotate our perspective. And that's what we're looking at in that area. So these spots here. And then we have picture blanket still on the bed at this point. And then picture of the knife, right? The blanket's still on the bed here. It's interesting to think about that they actually admitted pictures where the blankets were removed earlier on. It's kind of disorienting, like, hey, this is before we collected the evidence, like maybe start with that. But here's a picture of the knife, and we did hear that like a first responder stepped on the knife, and they were like, bro, don't step on stuff. Or don't, whatever, on the body cam audio. All right, I don't know where we are. What was the next exhibit? Okay, this is going to be the close-up of the knife. So... I mean, I think this is the work-issued firearm. I could be wrong. Don't trust me. I'll defer to the chat. But I think this is the work firearm. Let me make sure I didn't skip anything. Okay, so then we have a picture, and now the blankets are removed. The blankets are removed, and this is kind of what looks like it got through the blanket layer. Maybe there's... And this would be after, like, the responders came in, and they had put stuff on top of the bed. So... All right, next we have, there's some writing on this one. Okay, they're going to identify for us. So this stain is from patrol putting medical intervention on the bed. This stain does not need testing. So they don't test this spot here. And then this stain is where the gun was on body cam. So there we go. We've got some labeling. What was this? This was... It is nicer to see these pulled up rather than rely on like a stream of the court feed. All right, 118. We are now at the... Oh, this was contentious. Like the dripping, the angles, spherical or more oval, the spatter on the wall by the window. So the dog bed's right down here in the corner. And let's see. A measurement of, well, just a picture of the same wall with the measure. A closer look at the laundry basket and the rug in front of it. And then more zoomed out on the basket. Oh, by the way, here's the... Does this link work for you guys? Thank you, Mavka, for sending this over, by the way. But if you guys want to open this up, there's a link in the chat. Okay, Vane says that that was a Glock 19X, so... And then that's the work one. Shout out to the chat, because I don't know. We've got, next up, we are on Exhibit 122. Yeah, this one's kind of gross. So, we've got a close-up of the dog bed, and you can see, like, a little bit more going on there. Very scientific description, I know. Next up, we have pictures of the inside of the backpack. And then it jumps. I think the next three exhibits either didn't make it in or they're under seal. And then we jump to 126. This is the items that Joseph had brought. I'm assuming this receipt is from the 24th, right? From his trip to Walmart. It says 130? Like January 30th? Or is that the wrong date? What do you get? You got sauerkraut, sliced pineapple, a stromboli, pudding, kosher dill spears. We don't do bread and butter. Margarita's flan. We got a pretzel, sweet tea, German sourdough bread, and organic blueberries. So this was not the receipt for that would explain why it's January 30th. It's just a random receipt. Imagine if you were like an alien and you came down here and you're like, what is this earthly stuff? And you looked at this receipt and thought it corresponded to each of these things. All right, so next up we have 127. Okay, this is the relevant receipt for the Astroglide. So there we go. There we have the February 24th. Okay, and this was under a different vantage point of, I think this, was this the sheet? I think this is the sheet that was pulled off of Juliana and, well, and I guess Juliana's bed, if I'm not mistaken, when they were looking and they saw spermatozoa. So I think this is the sheet from Juliana's room. I could be misremembering. Yeah, this was from Juliana's room, because this one I remember more clearly. And then I think they also said that there was traces of blood at the edge of the bed. Then we have the old mannequin guy. The old mannequin. Backside of the jacket. From the right elbow area. This is Brendan's jeans. These are Brendan's jeans. This is Brendan's pair of jeans. And then this is, we had a circled exhibit for the cast off. A zoom in of that same area. Closing 20 tabs. Okay, and then 130. 137, Brendan sneakers. Back to Juliana's, at least one of her shoes. A close-up of the right pant leg. The anatomical right. So, like if I was talking about my own leg, it would be my right, not me looking at somebody else and saying, I'm seeing it on the left. Then we've got, let's see, we're up to 140, more shoes. The bottom of the shoes. Side of the shoe. The insert. Another go at the Backstreet Boys. It's on a mannequin this time. Now, this is Joseph Ryan's pants because they're the Izod jeans. Closer view of the pocket. Ah, and then the McDonald's plaza. So I was actually confused. Like, he drove somewhere else near this plaza to go sit and eat and then came back around, like wherever he was eating that cookie. Then we have the drive-through, the first file for the drive-through. Why does it say danger zone? I think that's how McDonald's labels the area. So I think that's McDonald's ascribing this as the danger zone. Right now, the time says 7:18. And we didn't hear anything about drift, so. I think this was kind of long, right? Doesn't even let me jump forward in the player. So, well, there's that. And then, of course, the next McDonald's video, if it wants to load. Maybe refresh it. All right, so then we're going to see him for the McPoo. This is the McPoo time frame. So now it is 7:29. And again, that first clip, you like see him loop around. That was the context of the first McDonald's clip. And he says, he gives the explanation that he had to go back in and make sure he got his free, was it a hash brown? All right, then the McPoo. And then this is like 9 minutes long. So I think it was like 37 is when he's like 37 and some seconds is when he leaves the bathroom and is going back to his car. And it appears to be he's holding his phone as if he's talking to somebody. And there's a corresponding call in the records. So we've got, after these McDonald's, we're going to Light Guy. Do you guys want to learn about windows? So we have Vinyl Light. So the Vinyl Light Challenge. We got all these check boxes. They're taking a very lawyerly approach. We can prove each and every one of our features. Can they? Seems relevant. We've got the good old Duraweld Series 9000. You get Magic Clean. That sounds fun. I want some Magic Clean glasses. Windows are complicated. Windows are complicated. And then some information, their performance ratings. Then we've got, and remember, this is from the Commonwealth's exhibits at this point. Total for 39 windows would be the quantity. And anything else interesting? All shapes are in. I thought this said Done Jesus, but I think that's somebody's name, like something Jesus. And then it says December 7th, 2022. Oh, wait. Oh, that wasn't the total price at the top. It's going item by item. Oh my God, windows are expensive. So they have all these different window models and fittings they're going through. What's the title at the total at the bottom? This is the $27,000 total cost for these windows. So, and it looks like it was split between 2 payments. Jinkies. All right, more Silver Eagle documents, which, like, this seems out of order. This seems out of order. But at this point, this is where we have the purchase of the 43X, the gun that, you know, listening to Juliana's story, and she pled guilty. This is the firearm that Juliana used for that second shot on Joseph Ryan. So this says January 28th, 2023 at the top. And of course, the sale is for Brendan Banfield. It's not for Juliana. And then there's also a record here showing that Juliana's visits were only, like, she wasn't there when the purchase was made, but she was there for when we saw those pictures on the Instagram. That was October 29th. And then she also had a different check-in on December 23rd. So I almost forgot about that witness. That just came in as like the records for Silver Eagle. All right, I feel like I keep closing tabs, but I still have so many. Okay, next up we are going to look at, I think we looked at some of these when we could. This is a certificate of analysis. It's going to be several versions, several files. But evidence submitted by, remember we heard from Detective Leach. He's the one that hung up the bed sheets and the blanket. But this is what was actually submitted. And what I think is interesting is you can see the gaps in the item numbers. So we have item 10, item 65, 77, 78. We jump to 91, 92. And then we also have 39, 41, 42, 43, 56, 71. I'm sure we'll see other item numbers submitted for different purposes. But this is, we've got the knife, the fitted sheet, the buckle sample from Brendan, same for Juliana, and then recovery kits from Christine and Joseph. Then we've got swabs of some of the stains. So we send in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 swabs for this testing. So bed frame, side of laundry basket, the stain from carpet in front of the laundry basket. This one just a swab of stain from carpet. So we'd have to look at the item marker. Swab of stain in front of laundry basket and swab of stain on wall. And this was sent over, this was received May 11th. The earlier items were received on April 6th. So let's see. And then I think this is what was important. So for the knife, where was it? The sharp edge. So when it comes to the edge of the knife, Brendan, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated as contributors to that profile. And then Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to that profile. Then, let's see. The underside of the handle near the blade handle juncture. Brendan and Juliana are eliminated as a contributor. Conclusions regarding Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan and statistics will be the subject of a separate report. So, and we're not going to go through all of these, but I think the knife was like a crucial consideration there. All right, and then here's additional testing on the knife. So, although it still says date received, so we have a different certificate of analysis here, still at the same recipient. Let's go down to the knife and see if that's where they make a conclusion. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. A Y chromosome DNA mixture profile originating from more than one male was developed from the right hand sample from the evidence recovery kit from Christine Banfield. And it says Brendan Banfield is eliminated as a contributor to this profile. So, I mean, that's interesting. I mean, is this just looking at, like, but then it's present. Like, this is the other, for other areas, it's like, oh, it's insufficient. We can't draw a conclusion regarding Brendan. The right backhand and left palm sample. Brendan Banfield is eliminated. That's interesting. I don't know. I could be reading these totally wrong because I'm obviously not trained in this. Next up, we have later in time. So now we've got August 14th and then October 10th. This is where we're doing swabs of the cartridge cases. Hand swabs from Brendan Banfield, the coat from Brendan Banfield. And then this date I think is interesting because Juliana she's arrested in October of 2023. And on October 10th, the lab receives sneakers from Juliana. We've got, let's see, I mean, I don't know if any of this is going to be particularly interesting. They couldn't get DNA off the cartridge cases. There was no blood present on them. I think this is the contention over he washed his hands. Because the hand swabs from Brendan Banfield, they're tested here. No blood was indicated on the right or left hand swabs. A DNA profile different from Brendan Banfield, but of no value was developed from the right hand swab. Due to the unknown number of contributors and limited information obtained, the different profile is not suitable for comparison. A DNA profile attributable to Brendan Banfield is present in the sample at the 22nd loci. A DNA mixture profile different from Brendan Banfield was developed from the left-hand swab. Juliana and Joseph Ryan are eliminated as contributors to this mixture profile. No conclusions regarding Christine Banfield as a contributor will be offered at this time. So maybe, you know, if there's this contention, you didn't even try to save her and you're aware of this, maybe you could be like, no, I like really put my left hand there. So, and then of course his own DNA is present. Do they do the shirt? They just don't do the shirt. I think that's weird. Yeah, so in the areas on the coat, the midway on the exterior rear of the right sleeve, so like that back elbow area on the right sleeve that we saw the picture of, these areas were grouped for testing and a DNA mixture profile was developed from the sample of this area. Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a major contributor to this mixture profile. And then Brendan Banfield, Juliana, and Joseph Ryan are eliminated as a major contributor to this mixture profile. Minor profile was not suitable for comparison. All right, and then this next is for the midway on the exterior of the right sleeve. 2 stained areas. So I don't really know how this works, but they're labeling one area A and another B. And then they say Brendan and Juliana are eliminated. Conclusions regarding Christine and Joseph will be the subject of a separate report. And then for the sample of B, Brendan and Juliana are eliminated, and then no conclusions of Christine or Joseph will be offered at this time. So there we go. There's a little bit there. For Juliana sneakers, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a major contributor. Brendan Banfield, Juliana, and Joseph Ryan are eliminated as contributors to this mixture profile. For samples B5, B6, B7, and then a representative sample of B3, B4, and B15, because they're saying all these other ones, these other samples, due to the unknown number of contributors, they're not suitable for comparison. But these other samples, they say Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a major contributor to these mixture profiles. Brendan, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated as major contributors to these profiles, and then the minor profiles aren't suitable. So, and this goes on, they sample different, again, Christine can't be eliminated. Christine can't be eliminated. And then we have, for this one, it's just Juliana and Joseph that can be eliminated from these 2 samples. But there's no conclusions regarding Brendan Banfield as a contributor offered at this time. And then no further testing was conducted. So I don't know. Some of that stuff's interesting, but I don't know fully what to make of it. Let's see. The fitted sheet. The fitted sheet. I think this is the sheet from Juliana's room. Oh, or not. This is from the bedroom then. That's not that interesting then. This is the further testing of the blood, I think, on the sneakers for Juliana. Again, Christine Banfield. This is from the insert, the toe area of the insert of the left sneaker. So they develop a DNA mixture profile. Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a major contributor. Brendan, Juliana, and Joseph are eliminated as a major contributor. Minor profiles are not suitable for comparison. And then there's blood indication in a stained area below the toe area on the insert of the left sneaker. So a little bit below the toe area. And then again, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated. The other three are eliminated as major contributors. No further testing was conducted. Where's the... Let's see. Probably not this report then. Where do they have the button? I want to see how that's worded. The button and the zipper. Because this is where we're getting into the powerplex and the true allele. Maybe I can just search zipper. Button. Is this OCR'd? Yeah, it is. All right, so there's no wording for button or zipper. Same for the next one. Okay, wait, this one has the swab of the side of the bed frame. So what does that one say? Because I don't really remember, like reciting through it, it was a bit hard to follow. Assuming the DNA profile data previously developed from the sample of staining on the underside of the handle near the blade juncture of the knife, designated B3. So B3 is a sample from the handle of the knife, with the mixture of two unknown contributors, true allele, objectively inferred genotypes, solely from that sample. Let's see. So they're saying Christine cannot be eliminated as the contributor to this DNA mixture profile from the side of the bed. And then Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture profile. So, assuming the DNA profile data previously developed from the swab of the stain from the side of the bed frame is a mixture of two unknown contributors, true allele casework system objectively inferred genotypes solely from these data. Following duplicate reproducible analyses, the computer then compared each inferred evidence contributor genotype to the provided reference genotypes, which were Christine and Joseph, relative to reference population, to compute likelihood ratio DNA match statistics. So based on these results, Christine Banfield cannot be eliminated as a contributor to the profile. A match between the swab of the stain from the side of the bed frame and Christine Banfield is, and then all of these statistics. So the lowest being, well, I guess the lowest would actually be 550. I don't know how these numbers work. 550 septillion would be less than 7.2 octillion, right? Don't judge me, chat. I don't ever have to count numbers that high. 1,000 to the 8th power. Well, that's weird. What? So the term octillion refers to a number that is equal to 1 followed by 27 zeros in the United States, while in British usage, it represents 1 followed by 48 zeros. Well, today I learned, don't use octillion and think you're going to be speaking in the same numbers if you are American and the person you're speaking to is British, or vice versa, because it's totally different depending on where you're speaking. So today I learned, we've got, let's see, back over here. Oh wait, I never switched. Okay, so we're actually good. Yeah, so this seems bigger, but I think it's just weird. I guess they're keeping it in order because they're just going to say compared to an unrelated African American, compared to an unrelated Caucasian, and compared to an unrelated Hispanic. My brain thought this was supposed to be sorted by total amount, but now I see why it's numerically out of order. And then based on these same results, Joseph Ryan cannot be eliminated as a contributor to this DNA mixture profile. So it seems a bit more likely that he's contributing to this. Contributing more than Christine. There's more. Is that how this works? That there's more integrity? Like if we just compare, like it seems like it's likely that there could be presence of Christine's DNA and presence of Joseph Ryan's. But if we just compare the likelihood of Joseph to Christine, this would just mean there's a stronger integrity of contribution is likely from Joseph compared to Christine, because we're dealing with billions and million comparisons here. Or wait, it would mean that it's more likely to be Christine's, or more from Christine. Right, there's more available cells, blood cells, likely from Christine. I don't know how to explain this out loud. I need to like see this taught so I can learn to say out loud and conceptualize how my brain is thinking about it. So, but yeah, this is, I think this is saying it's that blood on the bed. It's probably a little bit from both of them, and likely that a greater portion of the contribution is coming from Christine. But what, I don't really know. I'm not an expert at all. All right, and that was all the exhibits I opened from that series. All right, then we've got this report from Bode Technology. This is the one. This is the one, I think, with the zipper. Right? Let's see. Maybe it was DLI or whatever. Okay, I don't see zipper here. All right, but this is dated December 21st, 2023. And let's see. We've got the blue jeans. Whose jeans? I think these are Brendan's jeans because they're only swabbing the leg staining. So that's not the one I'm interested in. All right, so DLI. Now, this report is dated June 1st, 2023, and this is the blue jeans from Joseph Ryan. This is the one I want to look at. So they send the blue jeans over to DLI, even though I guess it seems like we got... That's a little odd, but okay. So blue jeans for one person are going somewhere else? Or the swabs from them? Because this seems like they're getting the jeans. And this also seems like they're getting the jeans. Is that kind of like just send it to different labs just in case? Could avoid possible cross-contamination at least as far as once it's in the custody of the labs, the independent labs, because they wouldn't be able to like, oh, we're testing these things or we're going to screw it up and ruin the integrity. I don't know. Okay, so we have this though. These are the blue jeans from Joseph Ryan. Where is the zipper thing? There was a lot of contention about the zipper, and Iris Dallygraph held it down, even though the prosecutor seemed confused, in my opinion. So we got these blue jeans from Joseph Ryan. Blood was indicated on this item. A sample was collected from the front zipper. Let's see. From the front exterior, the interior waistband, the zipper, and button area, and they avoid the staining. So this is where we got some questions from John Carroll, and it's also something that they talked about a lot with, is it Singley? What was her first name? I forget the name of the blood spatter expert that the defense called. But John Carroll had her speak about this as well. The sampling avoids the staining. So we're trying our best to avoid picking up any potential crossover that could come from the blood. And we're just trying to see if anybody was touching this fabric or this button, the metal of this button. Leanne, thanks, Mavka. Thank you, Mavka. We've got blood was indicated on the sample. Joseph Ryan is an expected DNA contributor to this item. The DNA profile obtained from the sample indicates a mixture of at least 2 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. Assuming Joseph Ryan was as a donor, Christine Banfield could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to this mixed DNA profile. Brendan Banfield and Juliana Magalhães are excluded as contributors to this DNA profile. The DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 11 billion times more probable if the sample originated from Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield than if it originated from Joseph Ryan and an unknown person. This analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Christine Banfield is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample. If applicable to the case, it is recommended that reference standards from any first-degree relatives of Christine Banfield be submitted for additional comparisons. Was that done? Did we do that? The DNA profile of the remaining contributor to the mixture was not determined. However, the results are suitable for comparison. So it seems like there might have been DNA from somebody there that, wasn't someone they had a known sample to. So I would guess, it's not just saying that could be Juliana's or that could be Brendan's. Did they have those for comparison? Yeah, so there's an additional DNA profile, maybe mom was folding laundry or something. We've got remarks. So additional DNA comparisons can be conducted upon submission of a reference standard from a suspect and or other individuals of interest. Yeah, we're approaching the 2-hour mark, assuming, maybe they took a lunch and weren't deliberating during it. Let me check Twitter quick for an update. Are you serious? So Joseph Papp, who writes for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, says College Park Police City shared rape victims tape to YouTuber, lawsuit says. Oh, chat, should we detour? Let's just read a quick summary here. Let me log in to AJC real quick. Wow. So we're taking a detour. Let's see what's going on in College Park. Police Department is sharing videos of officers' interviews with a 13-year-old sexual assault victim and the alleged perpetrator with a social media content creator who posted them to YouTube. This is according to the lawsuit. Shout out to Joseph Papp and AJC. College Park Police shared videos of officers' interviews with a 13-year-old sexual assault victim and the alleged perpetrator. And I've got this old banner. Let me take that down. And the alleged perpetrator. and shared it with a social media content creator who posted them to YouTube, according to a lawsuit filed this week. The department sent the videos to the creator as part of an apparent response to an open records request, but the videos included sensitive personal information about the girl that should never have been made public, the family of the victim said in the suit filed in Fulton County Superior Court. The family called it an egregious evasion of their privacy and an intentional infliction of emotional distress against them. They're asking for unspecified compensatory and punitive damages. Quote here says from attorney David Cook, says, "The pleadings speak for themselves. We look forward to the day that we get justice for this child victim in court. Until then, we ask that everyone respect her privacy, even though College Park does not and did not and does not to this day." No names, and the city has not yet requested. According to the lawsuit, the teenager was raped and molested by a man sometime around October 2024. After the assault, she fled to the police station to get help. During the investigation, 2 officers conducted an interview with the teen at the police station. According to the lawsuit, officers did not get the parents' consent to conduct the interview, because of course they didn't. Yet still turned on the camera and asked the teen questions. The teen's parents were interviewed in the driveway of their home while she was at the police station. The video interview showed the teen's face and contained details of the rape and molestation, according to the lawsuit. And the video of the parents' interview showed the family's home, a visible license tag on a family vehicle, and included information on the alleged crime. During the teen's interview, College Park officers allegedly admonished the teen, stating she should have been a better girl, spoke ill of her parents, and that she shouldn't waste taxpayer dollars by making them investigate the incident, according to the lawsuit. Another video, which contained an interview with the alleged suspect, the victim's name, and details of the incident, was also shared. The man was indicted and ordered not to contact the victim. But according to the lawsuit, the man contacted the victim again and sexually assaulted her a second time, resulting in his bond being revoked. The lawsuit didn't reveal his name, nor is he named as a defendant in the privacy suit. Because, for the sake of releasing this information, it's not really that guy doing that. Around July 2025, the city of College Park responded to a content creator's open records request and provided videos of the interviews conducted by police regarding the incident. The videos were then posted on YouTube, garnering more than 250,000 views, according to the lawsuit. The lawsuit doesn't name the content creator nor their channel. And that just might be because, the mens rea, the intent, I'm not purposely requesting this thing and trying to get around a loophole. I just said, hey, can you send me anything responsive to a request for this case? It got sent to me. And it's supposed to be on the municipality, on the agency, to take care of proper redactions. Some places have some disclaimers when I go through these things, but usually they'll say, like, we will not be able to provide, like, hospital records, things like that, personal identifying information. And I have seen once or twice where it's like, you shouldn't be republishing whatever. So that's why they're not, doesn't seem like they're going to blame the content creator here. The lawsuit alleges many people commented on the videos, with some calling out the teen, saying she lied to police. And this is like going to damages. This is the distress. And some asking for prayers and a favorable resolution for the man's case. The teen's parents were also called out and blamed for the alleged incident. I hope somebody was out there saying, like, why are you interviewing this girl? Because I imagine if it's a video, you can probably tell that there's nobody else in the room with her. The family was later informed by a College Park police officer about the videos. They contacted the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, which helped them get the videos taken down, according to the suit. The Fulton County District Attorney's Office did not respond to a request for comment on Wednesday. The family said the teen suffered emotional and psychological trauma, as well as hatred, scorn, and ridicule. According to the lawsuit, the teen had to leave home because of a well-founded fear for her safety and a lack of protection from defendant's College Park's police department. Attorney for the teen and their family notified the city, mayor, council members, and city attorney about their intent to file the lawsuit back in September. Shout out to Joseph. Great journalism, as always, from Joseph, of course, but I read a lot from different writers for AJC, and this is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, the exposure, the harm, the publishing of the story of a 13-year-old's experience being victimized through sexual assault by an adult is one thing. But I still don't get how we get to, like, how is this? We're interviewing a 13-year-old without anybody present for the interview. Like, 13-year-old girl. Anyway, I went over to X just to see if there were any updates from, like, Law and Crime from Kathy, but that just happened to be the first thing that I saw. Right, so Kathy... All right, so Kathy just said that the sentencing has been moved up. Oh, it wasn't March 20, it was February, but now her sentencing is scheduled the day before Valentine's Day. Oh, man. Well. So, chat, we'll, see you guys on the 13th. We'll definitely get together for that one. Anything else? Oh, Catherine O'Hara died. That's sad. Rest in peace. Yeah, I think that's all I see about this. I don't see any indication. Just that deliberations began at 12:34, so we're officially at the 2-hour mark if they didn't take a non-deliberating lunch. So there's that. There's my Twitter check. Sorry to take you down that side... I don't want to call it a side story. That sounds disrespectful. But sorry to unexpectedly jump over to a different topic, but what... I mean, there's like 5 things being alleged in that article that just shouldn't be happening. Like more than 5. So... Oh, is that a Friday too, KLF? Ooh, so Valentine's Day is on a Saturday. Fun times, guys. Plan your weekends. Yeah, so Friday the 13th. Oh, that's a time. We've got, let's see. Yeah, moving it forward sounds like they're going to sign off. Maybe they just want to get it going. Get it going, get it out. SD says, "Old Atlanta, nothing surprises me anymore." Yeah, yeah, Aaron says the attorneys probably didn't want to drive traffic to the channel either. True, true. Yeah, so disgusting, Mavka. Like, the cops are talking to this 13-year-old girl, like, talking about her being a bad girl. Like, how would that even come across your thought process? Yep, same thing, psychodynamic with the good point too. They just, don't want to direct traffic towards that channel. Sabata says Atlanta's going to be paying a ton of money for this. Oops. Oh, well. Oh, well. Just crazy. Let's see. Listen, I don't know. We're going to end up... Are we going to find out more information about this perpetrator? I don't want to hear another story where there's a convenient reason why weird things are happening in a case. I mentioned earlier this overturned conviction that just really, really rubbed me the wrong way. The reason it was overturned. Thankfully, the defendant has been retried and convicted. And I don't think he's been sentenced yet, but his first conviction, the sentence was life without parole. So I'm assuming we'll be in the same territory for sentencing here. But He's now convicted of raping his 18-month-old son. His original conviction was overturned. This is Leroy Stratton. So, quick look at the opinion here. We're not going to read the whole thing, but this has been pissing me off since last night when I saw this. The 411 from the summary. Well, let's just read the screenshots. So, this is why we had to have a retrial. This is why the conviction had to get overturned. It's something that's totally avoidable in the first place. So we've got, this is the 6th District, Ohio 6th District Court of Appeal. It says background, the facts of this case are disturbing but need not be described in great detail. Summarized simply, Stratton was charged with raping his 18-month-old son, a violation of these statutes. The matter came to the attention of law enforcement when a video of the abuse was live streamed on the dark web and discovered by the FBI. The FBI referred the investigation to the Fremont Police Department, and Detective Christian Ortolani, who testified at trial and served as the state's representative at counsel's table, so he sat at the state's table during trial, quote, handled the investigation. 6 days before trial, Stratton appeared before Judge John Ikes. Maybe it's Ix, whatever, prepared to accept a plea agreement. Stratton had a lot of questions about his potential sentence and was weighing the risks and benefits of being sentenced following entry of a plea versus being sentenced following trial. Judge Ikes advised him at length, we'll go with Ikes, it's fitting, advised him at length about the various factors he would be considering when imposing a sentence. The plea hearing was continued to the next day so that the paperwork could be prepared. The next day, Stratton appeared for the plea hearing, but decided against entering a plea, which is his right. Counsel explained that Stratton had been, quote, hearing a lot of stuff, and given the way Judge Ikes described the various possibilities he'd be analyzing in determining Stratton's sentence, Stratton became afraid that because Detective Ortolani is Judge Ikes' stepson, he would not get a fair decision. So here's a bit of the transcript. Judge Ikes inquires at this plea hearing. The court. Mr. Stratton, have I ever disclosed the relationship I have with Detective Ortolani to you before? Next page. Stratton says, no, sir. The court. At no court proceeding or anything? Stratton, no, sir. The court. Okay, so you brought this up, which is essentially asserting a conflict of interest in the case, right? Yes, sir. Significantly, Detective Ortolani has been disclosed as a witness 6 months earlier. Stratton moved the court to recuse itself. Judge Ikes acknowledged that he had, quote, had to deal with this issue previously. And guys, it's just so, like, just pin that for a second. And quickly focused in on the applicable rule. So the Judicial Code of Rules of Conduct provides that a judge shall disqualify himself in any proceeding in which the judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned, including where the judge knows that the judge's spouse or domestic partner, or a person within the third degree of relationship to either of them, is likely to be a material witness in the proceeding. So, is there a relationship that fits this criteria, third degree of relationship? And is it likely to be a material witness? Judge Ikes, and the emphasis is part of the rule. It's not just added for this motion. Judge Ikes acknowledged that Detective Ortolani, his stepson, would be a person within the third degree of relationship, and identified that the pivotal issue was whether Detective Ortolani was a material witness. So, yeah, there's a relationship, but he's not a material witness. And not only is that Judge Ikes' position, but there's more. Despite the fact that Detective Ortolani, quote, handled the investigation, quote, shepherded the case through the steps, and would be sitting at counsel table, the state's position was that he was not a material witness. The state maintained that if Detective Ortolani fell ill before trial, it would not seek a continuance because it could proceed without him. So they're saying, he's not a material witness, just trust us. If we didn't, I would call their bluff, so proceed on the case without him then, if there's a conflict. But they say, well, if we had a circumstance where he did get sick, we would continue with the trial. And they just said, all right, I guess court buys that explanation. And it says it would proceed with its other witnesses. However, it conceded that if the court told the state that Detective Ortolani could not sit at counsel table, that the state would object to that. Because he was the investigating officer. So which one is it? So which one is it? So which one is it? Is he a material witness or not? And then they say that the state has a right to designate one officer there that it can inquire from if it has questions. So Judge Ick stated in his opinion that a material witness is someone whose statements or potential testimony would be critical to the fact finder to make its decision. And in this case, with a jury trial, the fact finder would be the jury. He took the matter under advisement, but filed a written decision denying the motion later that morning at 11:20 on February 22nd, 2024. Judge Ick cited in part Black's Dictionary, like the letter of the law. So he cites the definition of material witness. A witness who can testify about matters having some logical connection with the consequential facts, especially if few others, if any, know about those matters. He did not cite the next clause of the definition, which says, quote, a person who is capable of testifying in some relevant way in a legal proceeding. So the judge skips the rest of that definition. So apparently finding that Detective Ortolani did not meet this definition, Judge Ick concluded that the Ohio judicial rules did not require his disqualification. He found that his impartiality could not reasonably be questioned here. Following the adverse decision on his motion for recusal, Stratton did not file an affidavit for disqualification with the Ohio Supreme Court. So in some states, you have the option where you can like, hey, we want to disqualify a judge. You kind of get like a onesie. You get to try it. You get to do it. And you can just say, hey, like we really don't want this judge. But they don't engage in this vehicle here. There's an issue with that too. Goes back to that transcript we read. Well, I'll summarize it here. So because this was 5 days before the trial was going to take place, I think it's a 30-day window. You have to file this affidavit 30 days or earlier from the trial. I think it's a 30-day time frame. So whatever it is, though, the 5-day window, this appeals court opines like he couldn't have exercised that right to do so because by the time the judge disclosed this stepson relationship, it would have been too late. So that's a fault. That's a problem here too. So then the matter proceeds to trial. The state calls 4 witnesses, including Detective Ortolani. Detective Sergeant Dustin Novak described that Detective Ortolani was the primary investigator whose role was to present the case to court, put the court pack together, type the narrative, tell everybody else what he needs accomplished, and prepare the search warrant. So Ortolani was doing all that stuff. It wasn't me. Ortolani did it. Other detectives assisted him. The state published the child sex abuse material during Detective Ortolani's testimony and authenticated numerous exhibits through him, including photographs, the search warrant, and the return of the search warrant. And all this is relevant like he's a material witness. Everybody else is deferring to him. The jury convicted Stratton. And good, that's what we want. The trial court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Stratton appealed, assigning the following errors for our review. And the ones that they're going to weigh on a little bit here: the failure of appellant's trial counsel to file that affidavit of disqualification. But there's going to be an issue that the court ends up saying is really falling back on the trial judge for not disclosing this issue in a timely manner to exercise this right. But then the court says here that after oral argument, this court asked the parties to brief the following issue. So after hearing oral argument, the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeal, 6th District Court of Appeals in Ohio, is like, hold on. Can you brief us on this other issue that you guys haven't opined on yet? Because I think there's an issue here, and we need to hear more. So they say, was the trial judge's refusal to recuse and disqualify himself based upon the involvement of the trial judge's stepson, Detective Christopher Christian Ortolani, reversible error pursuant to this court's decision in State v. Elkins? So the court's curious. They're like, hold on. I think there's more than just counsel failed to ask for this disqualification. We think the court should have just done this on their own. We need you guys to brief this. But do you want to know what's funny about State v. Elkins, this case? So it's a case that this same Court of Appeals decided, but they also ruled against Judge Elkins. It was another conflict of interest case involving not Judge Elkins, Judge Ix. So when we had that quote earlier up here where, you know, Stratton was like, hey, can you recuse yourself? This is kind of weird. Judge Ix is like, well, I had to deal with this issue previously. Anyway, so this conviction, guy sentenced to life without parole for raping his own child, his baby. But it's overturned because we just didn't disqualify ourselves. Totally avoidable. Totally avoidable. So there's that if you want the full opinion. And he was reconvicted. You know, he was retried and convicted. But, and I think at the end of the order, at least for the purpose of the appeal, the state had to incur the costs. So just waste of time, waste of money with something that seems easily avoidable from the start. So I'll link the full opinion in the description if you want to see their analysis. I think it was an interesting full read. I was going to say, yeah, so the detective is the judge's stepson, the lead detective in the case, who was called by the prosecution to testify, who other detectives are like, he did all of that, or we did this with his assistance. Apparently, the judge and the state said there's no conflict there because he's not a material witness. So, what a time. What a time. Anyway, I'll just do a quick refresh over on X and make sure that we didn't have a random update. I still can't believe that College Park Police Department story, the lawsuit. I can believe the lawsuit. I can't believe that that's what is going on. We were looking through some exhibits. So if we go back over, is there anything pressing? Let me see. We're in the middle of, I'm up to the phone call records past the certificate of analysis. Oh, the letters. Let's read the letters, chat. Let's read the letters. If you want to do the letters. You guys want to jump forward to the letters? I think we should do that. What is this? A picture of a phone? Oh, this is the drawer. This is in the drawer in the bar thing. The bar table. So Christine's phone. Okay. Close all these other things. All right, so it says read private to Brendan on the phone or in person, or read. It says, babe, I miss you with all my heart. And I'm just going in the order that they're popping up in here. So this one was labeled as BB Exhibit 1. So, babe, I miss you with all my heart, my cells, my bones. It's so painful being away from you. And it just gets worse and more painful. It's so hard for me to fall asleep. I try to close my eyes and picture you right there next to me as if you were. I think we read this one. We stopped on the screen. It makes me feel better, and at the same time, it hurts a lot because I know you're not here. The day takes forever to pass. An hour feels like 24 hours. That's why I call it a slow death inside. It's just like an eternity. I keep thinking of you all day and night. and like to hum that song you don't like and don't really know the lyric, LOL. Quote, in case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you, and I would be lying if I say I could live this life without you. And I feel that song. I don't know for how long they will keep me away from you, but it won't change anything the way I feel about you. It will just be killing me daily with the sad face. This is the highlighted part, so I think we heard some, like the highlights, I think we could assume that those are the parts that were read, but I'm also curious if maybe like some are highlighted and then maybe he didn't actually read them out loud. I don't know. Or have Juliana read them. They got me to try to get you. They got me to try to get you. They want me to help them against you because they think you have something to do with what happened. They have been trying to get it from me so they would get to you, and they will be trying that the whole time. They will be holding me here. That's what they want. Why they arrested me, trying to put me against you. Using other things. They even lied about me getting tickets to go back to Brazil when I did not do it. They will use whatever they can against me and try to get to you. Cases like this, unfortunately, they don't release people, hold them until trial. I know they can offer deals, and I guess I know the deal they would offer. There is nothing for them to be trying to do it nonsense. However, I just wanted to let you know, since I can't be open and tell you on the phone, I'm here but thinking of you all the time, nonstop. And I worry a lot about you. I know you're not doing okay or going through something so hard right now. Struggling just like me. We'll get through this together. Doesn't matter what. I love you and I miss you tremendously. I'm here and I'll be waiting to see and be with you again. I confess it's easy to picture and think of the worst scenarios, bad things, but I'll do my best. With love, Juliana. And then there's a quote at the bottom that says, you're my whole world and have been since the first day we were together. I take you just the way you are. Okay. And then it skips. Exhibits 2 through 10 are not there. I think we heard them say that they weren't moving to admit those that morning where they were going through the exhibits. So I don't think those are just under seal. I think they just weren't used. So, all right. So January 2nd, this one has a date. It says January 2nd, 2024. Hi, Mimi. Hope you're doing okay. I don't know what is going to happen at my preliminary hearing. Obviously, I'm nervous, afraid, scared, because I feel like I've been gone for so long already, and I just want to come back home. And this is the only thing we don't know if it's going to happen, now, later, or when, and if. I don't know how much Ryan told you, but in case you didn't know, they want me to correct. That's her attorney. Ryan is the attorney. They want me to cooperate against your son. So this must be to Tess. Since the beginning, they've told us they could make from my charges something very simple called misdemeanor, and I wouldn't be charged with this if I decided to cooperate with them. They know I'm not doing that. I don't have anything to cooperate with them with what they say that happened. I know it didn't make them happy, so they will do anything to hold me here, anything for them to win. They've got it so far, right? Because it's a comma. I have no idea what they are making up, faking stuff, lies, or lying is crossed out, etc. But whatever it is, we don't know, and we are not sure what is going to happen. Again, I just want to say how grateful I'm for you being you, for your love and support. And she did the contraction, you know, like I wouldn't ever contract. How grateful I'm, you know, how grateful I am. I'd always say I am. For your love and support, for everything you've been doing for me. I would do anything to be with you guys again in Brendan's arms. But if that's not possible, I loved him so much, and I tell him I love him more each day. I'll love him forever, even when I can't. I would give my life for his, and I would never do anything to hurt him or against him. Whatever they're saying, whatever they want to believe, I don't care. I would take the blame for both of us. I want him to be happy. He deserves it. He's such an amazing man in person. He showed me love, care, affection, connection, warmth. Everything. When I think about death, I can't think of a better way to die than loving him. And thinking about me, he is 38 years old and never imagined himself with a 22-year-old Brazilian tiny person. But life surprises us in the best way. If I died today, I would have been so happy this last year with him, but I would still be wishing to be with him, to love more if given the chance. Maybe you think, is this letter for me or Brendan? LOL, for you. But I'm not there, so I want to make sure to remind you of my love for him. Maybe we happened at the wrong time / moment in a wrong way. but I believe everything happens for a reason. Yeesh, with purpose. I mean, I always love to believe everything happens for a reason, but this is one of those exceptional contexts where I would not say that. I don't know if I would say that. With purpose. I don't regret that. Nothing about him or us. So the same way I remind him every day how handsome he is and how much I love and miss him, I want you to feel that too, how special he is for me. Other day he told me he feels shy when I tell him, "Do you know what?" And he says, "What?" As if he doesn't know what's coming, huh? And I say, "You are so handsome." I've been like this with him since always, and he still feels shy. It's cute, lol. But he always told me he wasn't going to hear it. He wasn't used to hear that before. But he also told me he wasn't used to hear that before. That often, from anybody. So I told him, now you better get used to it. I still do it every day when we're on the phone or video chat. I believe even he's 38, has a lot of experience, I could still teach him something about love, affection, care, about himself. It makes me happy to know that. I've learned a lot with you guys, and I'll be thankful forever. I love you, Mimi. Sorry, ran out of time, lol. Well, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Mimi is Tess. Mimi is Tess. So, well, I guess Brendan's stepmom. Brendan's stepmom. All right, next one is, hold on, wait, this is the second. This is dated the 3rd. Dear Brendan, my handsome. I hate the thought of me not being there for holidays for your birthday week, Valerie's. I hate not being there during summer to enjoy with you guys. And my jealousy of you going to the beach or pool without me and seeing those pretty women with pretty bodies. I hate that I can't touch your chest, belly, and tell you how sexy and handsome you are. And saying how much I love that part of your body that for me is very attractive. I hate that I can't go to sleep with you and wake up in your arms. I hate the idea of you working as a driver on the weekends and seeing many pretty girls wearing whatever they're wearing. I'm so afraid of losing you, babe. You have no idea. But I'm stuck here and I can't help but feel this fear. Like I said many times what I feel for you, I've never felt before. This is a highlighted part coming up. I would do anything for you if they want me to turn against you, if they think or whatever they believe, and if they want to blame me for that, that's okay. I can take the blame. I would never do anything to hurt you or against you. And depends on what happens next and how it'll hurt me that you keep moving on with your life and finding someone else if I go to prison. Oh God, I already miss everything about us. I miss your smell. I miss rubbing your back in the shower. I miss your smile and seeing the wrinkles when you smile. I miss feeling your touch. I miss every single little thing about you, my love. I'm sorry I'm not the physically. She probably meant there. I'm sorry I'm not there physically. But I keep thinking how I can still show my love and make you feel loved by me, even when we can't be together. I can write more and more letters. I drew a picture for you, and this time I decided to write reasons why I love you. I mean, I could spend all day doing that. There are so many. But I thought about a few to write. When you feel sad, alone, or missing me, you can read them all or one at a time, and remember you're loved. You had someone that loved you more than anything. If I go to prison and anything happens to me, I'll die happy loving you and thinking of you until my last breath, and happy because I had the best year of my life with you. You know how silly I am to do these simple things to show my love, right? I have many ideas in mind about what to do for you, but being stuck here doesn't help. Some people are scared of death. I'm scared of not being with you again. And I want to make sure if this happens, I showed all my love for you while we were together. Anyway, even though I love you so much with all I am, it would be a lie if I say I forgot what they told me. When I got arrested, if I say, I can get out of my head those words and pictures they showed me. Other girls. Oh. They showed her pictures of other girls. Maybe I can't deal well with that because I was always afraid of losing you. Or you finding someone else, getting involved with an E with somebody else, because I know things you like and get your attention, your eyes, and I've always been worried about it, but being here makes it even worse, intense. I don't like feeling like this, like I'll lose you because I'm stuck here and not able to satisfy you. So like one way or another, I feel this fear of losing you. I spend some time thinking about it, and I cry because of that. Then, as always, I imagine many things you would be doing, and I don't like none of them. But that's okay. I wish I could control those feelings. I guess I'm not capable of doing that either. Just like I can't control anything anymore. However, I want to be honest with you about how I feel about everything, especially about you and us. I try to find more words to describe my love for you, and actions, gestures, and I think I got it. Just wish I was there to show it physically, but since I can, I try. I love you more than anything and miss you tremendously every single day, each bone, each cell. My brain was like, jail cell, each jail cell. I hope to make it through to be with you again soon. Thank you for everything. I loved you yesterday, today, and I'll love you forever, even when I can't. With love, Juliana Perez with the heart. And then there's a note down here that says, when I see the deputies here wearing their wedding or engagement ring, all I think about is us and wondering when it will be us. Oh, well, that sounds like that I wish conversation from the intel officer at the hotel. Whew. Anyway, this is the type of thing, like, if I started with these letters, she could have orchestrated this by herself. It could have been a plan. She could decide she's just going to turn on him because he's not going to be with her anyway. She could decide to turn on him because they did do this thing and he doesn't want to be with her. She could just say, F it. I got this great deal in front of me. I'm going to take it. So even though this is interesting, I don't think the pathway is necessarily definitive here. All right, I think we've got pagination now in the corners with the hearts. Now we're in April. So, April 12th, 2024, 10:45 p.m. Dear Brendan, I got your letters today, and they were not what I was expecting. First, I understood why I had the feeling like something was off, and asked you before if you were keeping something from me. Now I know. I want first to apologize for being so hard on you this whole time, and for making you feel conflicted about sharing those things with me, because I said I did not want to know. After I read your letters, I felt bad because of everything you've been going through. And remember, there were like 10 letters that didn't come in, or 10 exhibits in this sequential order that weren't admitted. After I read your letters, I felt bad because of everything you've been going through, and I didn't know, and I'm not there for you. It was hard because it made me realize how selfish and stubborn I can be. It's not that I don't believe you are struggling or sad or depressed. Deep down, I know you're going through a lot. I feel bad because of what I'm going through. This hell blinds me about what other people are feeling. But I know it's true. When I hear that you, your mom, my mom, and everyone else says they feel bad for me and they are afraid, I think to myself, and this is highlighted, nobody is more afraid and sad/upset than me. I'm the one facing life in prison. Even though we are confident and positive that we have a strong case, we don't know what is going to happen. I can be fucked up forever. We'll be up to 12 people to decide. However, I'm not writing to talk about me right now. I'm so sorry you are taking medicine for depression. I hope it doesn't make you numb or any bad effects. I chose not to take mine anymore. I didn't like how it made me feel, and I think I deserve to feel all this, a way to torture myself. And I really hope whenever this is over, you won't need that anymore. I want you to feel good again, and I will be there for you and with you, doing my best to help you. I blame myself for you being in this situation. Maybe because I was so hard on you and made you feel bad. Maybe the way I talked to you. Maybe things, or I just make it worse. I'm so sorry, babe. I really am. I feel you when you said you can't express how you're feeling without crying, having a breakdown. Do you think he was taking depression medication? Or just, like, do we have any indication of that? Or is it just like, he could have said it? Or just like, who knows? Not clear. Try again later. I'm so sorry if I'm blind that I can't see your struggles. Know that I'm okay with you doing Uber? Okay, it just said it lost. My StreamYard just told me my sound cut out, but I turned it back on. So we'll see if this is giving an issue. Maybe it's because I have 700 tabs open with exhibits. Anyway, know that I'm okay with you doing Uber, right? Right? That's a you, right? Uber? Like doing Uber driving? So Brendan's like, I'm even doing Uber now. Again, sorry that I made it hard for you to even do that. Sorry that you've been waking up so early to go to work, then get Valerie ready for school, talking to me during the day, working part-time, and all that. Or he's busy with whoever's available. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I hope you know I'm very grateful and appreciate you. Just like everything you've been doing, things I know and things I'm not aware of. I know you struggle. I know you're trying so hard. And I'm sorry if sometimes I make you feel like you don't do enough or that I don't recognize. I know you're sacrificing things for me and for us too. You are a genuine person, caring, loving, affectionate, responsible. I know you're committed to me, to us. I want you to know, I wish I could hear like a recorded call before this letter was written. Was it just like, stop accusing me of cheating on you. I'm not cheating on you. And then now this is the apology because maybe he hung up. Oh, chat. Do you think he talked math to all the people he drove around? Convert this to kilometers. Missing letters, missing letters. Interesting that they didn't want him talking about his depression. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We've got, let's see. Where was I? Oh, I know you're committed to me, to us. I want you to know that if I don't get life or go to prison, I want to be there with you and for you, and we'll make it through together. I'll make sure you'll be yourself again, happy. We'll do it together, I promise you. I owe you a lot, and I love you more than anything to just give up on you or us. Thank you for loving me and being committed to me, for not giving up on me even when I give you reason. I'm sorry I take out on you my insecurities. I know they might be nonsense to you, but for me they're not. Also, I know I should trust you and feel secure. I'm just afraid of losing you while I'm here, like I explained to you the reasons before. I can't just ask you to sit around and wait for me. I don't think he was. I don't think he was sitting around waiting. Not living or having fun because I feel insecure of things happening, or insecure of how you look at other people or what you do because you might be sex starved. I shouldn't be worried about none of that, but I am. But you're right. You didn't give me any reason to break up with you. My reaction to the situation is all wrong, and I don't want to be more hurt. So I tend to push people away to avoid things. I don't want to feel jealous or upset if you're doing something and take it out on you, making you feel bad. You don't deserve this. So if we're going to be together, I want to make sure to get over these issues, to work on them, so I don't make you unhappy. I think from here I can't do anything and get much better because it's about so many things for me not being there. I love you with all my heart and I will always love you. I do want to be with you and our dreams to come true, have our family and things we talked about. I never felt so sure of anything in my life as I do when it's about you and us. I never felt so sure about someone. You mean everything to me. I choose you every day. I choose to give all I am, all myself to you, my love, my attention, my care, my desire, my affection, and loving you in a way I'd never love anyone else. In a way, everybody wants to be loved. I'm a 100% committed to you, and I'm proud of you, of holding your hands, of showing our love. After all this, I want us to go to sleep together and wake up together every day. I want to be your medicine to cure you from depression and anxiety, just like you will be mine. I want to cuddle and go to sleep peacefully in your arms, feeling your love and warmth, and a 100% sure when I wake up, you'll be there. It's been 6 months, but nights are still tough without you. Cold, sad, lonely, and lot of cry. I keep toilet paper on my bed, lol. I would never get used to anything without you, no matter for how long we've been apart. Everything I think about I want to do, you are there included, because I can't picture my life without you. I have everything I need in one person, you. I'm incredible. I think it's supposed to be incredibly, but it says incredibility. I'm incredibly and 100% in love with you and attracted to you at the same time. I hope I make it very clear every day. It has always been this way. You didn't even know, but I was all yours. You had me even before you knew it. I'm here for you and I want to always be. I want to call you my husband and tell everyone that is my kid's daddy and my handsome husband. I'll be very happy about that. Thank you for letting me into your life, for letting me love you. I'm very lucky to have you, and I will take care of you. And I hope these 3 months fly so I can be back in your arms. They took everything from me. They made me doubt myself, but there was never a day where I felt different about you, even wanting to push you away. They never touched my feelings for you. Truly and forever yours, Juliana Peres Magalhães. And let's see. Is this supposed to be like Juliana, like the initials put together? Is that a V? Okay, you know what? I'm not trying to throw shade on. I love blended families. I love when people are like, this is my bonus daughter. This is my bonus mom. But is this a JBV? Like, meaning like Juliana, Brendan, Valerie together heart? Because this is just very awkward in this context. I'm not looking at this as like, yes, blended family. Everybody is there for the kids. We love our bonus children. I'm looking at this as like, this looks like a little much in this context. Anyway, oh, we have cast off hearts over here. So I also sent the cup cover. I also sent the cup cover Gamble made. Maybe Gamble's a person. I also sent the cup cover Gamble made LOL with a heart made of paper, tried LOL. And the other thing, parentheses game, I forgot the name, and I couldn't be creative enough LOL with a slant face. So there's that. There's that. Anyway, I'm still stuck on this part. I'm still stuck on this part. So that just, man, I respect that the interview with 4-year-old Valerie is sealed. But I'm curious. I am curious what Valerie had to say. And I know children, you know, the things that they say, they're kids. They say things that might be hyperbolic. They might just be like a little bit off in imagination land. I understand. But I would just be so curious to see that. I would just be curious. And I want that to stay under seal, you know? I'm not advocating for anything different about that particular exhibit. But dang. What a scenario, what a situationship. And again, I think this is the part that's just difficult to reconcile. And I don't know, would I be in a different position? I don't think I'd ever be living in somebody's house and then want to sleep with their husband. I want my own space. I want my own stuff. Like, I just can't picture that being something up my alley. I tried to consider a situation like maybe they just went for the open relationship. I mean, Juliana has the lingerie hanging in her own closet. You know, it seemed kind of odd to have that much lingerie. I mean, do you like pack that in a bag and then go somewhere? Maybe on your night off. You know, she was entitled to independence. But at the same time, that's not the type of like, I can't imagine wanting that to be my household. It's me, my husband, and our daughter. I'd want the most stoic and I want to know that the nanny is not in any way interested if I could afford a nanny, you know? I don't know. It's just a lot of food for thought that just doesn't sit well with me. It does not sit well with me. And I'm not trying to judge situations where it works for people. But here, if this is some like, I want this woman's life and I want it to be me, the husband, and the daughter, it's just a very different scenario than, hey, that's the way we all are and we're all agreeing to be this way. Oh, so we've got April 14th. And we've got Juliana and Brendan with a heart. We're not including the V this time. Love you. And it's midnight. We're writing this at midnight. I know what I had said in the last letter. Actually, let me look at the exhibit numbers. If there's an indication. So this is numbered as, and the exhibit numbers might not mean sequential lettering. Let's see. But yeah, this is only a day, 2 days apart. So the last letter was dated the 12th. This is dated the 14th. So I think this is referring to what we just read. I know what I'd said in the last letter. I know how I feel about you, about us. And I'm really grateful for everything you've been doing for me and for us. Also, I know maybe you don't share all your struggles. Neither do I. I don't want to be vulnerable with you. I don't want to tell you all the times I cry during the day, or every night to go to sleep. I don't want to share the times even the deputies call me in the hall to talk because they hear me crying, or because I just stay in my room even when we're not in lock-in and gamble. Like other roommates come to me asking, Juliana, are you okay? I don't want to share when we have video chat, and I try hard to keep myself stable at that moment because I don't want to cry in front of you and showing how upset/sad I am for being here, or for little things that happen that make my day worse and more anxiety. I don't want to tell you over and over again how I feel, my insecurities about you, my thoughts and insecurities for being here longer, and things about to happen on the outside for you anyway. Because I'm sure you know enough. And though I know things you told me you were keeping from me, I don't really feel confident or that I'm ready to just sit here and trust you with my eyes closed. I really wish I did about many things, not only specifically the act of cheating, like physical touch, etc. And physical has an I and I instead of Y. Cheating, as far as I'm concerned, goes beyond just kissing someone else. See, this is, people have different standards, That's not how I would define cheating personally, but I guess here, the bar sits above kissing someone else. That's okay. So, gonna adopt that framework while I consider the rest of this. But that just makes me think, even though you might have been messing with somebody else, if it's not that serious, I don't actually want to break up with you. Even though on gut instinct, I might have wanted to break up with you. But now I'm deciding I still want to be with you badly enough that I'll give you like a ceiling. Like, is this a new standard, or is this how she's always considered and defined cheating? Yeah, and girl, did you not get him by cheating? Like, yeah. I mean, yeah. What else is there to say here? It's wild that she was expecting him not to cheat. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. Goodness. Oh, me. Oh, my. So, we've got. However, I remember your letters and things you've said, and they were very sweet. But I still think the best I can and should do if I don't get convicted is going back to Brazil. Okay. Even though I do want to have a life with you and dream about so many things, that is not all. My family, everyone is there for me, waiting to be with me again, whenever this is over, and I owe them a lot. After so long, after everything that happened, I should be with them. That is not fair to them what happened. That's not fair that to pull that trigger, I didn't consider them. That is not fair. It shouldn't have never happened. Like I never always say, I don't regret you at all or everything we have done and lived together. I really just hope I have the chance to be with them again, back home. I really do. I can't stand the thought of not being with them anymore for my own mistake. That last line was highlighted. If I understand right, you said something about us moving if that's what I want or something. First, that's not just what I want, also what I need, what my family needs me to do for them, show up. Then is not as easy? Then it is not, I think it's supposed to be, it's not as easy, but it says is not as ease as we think to move when you have kids. It's way more work, not simple. Easier said than done, even if you have the best intention. Even worse if we're talking about country. I do understand you say you're willing, etc., but that's not all, though. I really appreciate it. I won't ask you to live in Brazil with me just because I know you love me and I love you. There are things I can't ask you or expect you to do or be. I can't be selfish. See, this is, the Titanic video, guys. The story is there. We want and need each other, but my family also needs me. This next line's highlighted. I would never forgive myself if I couldn't see them after all this. Maybe you also feel scared of living a single dad life, but I know it wouldn't be for long until you find someone. Besides, your mom is always there for you and Valerie. Like I said, you have it all you need, even if you don't think so. I wish you understood how hard all this is for me. Where you need to choose, it hurts so much. Should I stay or should I go? But yeah, that is the realization that I do need to go back to. Top of this next page says, love you, handsome. Oh, wait. That is the realization that I do need to go back to Brazil. They need me. I don't want to make you choose life here or in Brazil. This is huge. I'll tell you this and I'll tell you. This is and will be very hard on me because I only have you. So intense, I feel so much for you. That is hard to imagine you feel the same. I think that it's hard. For me, you would always come first because I only have you, but I will never come first. Maybe I'm just not the right person match for you, despite how great we are together, how we are/feel for each other. Maybe we're like Amy and Jacob. She just wasn't right for him. Is that a reference to like a show? She just wasn't right for him, didn't fit in what he needed. We will figure it out. I just want to make sure my feelings/thoughts, struggles to choose, do what is right. I miss them so much, even if I don't really talk to you about it. I miss them every single day and feel guilty for making them go through this. Afraid of losing them while I live my life here, for knowing they need me and I'm not there by my own choice. I love you more than anything, babe, and wish things were easier. I will never stop loving you, never, and never regret you. Understood? We've been through a lot, and we know not everyone is like us. We're unique to each other, and nothing will change that. I love you until my very last breath, Brendan Robert Banfield. Truly and forever yours, Juliana. Well, wait, this says 08/26? What? August 26th? Is that their anniversary date? Their decided anniversary date? Because this is dated April 14th. So it was like August 26th, the day that they put the stamp on it. That's what I would go with. Oh, okay, so the next letter, we're jumping to April 19th. Oh, hello, where'd you go? The next letter disappeared. This one? There we go. So the next letter is April 19th, and then it also has the 8/26 at the top. So I think that's just got to be the date that they put the stamp on it. So, yeah, that's got to be when they think they got together. Maybe it's a guesstimate. I'm not sure if they came in, Angela. And yeah, that's what I would say, learned hand knits. So, we've got, Dear Brendan, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling. Now it's the time for me to start getting ready for my trial. I just don't know if I will ever be. Maybe she means tried. Ryan and I, the attorney, are talking, and he said I can decide later if I want to testify or not. After we practice questions, evidence, rewatch my interview with my statement. He said one of the instructions from the judge to the jury is that they can't assume or making any decision if I choose to not testify. Because there can be many reasons. It doesn't mean I'm lying or hiding anything. So I still don't know. We shouldn't discuss on the phone whether or not you will testify or if I will. Because they don't know yet, and if they know it beforehand, they'll be already make trap for us with questions, theory, etc. The prosecutor keeps telling Ryan that Juliana is not being honest with you. She knows more than she's been telling you. Like what? I told him that I don't even know who we can call as witness about the person I am, etc. So character witness, since I don't have any friends here. He might try Kananda, but I doubt she will come, or Beatrice. That in my last bond hearing, the prosecutor said she contacted them after what happened. I don't know about that. He was asking a few questions that the prosecutor might ask about our affair, like if when we stayed at the hotel in New York or any other place, you paid with cash or card. I do remember using your card. About our dates in public, I said yes, going to bar, etc. If we were ever afraid of getting caught. If I was dating other people at the same time, and yes, I was, even how many people I think I had sex with, and I told him about sex in first dates, like the doctor or something. I don't think she's saying she slept with the doctor. I think she's like how a doctor will ask, because you know about it. He's trying, but who knows? He's trying to prove that we weren't a secret, not at least for my part, since I wasn't the married one, so my friends knew, but not yours, of course. He asked how we got together and moved into your bedroom after what happened. I would want to know that too. I'd be like, that's a tough one. Do you have a good explanation for that one? He asked how we got together and moved into your bedroom after what happened. We talked about it, and it wasn't hard since we had a type of relationship before, and we enjoyed each other, and I was going to stay in America no matter what, and happened before my B-Day. Also, that your mom advised us that wouldn't look good after what happened, but was understanding and supportive. That whole sentence was a lot. Let's run that back. So explaining, how did you move into the bedroom? Let's run that one back. Well, we talked about it and it wasn't hard since we had a type of relationship before. And we enjoyed each other, and I was going to stay in America no matter what. And happened before my B-Day. Also, that your mom advised us that wouldn't look good after what happened, but was understanding and supportive. He asked if you ever said you loved me, and I was honest about that too. But you never told me you would get divorced to be with me. I never wanted anything serious like family, relationship, kids. I had just broken up with Bruno for that reason. Not Bruno. He thinks a few questions prosecutors might have for you, like, why did you let Juliana follow you up the stairs? Or about your guns being loaded in the house, stuff like that. I think, is a pen running out? Ryan said one reporter contacted him because she wants to make an article about how and who I am as a person, contacting my friends in Brazil, etc. Is this Dateline? Is this Katie? I'm still thinking if it would be good or not. I don't want more attention from everyone about my case. We are also thinking of having Jusamaya answering questions and talk about me, but online, recorded, translated. But we need to think about it. Would be good having people talking about me. Maybe Nishant or someone else. I think... Did we hear a mention of Nishant yesterday? Your mom said if we want to call anybody from the family would be good. But I don't think we'd be considered as friends. But then again, friends, I don't have any here. Ryan said with that, they would try to call someone to say bad things about me. But I'm not worried, because I'm sure they'll have someone / some people talking good about Joe. So, that's interesting. So Juliana, thinking about her trial, imagines that the state will tell the jury who Joseph Ryan is. And obviously we didn't see that trial pan out. But I think it's interesting that she was thinking that that's what could and maybe should be happening. And then in this trial, everyone's like, dang, nobody's talking about Joseph. We've got, he said that in some cases they do mock trial. I guess that's how it's called. At the top of this page, it says, you mean everything to me. Where we spend some time with random 12 people and we present them case, etc. And they tell their opinion, etc. And a specific person to pretend it's the prosecutor asking questions about the case. It sounds a good idea, but we don't think it's necessary for this. It would be very expansive, like 50,000 to 100,000. I'm always trying to think about questions that the prosecutor would ask, etc., because I know and assume some of the evidence they have and how to explain that then. You and John will start talking about that too, and I don't know, so that's John Carroll, if you will testify anyway. Ryan believes we're going to win this case. Maybe John thinks the same, maybe other lawyers too, but as we know, it doesn't mean we will. Depends on how 12 people will view this case. This is real. She's spitting. She's spitting here. How 12 people will view this case, motive, if in fact he was incapacitated or not, about our affair, etc. And this incapacitated part, it's relevant because remember, the second shot, she's charged with that second shot. So if he wasn't incapacitated, then maybe it would make sense. He could still pose a threat and somebody reasonably feared, and we fire that second shot. But if he was incapacitated, wouldn't have been able to sit up that second shot. So, however, I don't know what we'll do or how. or what is going to happen. And to be honest, I'm afraid, scared. I don't know what is going to happen. Nobody knows. And I expect the worst to happen. I just want to always make sure to let you know how much I loved and love you. And I will forever. So I wonder if she's wording it if in fact he was capacitated, like they'll have to decide that fact, or if she's saying they still haven't gotten a conclusion on this part yet at the time that she's writing this, April 19th. Let's see. It's good that you are creating new memories with Valerie, having fun, etc. You don't need to worry because you'll never lose her. You will have her with you just as it is right now. Nothing is going to change with this process. The Bensons started? Nothing is going to change with this process the Bensons started? No way. Like I said before, you're an amazing father. I'm proud of... Oh, is that... Is Christine Banfield's maiden name the Bensons? Like, is that them doing like a custody for Valerie? Does anyone remember if they said Christine's maiden name? I think it is Benson. No way, like I said before, you are an amazing father. I'm proud of you. It will be you and her forever. That's all you need. About us, maybe you will lose me. We'll find out in about 3 months. So it's good for you making memories without me. At the top of the next page, there's like a lyric up here that says, I don't know if I've ever been good enough. I'm a little bit rusty, and I think my head is caving in. Then back to the letter. It says, sometimes I just think to myself, like, I can't believe I'm facing life in prison for someone. Then things weren't supposed to be like this way, right? Yeah. Facing life in prison for someone. But then she also testified she knows that these were being read. So is she saying, while she's testifying, that she knows that she was being read to retroactively explain these things? Could she have been writing certain things contemporaneously with the knowledge and intent that they would be read and interpreted a certain way as they were being read? I can't believe I'm facing life in prison for someone. So, but people are stupid, including me with a smiley face, and make mistakes, act without thinking. That's all I did. I wouldn't write that if I had a self-defense, justifiable use of force case pending. I would not say I made a mistake and acted without thinking in a letter. So, I should have read the whole paragraph before I asked my question, because I would not write this in my own letter. Oh no. Oh no. I'm muted? Did I mute? Can you guys hear me now? Is that for real? A Third Eye Blind lyric? And then also it seems like, yes, Benson is maiden name. Benson is maiden name. So thank you. All right, thanks guys for the mute check. All right, we've got, if I don't get convicted, well, I don't know about us anyways. I don't know if we would be the same or something better than the relationship you had. There are so many issues, as we know, my issues, and also the thing about living here after this, when I also want to be with them, especially after this, they deserve it. I asked my mom for Bruno's phone number, Jusamara, my friend, Natalia, she used to do my eyelashes. Heck yeah, man, you gotta have a good relationship with your lash tech. And Melina, she went to nursing school and graduated together. So if we decide the reporter can make an article about me, she can talk and ask them questions. If not, maybe Ryan can do something and use it in my trial somehow. Like I said, maybe you'll lose me, but at least we know you'll be okay because you have all you need, no doubt. So I'm glad you are doing things as usual with Valerie, things we used to do together, now only you and her, and that's all it is. Like, is this like a relief that he's doing things with his daughter and there's not another girl there? However, I think I just want to tell you / explain what's going on here. My conversation with Ryan, giving you heads up. I think a lot about us. I think about you all the time, even if you don't think I do. Every little thing reminds me of you. Then I also think of my issue, insecurities. Again, I did not like that you were keeping things from me. I did not like trying to get the truth from you on the phone, knowing something was off, and you were still lying to me. Now I'm like, I don't know what is true or what it's not true. Should I believe that, or is he still keeping something from me? Because I still feel something is off. And though I might get upset about few things you tell me, it will be worse if you just keep things from me, no matter about what it is. I guess that's it for now. The top of this page says, and I don't know if I've ever really been loved by a hand that's touched me. So another lyric. The letter continues, you can keep me updated about whatever through Ryan. Hope everything is okay out there. Never forget how much I love you more than anything. I miss you every single day. You mean everything to me. I love you with all my heart, and I always will, even when I can't, until my last breath. Love you, my handsome. And then, I know you're not a believer or nothing like that, but as you always told me, and the Bible says the same, I hope we can live like that. I observed yet another example of something meaningless under the sun. This is the case of a man who is all alone, without a child or brother, yet who works hard to gain as much wealth as he can. But then he asks himself, who am I working for? Why am I giving up so much pleasure now? It is also meaningless and depressing. Two people are better off than one, for they can help each other succeed. If one person falls, the other can reach out and help. But someone who falls alone is in real trouble. Likewise, two people lying close together can keep each other warm. But how can one be warm alone? A person standing alone can be attacked and defeated, but two can stand back to back and conquer. 3 are even better. 4 are triple. Oh boy. We don't want to talk about triples here. Braided cord is not easily broken. So there we go. We've got, let's see, the next letter. What was that, exhibit, like 15? Yeah, that was exhibit 15. There is no exhibit 16 here. Okay, this is like the email thingy. So, Juliana to Marina. This is from July 1st, 2024. Hi, Mom, my love. I just got back from the hearing. It was quick. This is highlighted now. Anyway, yesterday my lawyer tried to call me, but I don't know what happened. We couldn't talk. The call wasn't working. He had told Mimi, so Tess, stepmom for Brendan, that he was going to try and schedule the trial for the first week of October. However, at the hearing, he didn't mention anything about October. The option he gave was November, December, and January, and those are capitalized. I was so pissed I started to yell and cry. I hate this. He said he was going to try October, and for no reason he offered January. Fuck him, screw him. He said he would come see me today at 12:30. Let's see, because he says he will do so much and then he doesn't do shit. I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer who doesn't do his job in a timely manner. Anyway, just let everyone know, okay? And is Grandpa drinking? I hope that no. How's everybody there? And no, Mom, there's no chance at all I'm going home. I have to wait for the trial. I will be here the whole time because there is an immigrant agency that if I'm released, they will deport me to Brazil. So remember we heard them asking, was that with Bruce and Giacchio that were talking about that a little bit? I think it was Giacchio. I think that was Giacchio. They won't take that risk. Anyway, and this is highlighted again. Anyway, I'm just disappointed at my lawyer, who should be doing a better job in holding his word. They scheduled the trial for November 12th, and they say it's 2 weeks of trial. So her trial would have been much shorter. Later, when I am calmer, I will send you a message, and maybe Mom, we will call. Let the folks at home know, including Grandpa, okay? God bless you. I love you more than anything in this world. Oh, wait, and hold on. Is this says 9:57. Oh, it's just translated. Okay. Because we had that guy say that he translated somebody translated the letters. Let's see. Next we have, all right, so this one is from 2 p.m. Also on the first, it's Juliana to Marina. Hi, Mom. Highlighted says, my lawyer came to see me. He said he scheduled it for November because my female lawyer was not available in October, and he can't do it without her. Anyway, this made me even more pissed, but what can I do? I can't do anything, it's too late. I don't even want to talk to him today. I am so pissed off. If you want, we can call you in a little while. I'll be at home too. Better to talk to him. Kisses, I love you more than anything. So, I think some of the translations making this read awkward with the I'll be at home too, because this is from Juliana. So I think that's something lost in translation. All right, and then the 3rd of July. This is from Juliana to Paula. Hi, Ju. Well, wait a minute. No, then that sounds like it's worded. Okay, because that's her real name, but I guess she goes by Paula and not the Juicy Mata. So, even though I thought this was Hi Ju as in Julianne, this is for Paula. How are you? I'm happy that you're practically finishing with the paper. It's such a pain, right? Especially since it's individual. What's your topic? So how are things going over there? Any news? Here, the same old story as always. Anyway, I'm trying to take it one day at a time, trying not to think about how far and how much more precisely to wait for my trial. Seems like little time, but each day here, it's a hell and long. But trust that everything will be all right, and that this will pass. Just a long and bad phase. Traction with my lawyer, Jew, that he changed my trial date for it to start on November 12th. We had a hearing, and this is highlighted. We had a hearing on Monday to get it scheduled. Anyway, I'm very frustrated and upset / dissatisfied with my lawyer. And thinking back now, I think he already knew all along that it wouldn't happen in July. Then in April, they agreed for the trial to be in July just to have a date. But my lawyer already knew he wouldn't be ready. I think that's what upsets me, that he has been super slow lately. The specialist we need to testify, he hadn't even hired yet. Anyway, my female lawyer who works with him is not available in October. And that is why I think it'll be November. I had asked him to try to go for at least the first week of October, but I think all this time he already knew it. It's unfair because everyone was anxious. With expectations, we were so close. And he took that hope away from me. No matter how much he promises to take me home, and knowing that I am innocent, it doesn't change the fact that I feel negligenced. I don't even know if that's how you write it and say it, sorry. But all right, what can you do, right? I really wanted to risk everything and do it in July, even if he isn't ready. I wanted to sign papers for this, but there is no such contract, you know? If there was, I would. Anyway, if there are any updates, I'll let you know. If there's any news or gossip, let me know, lol. Send a hug to the girls. Missing you all. See you later, Jew. Take care. I love you. And then the next one we go back, is this letters again? Nope, not letters yet, I don't think. Oh, wait. All right, so the way this is submitted, it goes, we just read Exhibit 19, and then there's Exhibit 2, and then it goes to Exhibit 20. So maybe 2 is... When was this written? All right, so we're going back in time with this one. This one goes back to... Oh, no, we're going forward. This is November... All right, so November 1st of 2023. No, this is right after she was arrested. Okay, so this must be Exhibit 2, and for whatever reason, it's filed out of numeric order. It's like couched between Exhibit 19 and 20. But this is one of the first letters that we read, the back page. So hi, Mimi. Remember, this is Tess. This is Brendan's stepmom. So as you know, being here, it's hitting me hard in all the possible ways. Okay, wait. We read that. We just didn't have this page, right? If this is deja vu, if we've already read page 1, I'm sorry. I'm not sure that we did, though, so I'm just going to read it. But I want to make sure you know how grateful I am for everything you've been doing for me, not just now, but since the beginning. I feel blessed to have you as my mother-in-law, family, this situation, being away from you guys. Highlighted here, it says, it's killing me, and I mean it. This whole situation is very complicated. Highlighted again, it breaks my heart to think that I might not be able to be with you guys soon. It hurts me extremely, thinking that I might not be there for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, Brendan's birthday, and all those special dates with the situation. I'm not from here. They want to keep me until the trial. That's what they normally do. It hurts me. It's terrifying, the thought of looking at the window and knowing I'm not there with you guys and not knowing when I will be able to be. I want you to know how much I love you. I hope I've shown that in many ways, including your present with our picture. You were happy to get that. So was I. I loved all the moments we've shared so far, where you cried in front of me, showing your vulnerability. Moments where we shared laughs, drinks, dancing, everyone in the kitchen, and you got buzzed with the second sip of the drink and tried to blame Brendan to make you drunk. LOL. I miss all those moments and I'll be missing every day. But I'll tell you something. It might make you happy to know and sad at the same time. I want you to know that you gave me the best present for your son. You have no idea how much I love him, and I can't hold my tears back right now talking about him. He's the most special person I ever met. He has changed a lot in me. I'm even dreaming and wishing for a family with him and Valerie, giving her a brother or hopefully a sister so she would be happier, LOL. We sure talked about getting married. Like I said, he's changed a lot in me. He is my person. In his arms, I always felt like home. I always told him that. His chest is where I want to rest my head at the end of the day. His warmth, his love, affection. Would you write this to someone's mom? Would you write this to someone's mom? And I mean, it's like, pretend there's no murders here. I think this is a little bit much to write to a mom. Like, maybe a little gush. But this is a lot. This is a bit extra. I think this is a bit extra, just even without the extra context here. Let's see. All right, yeah, I don't think there's any updates over on X. We've got... Yeah, I don't see any updates from anything about this case. All right, so back to this letter. Let's see. All right, laying the head on the chest, his warmth, his love, affection, he's everything to me, and I was really happy living the life with him. Complete, happy, genuine, loving. I felt taken care of, loved, special. And for the same reason, that hurts and kills me the most, and if I had the choice, I would rather to die than living this here without him. It's already killing me, but in a slow way, and I don't want to feel this pain. I don't want to live like this. I would rather die, get myself sick, or something happens to me that I don't feel this pain anymore. That's not fair. It hurts seeing how hurt my family in Brazil are with all the news, accusation. They are getting sick because of me. I don't want to feel this, Mimi. I'm so sorry for going through this and you guys with me. I'm sorry we didn't have enough time to make more memories and they took me away. And this is the third page. Thank you so much for welcoming me into the family, for always being supportive, loving, caring, affectionate, such an amazing person, friend, mother-in-law. I'm sorry not being there for you guys, for Valerie. I feel extremely sorry and sad. I feel so heartbroken being away from your son. You have no idea. You have a precious son. He is very much loved by me with love, care, affection. Brendan and I have shared laughter and tears. He is the one to put me back in place when I can't do it myself. He is the most caring person and deserve all the happiness. He makes me so happy. I want you to read the letter I wrote for him. It's like a remember letter where I said about so many memories we have. And again, I love him for all the reasons a woman loves a man, for quiet nights and sunny days, for shared laughter and common tears. Please say walking in the rain. I told him if one day we have a child and turns out to be a boy, to be anything like him, there's going to be one more lucky woman in this world thanks to him. Or many, because it seems like he says he gets a lot of women, according to him. I want you to read the 7 pages letter LOL I wrote for him. So we'll know a bit more how we used to be together. The type of man you raised. Oh, chat. He might be shy, LOL, but I want you to, so you understand. Like I said, this is the hardest thing I'm going through in my life and painful. I love you so much, Mimi. It's hard to write because I just cry. It's hard to find the right words. But thank you so much. Take care of him, please. With love, Juliana. And it's November 1st, 2023. Remember, we went back because this was on the list out of order. And then we've got a heart here. All right. How's that? So next would be 20, getting back into sequential order. Let's see. Yeah, Sweetie Pie, like, did the mother-in-law not like Christine? And you know, without judgment, like, I don't know exactly, sure, we have the recollection through this letter that, all right, we're hanging out in the kitchen, but that kind of seems like maybe a rare memory. This is early on a little bit. I don't know. So maybe there aren't even that many memories with the stepmom. We don't have the communications written by the stepmom back to see how the stepmom is responding to this stuff. Maybe it's with the same level of enthusiasm for Brendan. But I don't think I have enough information aside from mom sitting in court. I think that's a little bit different than being able to judge the way someone might be wording something in response to these letters. We just don't have that context. So let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of articles here, and some spelling mistakes, like I'm reading the word without the spelling mistake being notable. But like obviously you guys can probably hear when like plural, there's no plural when there should be, things like that. You know, we've got, let's see. Brooklyn says it's all over the Brazilian news. I wouldn't know, but that'd be kind of cool to look at. Just to see like the coverage over there. All right, yeah, so is there, yeah, up till 4:30? Till 4:30? All right, guys, well, not to cut the letter reading short, but I do, I have coffee in here, and I don't want to drink it anymore, and I really would prefer to go get a different drink. So I think I'm going to put us back on to the testimony. I feel like I'm handing you guys like a tablet to keep you guys occupied. I'll be right back. We'll go back to Juliana's testimony here. We didn't make it that far into her direct. We're only like, what is that? 25 minutes, not even. So run this back. I'll be right back, you guys. And if, I think, because the jurors said they had to leave at 4:30. Was that today? So if that's the case, we should hear if they're going to go home for the day. And if a juror had to leave by 4:30 and they're not already out doing a verdict reading, I don't think we're going to end up having a verdict today. If that's the case, if this is the day that the jurors said that they had to leave by 4:30, because they'd have to have the jury present to do the reading. So, yeah. Tatum says we're only seeing one side, and it's one of those things that's like, I know I don't really need to see the other side, but just out of curiosity, I want to see the replies. I want to see the received correspondence. Oh, goodness. So we've got maybe 4:15. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to hit play. We'll be right back, and obviously we'll just see the updates as they come.
Also text.
Oh, captions.
Looking for
There we go.
whatever it
You're
is
back.
that they're interested in.
Okay. And had Brendan explained to you at this point in time, or was there any explanation given to you about what it was that he was using FetLife for, or what it was he was looking for from another FetLife user?
Yeah.
What was that?
The website is for BDSM, people that like that kind of stuff, and he said we would be able to find somebody that plays like aggressive or that likes playing with blood and that kind of stuff.
And why? What was the, what if any reason did he want to find someone like that for?
Well, because the person would be eventually, the person would be invited to come to the house, and he needed to know that the person was willing, or he was going to do what he had in his mind.
And what was he using FetLife to ask other users to do to the Anastasia profile?
Things like pinning her down, gagging her, spanking. Yeah.
And when the two of you used FetLife to message other people, were you, who would do the typing? Were you typing? Was Brendan typing?
To talk to other people?
Yes.
You asked. Sometimes it would be him, sometimes it would be me by his instruction when he was with me.
And were the two of you typically together while you were using FetLife to message other people?
Yes.
And was Christine home or not home when the two of you used FetLife?
She was home.
Always?
Yes.
Why?
Because he always mentioned for us to make sure to log in on the account when she was also home. So it would have, throughout the investigation, it would have been very clear that, like, whenever she was using the profile, she was home, and yeah.
And you said because during the investigation. Why would there be an investigation?
Well, he always thought, like, in advance, he knew how the investigation would go. Like, he always knew, and yeah.
But why did he know?
What did he know?
Yeah, why? You said because he always knew about the investigation. What did he know about an investigation? There hasn't been one yet.
He knew eventually we would have one investigation
Why?
because there would be a murder, and it's just what happens. Investigation.
Did he tell you that?
Yeah.
What specifically did he tell you about that?
Well, he knew that we needed to have some alibis. He knew that he needed to change his routine a few weeks prior, so it wouldn't be odd that he wasn't, just at McDonald's on that day specifically.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple of items one at a time. The parties have stipulated to the admissibility of the next two items, the next several items. The first two are going to be Commonwealth 66 and 67. And Judge Commonwealth 66, I'm going to ask to have published to the jury and counsel only, and I'm going to ask that these be under seal.
66 and 67?
Yes.
And there's an agreement to admissibility, is that correct, Mr. Kerr? Okay, so 66 and 67 are in evidence under seal.
Say that again. Let me see. Yep. I'm going to move on. Having a couple of technical difficulties, so I'm going to move on for a minute, and then we'll go back to 66 and 67. Did you and the defendant ever travel out of town together?
Yes,
Where did you go?
to Winchester, Virginia.
Do you recall when that was?
When?
When?
Not exact date, no.
Do you know if it was before or after that the defendant created the FetLife profile?
Can I say if I'm not 100% sure though?
You don't recall?
No.
Okay. How did you arrange to go to Winchester together?
He was going for an overnight stay in a hotel for his job.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
and he took his car, his work car, and I took the white car to drive.
And when the two of you were in Winchester, was there ever any posting on FetLife at that time?
No,
And why would that have been?
because, like I said before, that he always made sure to.
What's your objection, Mr. Carroll? Your microphone, I can't, it's very hard to hear you. What's your legal objection?
Legal objection. She's asked and answered that she didn't do any posting. And so,
Okay, asked and
any
answered.
further question?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
He said asked and answered.
I don't think I asked her if any of them posted on FetLife while they were
Okay,
out of town in Winchester.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Sorry. Did either of you post on FetLife or message anyone on FetLife while the two of you were in Winchester?
No,
And why is that?
because we would only post when we were home and she was home at the same time.
Okay. And were there any other things that the two of you did to make it look like Christine was the one messaging in FetLife? Do you want me to ask that a different way?
Yes, please.
Did the two of you ever message people or post on FetLife when Christine was home and only one of you was home?
Yes.
And whose idea was that?
Brendan?
And did he say why?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, again, when he talked about the investigation we would have at some point, he pointed out that the police would have access to where our phones pin, and so we wouldn't be able to accuse him of doing that, because sometimes she would be doing it, posting and messaging, and she would be home and he wouldn't be home, and other times I wouldn't be home, and so there would be no way to actually prove it, and that's the alibis he talked about.
Can you recall any specific instances of how it would have worked for one of you to be home posting while Christine was home and the other one was out of the home?
That normally happened when both of us went to the gym, and he would tell me to leave earlier and go home so I'd get home before him, and for me to log in the account and, text people, talk to people. And other times he would tell me to hang in the gym behind, and he would leave earlier, so he would be the one logging in and talking to people.
Okay. And the gym that you're talking about, do you recall which gym that was?
Yeah, Lifetime.
And did the two of you, and do you know which location?
Yeah, Ruston.
Did the two of you go to Lifetime Fitness together frequently?
Yes.
Did Christine go with the two of you?
It was just maybe a couple times, but nothing. It was normally Rana and I.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Commonwealth 66 and 67 at this point. If we could see 66.
You can publish from the table, please.
Just give us a second. Jury, it's already in evidence in the gallery.
These were.
Oh, sealed, no, never mind. Okay, yeah.
All right, so looking at Commonwealth 66, can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the top of your screen, there's a column that's titled User ID. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The user ID identified as Anastasia 9.
Okay.
Who wrote the messages from Anastasia 9? Not that specific message, but just in general. Who is the person or persons who are writing the messages from Anastasia 9?
It's either me or Brendan.
And the other user IDs that we see that are largely numbers in this view, are those messages that are received by you and the defendant using the Anastasia 9 profile?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for us to scroll forward a little bit to location number 367 or cell 367. The user ID Taco Supreme 7000. Did you come to know who that was?
That's Joe.
And now if we could switch to Commonwealth 67.
I don't think we're going to get a verdict today. Kathy Roussan just posted saying also that a juror is supposed to leave at 4:30 today. So
the Taco Supreme 7000 profile that you came to know as Joe Ryan. We see that profile and we see Anastasia 9 communicating in this view of the spreadsheet. Do you recognize these as FetLife chats that you and Brendan wrote from Anastasia 9 and received from Taco Supreme?
Yes.
And when the two of you were using FetLife, I've asked you before what it was that Brendan was looking for. What is it about Joe's answers and messages that attracted Brendan to selecting Joe? Did he ever tell you?
He told me at some point too, but he was always making comments like that Joe was the white person.
Did he say why?
Because he seemed to be like the person who would do the things that Brendan needed the person to do.
Okay. And I'm now going to ask you to look at Commonwealth's 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72, one at a time.
Can you go back to that on yours?
Go back to this?
Yeah. You're still connected.
They're the same.
Okay.
And Judge, let's look at 68 first.
We're just getting back to the podium, hold on.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do think these are all Excel spreadsheets. and I think
Okay, do you
we're
want
having-
Stay with me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're having trouble with Excel from this computer.
Okay.
So first, if we could look at 68 from the witness and counsel views only. And again, Your Honor, the parties have stipulated to the FetLife chats. So I believe that all of these exhibits can be admitted, but I'd ask that they be admitted under seal.
68, 69, 70?
68, 69, 70, 71, and 72.
Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Carroll? Do you need to see them all? She said you've already agreed to, not the miscibility, but just to the foundation.
These are the same exhibits that were provided to council last weekend. They're,
But if you could go through them, do you want me to go through these and make sure? Okay. Do you need to see them? Is that what you? Okay, I'm sorry. Just if you have your microphone on, I have a lot of trouble hearing you up here. Okay, all right. So you need to see.
I do, my
Okay,
client and I need to
If you
see.
could go through all those exhibits, Ms. Bristler.
Okay, so looking at 68 is a short one.
Is that the one
That
that's
is-
on screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
All right, so 68 in evidence under seal.
I was just looking. I said, I don't see a 68.
Is this 69 we're
This
looking at
is
now?
69.
No objection.
All right, no objection, 69 under seal.
No objection.
That's 67? Is that correct? I'm sorry, 70?
That's 70.
70, okay, 70 under seal.
71, if we could look at 71.
No objection.
All right, 71 under seal, and then 72.
No objection.
All right, so 72 also under seal. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we could go back to 68. Can you see on your screen Commonwealth 68?
Yes.
Okay. And you see again, in the menu, in the title bar there, you see ID, conversation ID, user ID, body. So the conversation ID that we're looking at, I just want to check and make sure we're both looking at the same thing. 446774523.
Yes.
Okay. So we see these messages between this user ID and then the Anastasia profile. This user ID says, I wish I could get you to come meet me at my hotel in Richmond next Wednesday night. And then the Anastasia profile says, thank you, Richmond is too far for me. I'm looking to chat a bit before meeting someone. So why would it be that you guys wouldn't have pursued this user?
Because all along, his plan was for the person to come in the house. Yeah.
And when we're looking again at the Anastasia profile, is it you and or Brendan who is operating the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we could move on to Commonwealth 69. So just making sure that we're looking at the same thing on the screen. I'm looking at conversation 447868690.
Yes.
All right, okay. So this person is looking for someone to meet up with at restaurants and coffee shops and just talking and getting to know one another. They'd like to go to an event eventually, and they say they're pretty new to Fat World, but willing to learn. And then the Anastasia profile says, I'm not looking to go out on dates, sorry. Why is it that the two of you wouldn't have pursued, why would Brendan have not pursued this person to further converse with?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So this person is asking to meet out in public.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that Brendan was interested in having the Anastasia profile do?
No,
Why not?
because again, he needs somebody that would agree to come to the house. Yeah, so could do the things that he needed the person to do.
And meeting out in public is not something that.
No.
Let's look at the exhibit Commonwealth 70. Ready, I want to stay at the top first.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting a verdict
Okay.
today.
So again,
Just on
just
my
making
list
sure
is
we're looking
Brendan's
at
parents are leaving the court.
the same document. I'm looking at conversation ID 452-721-523.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So so this user ID messages the Anastasia profile and says, saw your ad, I'm interested, a little bit about what I like and have done in the past. First off, restraints, and I've used rope and some leather cuffs and some vinyl tape. The profile goes on to describe pretty specifically what experience and what
They're at 3 hours and 14 minutes
equipment
deliberations.
that this person has and can bring to this relationship. Is this someone that, is this someone that the two of you might have been interested in?
Can I just read it over?
Say that again?
Can I just read it over?
Yes, of course, take your time.
Oh, the OnlyFans suit? That might be fine. That might be fun.
Yes.
I'd like to
And,
do a civil
if you
suit.
could scroll down
Get
a
away
little
from
bit.
some of the crazy.
So this conversation looks like it went on for a little bit longer than the past two conversations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at cell number 931,
All right, jury's coming back on Monday.
the
They'll be
profile
back at 10
says,
a.m.
the other user says, I
So,
would expect
they're
that you
stopping the
might
clock.
want to meet somewhere in public before doing anything in private.
Finish up this
Your
line of
call on how
questioning.
and when to do that. Most weekdays, I could get away at some
Thank you, Brian.
point during the day to get a bite to eat or coffee or a drink after work, and then it goes on from there. Did you guys answer that? Take a look at the spreadsheet and let me know if you see an answer to this request to get together.
No,
And why wouldn't you have responded?
because that's not something he was interested in, going for a coffee or meeting in public.
Okay. And then if we could go on to Commonwealth 72.
All right, so we're going to go on to another exhibit, you guys. On Monday, we could do the same type of verdict watch. We'll play some testimony. We'll look at some exhibits. We'll bounce it back and forth to make sure, I'm not going to lose my voice and sound crazy reading those very riveting letters for you guys. And we'll just go through. We'll have the clock running. if they walk in at 10 a.m. on Monday and they have a verdict, I'll fire it up. But I think I'm going to start at like 10:30 on Monday. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, I think. Tonight, you guys, Nick Starr, you guys know he always does his Friday evening panel. I always forget if he starts those. Sometimes he starts them at 6, but usually it's at 5. Let me double check. Let's see. Nick Starro. And I've been trying to, like, there's a playlist in the description of these videos that it's going to be there moving forward. It's just called Creator Friends. And, like, I've reached out to a few mods on other channels and, hey, like, whenever, like, the creator does something, like, add it to this list. That way I can just say, hey, guys, if you're looking for something to watch, here's what others in the community are watching either later today or just watched early this morning. It's sorted by, like, the newest published should be at the top. So I think that'll just be a cool thing to do rather than me trying to figure out who's all going live. And Nick actually says he's starting at 4 today. No Nick tonight? What do you mean no Nick tonight? Oh, it does say 1:31. Slightly buzzed Friday show. He's out of power? That sucks. All right, so no Nick Starro tonight. And then Dolly Talk is live, who is where I was going to send a redirect to. And likewise, anything else interesting I see, gonna make a habit of throwing it on the Creator Friends playlist. So just thought it'd be something cool to do because YouTube has a collaborative playlist feature where whoever's a collaborator can add videos to it. I just want to see if it's useful to you guys. So let me know what you think. This video, I will not, if you clip me today, I will not add it to the Creator Friends list, the playlist. Not gonna do it. Let's see. All right. So Dolly's video is successfully set for a redirect. So we'll go over there. He's watching the New Year's Eve party trial. And thank you guys for letting me know about Nick before I sounded crazy. Half Irish already has a collaboration link. So let's see. Yeah, that sucks. He's out of power. It definitely sucks. Is he guilty? I'd be astonished. I won't even just say surprised. I'd be astonished if he is not convicted. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We've got, let's see, Mavka clipped an hour. I'm not adding them to the playlist, so there we go, you guys. Let's get over to Dolly Talk stream. I think it'll be a nice palate cleanser from what we looked at today in this trial. Hope you guys all have a great Friday, a great weekend. If I see anything interesting, I'll make a community post or something. Maybe catch you guys this weekend with any what the heck is going on type cases I see. Other than that, definitely see you guys on Monday if you want to come hang out. And everybody, please take care. Mavka ending with the he's very innocent. And he could be. He could be. I think there's some room to get there. I think there could be some room to get there. Do you guys want to end with the... Here we go. Here we go.